Welcome some familiar faces. Welcome Monero UK. Uh, welcome Raphinus.
I'm seeing some XMR people in here that I've never seen before. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's good. This is a very easy way to join in and say hi. I know I'm starting this at 2 o'clock Central, at least, on on a Wednesday. So I'm not sure who is actually going to be available at this time. I tried starting with people in Europe. So if you're in Europe, let me know. Do like thumbs up or whatever reaction. Just let me know if you want to say that. If not, this is a Monero talk. So who no one's going to hold me to it. But it's hopefully this works out well for Europeans. This will continue on for quite a few hours, I assume, though. So if you are wanting to pop in the US, click on to obviously able to do that for sure. Welcome Monero Talk. This is also being streamed on Monero Talk, so I'm gonna work on adding them as speakers too to get them on stage. I'm Fluffy Pony. He said he would do his best to attend. I guess I can send the link to him. Hopefully he'll be able to pop in and say hi, but he didn't commit, so I don't want to overpromise there. But obviously nice that he was able to stop in and say hi also. Let me work on getting Monero Talk. All right, I invited the Monero Talk accounts if they are interested. Yeah, so just to give some explainers of the room, we're just here to talk about recent Monero news. Anyone who's someone who wants to talk about Monero, we currently have space, so it would actually be fine to request, and we can invite you on stage, ask some questions. But otherwise, since we do expect to get quite a few people in this room, I'm all keeping track of the hashtag Monero space. So if you have a question, if you have a comment, anything that you would like me to see and not miss, definitely send tweets with the hashtag Monero space so that we can make sure to address them as we're just in conversations today. Don, what was the big Monero news that you have seen in the last month?
I think Samurai, you're gonna do the swaps, and Havano just popped up that they're building and that they found the exploit on BISC, and they let them know straight away. Yeah, what else has happened? Anything new? I'm sure there's some other cool stuff that has happened.
Well, one of the big things is that the transparency report came out from the Monero core team. So for those who are not familiar, the Monero core team isn't like an entity. It's not a centralized company that's behind Monero. It's just a group that basically exists for the sole purpose of maintaining the Monero GitHub repo, the website, some of the things that you really can't, like somebody needs to be there in order to actually handle these administrative things. And people from time to time will donate funds to the Monero General Fund. Some mining pools do this. Quite a few different things people will very graciously donate to this fund, which help pays for things like the infrastructure. So they put out a report saying, hey, this is what money we have. This is what we used money for in the past. So you can see that on Reddit if you are interested in looking through that. You can see that Monero is certainly not the general VC-backed coin with millions in a reserves, but it's also able to cover its own operations. So people are pretty gracious at donating to that. And of course, all the other related Monero CCS projects that people pull up. Of course, Monero is very much a community-driven, donation-based project, like Bitcoin, as opposed to a block reward or pre-mine or something going to a certain set of people. With Monero, it's all donation-driven, so that's obviously great to see. So that was one of the big points that came out. I personally have actually been a little AFK, I would say, the last month or so. So you can go through Reddit and see some of the other major news that came out. But I would say too that I'm sure we'll have a conversation in depth about this later, and I'm sure people have a lot of questions on this. But a lot of Monero related ransomware news, of course. That's just going to be picking up. I don't expect that to really ever slow down, but it's sort of top of main media attention, the last several weeks. And it might wane off top media attention at some point, but I don't expect people to suddenly stop paying ransoms of Monero. So that'll be a recurring topic to talk about, not only here, but of course, like through all the different rooms and all the different cybersecurity corners and all the different corners that people participate in. So, yeah, that's my quick recap.
Tony Vase as well. He attempted a FUD.
Oh yeah, there was a Monerotopia episode yesterday evening, U.S. time at least, that I joined, and so did several others, and we just gave some like quick comments on that. So I encourage everyone to start there. It's maybe an hour long or so, but it's very, very casual, and it's a good place. I think that it's not like all the arguments people have against Monero are incorrect. I mean, certainly Monero community members largely are very accepting of criticisms, and we want to make Monero better. But it's also incorrect to take everything to extremes and say that something's like completely useless or obviously terrible or whatever. And it was just a lot of giving Bitcoin the benefit of the doubt and giving Monero really no benefit of the doubt and exclusively looking only at the wrong side without looking at anything that Monero actually does for people, like avoiding mass surveillance.
The way he went about it is just straight up nasty, especially after being on the Monero talk show as well. Like that's just that's high school shit, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, really wrong of him to do.
Yeah, I definitely did get some, not exclusively high school vibes, but just definitely was like a bit of a weird set of vibes. So if you did watch that and have questions, obviously let me know with the hashtag Monero Space, and we can address any of the particular points. But this isn't obviously meant for anything for those sorts of comments. I think Monero's existence, Monero's design decisions are actually pretty well understood and appreciated by people who just want to avoid mass surveillance without having to jump through 600 million hoops. Like that seems pretty understandable to me. I just fear for a lot of people that are promoting Bitcoin that they just don't quite understand that. And so, sure, from their perspective, they're like, why does someone care? But like, all of us are here and we're like, excuse me, we do care about this actually. So
I think there's a saying, it goes, first they laugh, then they try to fight you. I think we're at the they try to fight you stage. And then the last stage is then you win. So I reckon Bitcoin and Monero is going through everything that Bitcoin initially through, you know. So that's bullish as. And not many people know these things because people are getting into crypto like for the first time in January or February this year. You know, they don't know the history of coin and cryptocurrencies, even Monero's history. They don't properly know.
yeah, do you want to give a background on Monero's history real quick?
Oh, brother, I'm pretty sure you do a better job, Justin.
Well, I can't hear myself talk the whole time. So we have plenty of space on stage, actually. So if you are a speaker, like, if you want to be a speaker, I'm going to invite a few faces I know like Monero UK. Let me send you an invite. But if you want to talk about Monero stuff, I mean, you're able to come on stage here because we got plenty of space. But yep, Monero started with an anonymous set of people starting it, sort of like Bitcoin. And the weird part in Monero's case is that they started proposing things that no one else really wanted to do, and so the Monero core team ended up forking the project away from them. By fork, I mean, it really was like a full-on fork, I guess. So it's kind of cool. But yeah, it's just continued on from there, and no, people stopped using the old version that individual was maintaining. So it is a bit of a weird history where no one knows who the founder was, and also the founder was not especially interested in listening to community feedback, and so they got the new set of maintainers, the Monero core team. So it's pretty interesting history. It was weird. I had to fix the thing. Like Twitter was just playing some things in the background. I had to had to like click on a different tweet or something to get out of it. All right, we have I'm going to approve Dr. Trace. Welcome, Dr. Trace. We had some questions coming in just with the hashtag Monero space that I'm looking at here. The first one is from someone named Papoose. How does Monero need to adapt long term if recursive snark solves Zcash's trusted setup problem? And it's one of those things. It's like, well, the cryptographic, transaction protocols and like there's so much work being done in that space. Like when Monero started, Ring CT wasn't a thing, CL SAGs weren't a thing, Triptych wasn't a thing, Halo wasn't a thing. I mean, Zcash, like ZK snarks were not a thing. So it really is evolving quickly. And so Monero's goal is to just implement whatever makes the most sense that meets its criteria, one of which is, of course, no trusted setup. So if something does really good, something good does come out and there's a reason to implement it, I see no reason why Monero wouldn't want to implement those sort of improvements. So yeah, I totally see Monero. I mean, I really hope that there's a lot of innovation, and that innovation won't make Monero obsolete. It will give Monero a new fancy privacy tool to make available to everyone else to use it. So I think that's cool. Hey, Dr. Trace, want to say hi?
Hey guys.
Welcome. Thanks for joining, Dr. Trace. I also invited Monero UK to the stage. All right, I see a few other people. We're going to invite them on stage. I can't promise you'll be here forever, but there's someone who's asked Matt Welch to be promoted and NetBrock24. So we're going to see, we're going to allow you to say hi, introduce yourselves, and let us know what brought you here.
Hey guys, what's happening? Thank you for the invite. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's awesome to be here. So I'm a huge fan of Monero for obvious reasons.
Hi everyone.
Found out the dollar vigilante himself, and I've gotten in pretty tight with these guys, Jeff Ulrich, Raphael, the Crypto Manny, and
sorry, Matt. Sorry to interrupt, Matt. Matt, can you mute yourself, please, and then continue, Matt?
Okay. All right. Woo. So John, I saw Monerotopia interview yesterday, and I thought it was very well spoken. I really liked what you guys had to say. I was there at PorkFest. I was volunteering with Pirate Chain, so I was balls deep in that. And it was cool to actually see Tone Bays in person, but I didn't actually. I wasn't too interested in speaking with him, but it's like, oh my God, he's real. Now he's hating. But the main thing I want to say, because I think this is important, that everyone here, as you're invested in Monero, I highly recommend allocating a portion to Pirate Chain.
Bro, get the fuck out of here.
As a way to
You're a
increase
fucking idiot, bro.
As a way to increase your Monero holdings over time, because to me it's like getting Monero at like $2. So if you're invested in privacy and the future, and you like the community's doing,
mate, you're a fucking joke. You sound like an idiot. Fuck out of here.
All right, I'm gonna but before, so Matt, I did remove you. So I had some other questions, but you just immediately continued down that route. So it's been recently the case that you have some vocal individuals who have started promoting this other project, Pirate Chain, and there's a few reasons why we don't want to talk about it too much, and the reason is not because anybody's scared of it, or the reason is not that it's substantially better or whatever, or that it just doesn't provide the same level of privacy that you would get when using Monero, and they sort of just the promoters don't really seem to have a nuanced conversation about the pros and cons. They just are like, buy this. And so it's really difficult to have a conversation when someone is trying to sell you on something the whole time.
Yeah, honestly, what they're trying to do, and I've actually succeeded. They're trying to piggyback off the Monero community. You know, I see it like an infiltration attempt. So look, bro, all you pirate guys, stop tagging Monero and XMR. Monero, like, it's an established project. It has the first mover advantage. Like what you guys are doing, unfortunately, you guys achieved it, but you know, yeah, you won't be able to achieve a second round again. So
Yeah, the real reason we covered this really at length everywhere, but just distribution of Pyro is very, very odd. Uh, it's very heavily reward people who have been around in the first few years where they distributed almost all their coins, and it's tied to some other project and forms in the form of its consensus, which they say, oh, it's not, but in reality, it actually is. And it's just when you start to look under the hood, there's a lot of like weird red flags that come up, and it's just unfortunate that we have to deal with this in the Monero community. I would say. I mean, I guess every cryptocurrency community has to deal with some form of affinity scams. Means you're doing something right, but like pitching this as any privacy solution to anyone else is just disingenuous at the moment. At least nearly the extent that is being conducted. So, apologies that everyone had to go through that, but we try to remove it as soon as possible. Any other quick thoughts on that? But I don't want to do this forever. I'd rather talk about something else.
I'd like to add that with the other project you were just mentioning, Justin. Like I'm talking about the engineers behind it. Some of them have had, controversies in the past. I don't want to name names, but the whole thing was like a set of guys who have done this in the past. They did take some of the cool stuff that Zcash offers, and like you already mentioned, 90% already mined. And what I see corrupting the space is some of the more well-known Monero faces. I forget, like that guy in Mexico, and a couple of other influencers. They just started clubbing both Monero and Pirate together, and that's not fair. You if you want to promote, nobody's stopping you, right? Don't try to piggyback. Just go, like, do separate episodes or something. Don't try to confuse people, or at least be objective and give them the straight up facts about how much have you been paid. First of all, the influencers have been paid, and then the distribution, which is never going to favor the market. And most people are not going to participate in anything like that anymore. I mean, some guys are just, falling for the other kind of crap that is happening on, some of the smart chains and stuff. But in this private space, I don't think people are falling for it. So this is a request to the guys. There may be fans of both. I don't want to be condescending on them. Nothing about it. Like, just feel free to exercise your right, whatever. But guys, this is a Monero space, and it just doesn't make sense to, pitch when already we have been vocal about it in the past and through our tweets and everything. That's all I have to say about that. I had a little bit of something about the history there, Justin, but I don't know if I want to bore everybody with that, unless
we got time. We got time.
Yeah, but honestly, there's no point for it to be a topic here. To be honest, I reckon we should just move forward. They've got enough attention as it is. Yeah, and if anyone, tries to continue to do stuff like that, I'll start calling everyone out, including Jeff, that Raphael guy. You guys are stupid. Everyone knows what you guys are doing. So yeah, if you guys want to continue, I'll call you all out one by one. No problem.
Let's switch topics. Let's go back to the history real quick. Dr. Chase, what else did you want to add?
So there was no core team as such. All the guys who are currently in the team, they didn't suddenly, they came over and say, "Hey, we are core team and taking over." They were all participants in the thread in Bitcoin Talk. All of them are really great guys. First of all, let me tell you this. So the announcement was followed by a lot of people, and those, including some of the big Bitcoin names at the time. The maximalism wasn't as bad during those days. You could still feel it. It's not a new phenomena for some of the guys. It became worse after the 2017 thing happened, I guess. But prior to that, there were eyes on the whole Monero launch. You could see, in the long thread in Bitcoin Talk, which is the speculation thread, speculation on Bitcoin prices. People were already hinting towards Saberhagen's paper, and how Bitcoin initially was their first attempt at it, which was all a scam, which has been hashed out and everything. But whoever this character was out of that team, thankful for today, out of that crypto node team and whatever implementations they did, there were a bunch of scams that were launched during that time. This guy did want, I think he had a fallout with, he was like a contractor for the team. And it's widely believed that it is Savelnikov, right? And I think Monero Talk also did an interview with him, which was a very good episode. I highly recommend everybody watch it. Doug does a great job, getting all these guys. But going back to it, so thankful for today, or I guess Savelnikov probably had a fallout with them, saying that, hey, it makes sense. The community is not accepting our Bitcoin thing. So he went ahead and announced in advance that he was going to launch Monero. There's going to be like very fair mining. All the parameters looked mostly good. It was not known, or I guess some people suspected that he may have a better version of the miner at that time. There was no specialized miner software. Everybody who, joined at the launch, the miner was concerned. You could get ahead like Fluffy did get, Fluffy Pony. I think he had a lot of AWS instances. But at least there was no, specialized software out there at a big advantage, or like there was none of that thing. It was just one of the best launch points ever. So, but I guess, to some of the things that the community was, like it was all being on the thread itself. You could see the history of progress where there were disagreements happening. Excuse me 1 second. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Sorry, the phone locked. So yeah, the disagreements, I guess, and then one of the big threads started where like some of this history behind all of these coins that were launched at this, and there was a duck coin, all of these crypto coins. It was dissected really well on a thread. I guess, most in the Monero subreddit and Monero Bitcoin Talk forum know this. It was hashed out. I widely believe that this hard work or homework was actually Fluffy Phones. He never took credit for it. It's probably one of his side things, but there are a lot of research done, and I guess Oath, Luigi, Fluffy Pony, and at that time, Taco Time. I was all part of the first Monero IRC room that was launched. So all these guys got together and decided to form the team. But I guess the forking away is very well known, right? And he kind of stopped contributing, and the chain ultimately is no longer it's not there, I guess. But yeah, I mean, I think personally, I think it, probably calling him a con artist or scammer or whatever was a little bit out of the place. I think he could have given back a lot more, but there was no way to convince Thankful for Today. Right? He was going to leave, but I was hoping that since this guy was the brains behind, his network code especially is really good, and he's the boss there, as well as having like that conduit to Saberhagen and his colleagues. I thought that there would be some magical way that he would come back or contribute in some way and at least play along, but he had his own problems and I guess he left. But yeah, I think after taking over, there were a lot of donations from Bitcoiners, by the way. Caps Lock, all these guys, they must have donated tens of thousands of Monero over time, even initially. There was a Bitcoin Castle guy, he had a lot. But by and large, I will tell you this. I don't like some of Fluffy Pony's styles and his way of going about it, but he was like the real perfect guy to take over this. There is a lot he has done in terms of design decisions and getting people on board. And I guess the people saw that this is a genuinely nice open source project. And before the MRL, even before that, there were contributors coming, and they have come on their own. The whole proposal for money is a really good way to keep them around. But the initial interest was across the board. Over time, it has become a little bit because of other factors, I would say. NGU mania taking over, stuff like that. But I'm kind of rambling now, but I just wanted to give a little bit of background. Core team was not all planning that we are the core team or anything. These guys were community contributors, and they were there from the beginning and have, I guess, the growth has been fascinating for me to watch.
Yeah, thanks for the background there. I obviously wasn't around in Monero's super early days. I was about a year late to the party. So it's good to hear some of those background stories. Does anyone else want to come on stage and give this story about what brought them to Monero? You can definitely let us know. Otherwise, I'll continue going through some of the Monero space hashtag comments that are coming in. I'm a few behind at this point. So here we had someone. I guess I need to check out their profile more aggressively this time to see if they're going to be shilling something or what's going to be going on.
Doug's in here. James is here.
Who's here, sorry?
Doug and James.
Yeah, they might be busy. I invited the original Monero talk to say hi, but they didn't join. We also had Edge Wallet on for a second. I was curious, like, I was gonna invite them to be like, are you a person or are you just like just the business account? What's going on? They were in the room for a second. All right, so Katango, I added you as a speaker. Say hi. What would you like to share with us? Might be a second before they join. But they didn't. All right. Let's see. Some other questions.
I'll just do a quick hello whilst I've got. How you doing, guys? It's good to see this room quite popular today. Not quite like last time, but it's been very nice.
Yeah, thanks for joining, Monero UK. What Tongo? Okay, or how do I? Yeah, Katango. Tell me how to. Would you like to say hi and introduce yourself?
Yes. Just wanted to say hi.
All right. Hey, what brought you to Monero? Was there anything in particular that you find interesting about Monero? What brings you to this room at all? Okay, well, if you want to say something in a second, you're definitely able to keep speaking up. There's some drive chains ever being built on Monero. So fungibility, someone who goes by fungibility, says at Omar's username asks, will a Monero drive chain ever be built? Drive chain on top of Bitcoin threaten Monero's darkened market dominance. To be honest, I really don't know much about drive chains. Is there anyone here who could? Is there anyone here who can talk about drive chains at all? Give us an overview. Add that to my research list because I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, sorry, I've got like zero knowledge on that whatsoever, so I've got nothing good to say.
Yeah, the only thing I'd say in general, I'm skeptical about things being built on top of transparent systems that are being used for widely used privacy things. I mean, we said during the Tone Vase talk that they're just like, well, just use Liquid and then just use coin join on Liquid, and Monero has no purpose. I mean, there's a big difference between using a base layer decentralized coin that is private easily compared to you got to take this transparent coin and put it into a federated system that only hides the amount, and then you need to opt in to use this coin join thing that costs extra money and still requires an interactive process. Like, it's just not the same. It just really isn't the same. So yeah, so I guess it's one of those things. I need to see what the user experience looks like. If it's an easy user experience and it's widely implemented and everyone starts using it, I mean, that's all. That's what we all want, is a widely implemented privacy payment feature, right? That's kind of across the board what I think most people are sort of here for. So anything that would help advance that, I think is cool. But I don't know. I don't know yet. So it's hard to say what would quote unquote threaten a dominance. I think the darknet market dominance, so to speak, which I don't necessarily like to describe it that way, but people on the darknet market are going to use good tools for their job. They're going to, they're going to make payments using whatever makes the most sense. And it's just one of the disadvantages of being good money is that people want to use it, I guess. We have some people here that are going out of their way. There's these tagging with Monero space to keep toxic maximalism out of here. I think the big thing we want to keep out of here is just people showing up and telling people they should buy something else. Like, that's not, it's not about, oh, look, this new privacy thing. It's literally, hey, buy this other coin, and therefore you'll get more Monero eventually when this other thing dumps that people have the problem with for the most part. All right, I have a few more requests coming in. Made my way through the comments. I wish there was a better way to sort of like vet people before you like just invite them on.
If anyone in here is like new to Monero and is curious to like learn more about it, you can go on YouTube. There's Monero Talk on there. There's Breaking Monero. There's a Medium article, like a newsletter every week. A Medium article is released on like the latest updates. There's podcasts. We've got like 3 or 4 different podcast people who are like discussing not just Monero but privacy in general. So I'd encourage everyone to check all those channels out.
Has anyone else here listened to Seth's podcast on privacy? It's Opt Out. It's a really good one. And the whole conversation isn't exclusively about Monero, but Monero plays a part of it. Bitcoin plays a part of it too. Monero, of course, plays a large part of it. But it's just a really good podcast. Seth is obviously a friend of mine, and he does a really, really good job as talking about really important privacy discussions in the space. So I definitely will recommend that one, the Opt Out podcast at Seth Simmons. Hopefully he'll be able to join us today. Sometimes he joins here or Clubhouse and hides. He's always a smart cookie to have in the room.
Yeah, I've listened to his Opt-Out podcast, and it's definitely, I'm learning and taking things in for how I'm going to implement this in my own life in the future. And he also did. I sort of not congratulated him. I thanked him on the IRC channel. Basically, he put in like must have been a 2.5 hour session with the Why Monero podcast, and basically going over not like history of Monero, but just some really basic fundamentals in depth. It was a great explanation to everybody that was listening to that. It's episode 7 of the Why Monero podcast. I think they were aiming for like 1 hour for the show, and it went over to about 2.5 hours. And it was just full of content for, it's a lot of information for somebody new to take in. But once you start sort of dipping your toe in the water and seeing, actually falling in love with Monero, so to speak, that is a great resource for people.
Yeah, can you walk me through? I didn't have a chance yet to watch the episode on why Monero, where Seth was talking about Monero and Bitcoin. Can you give a high level overview of that? That's something I obviously really want to watch, but I just haven't had the time yet.
Do you know what? To sort of depack the 2.5 hours into into a brief overview, I don't think I'm going to do it credit. But it basically covered, founders, Fluffy Pony, the core team, and then it went on to the tech, different privacy modes. I think it may have covered some sort of vulnerabilities, that's the wrong word to use, but it kind of gave you an overview of the basic level of privacy you get with Monero, certain steps that you can use to, heighten your security as well, or heighten your privacy, I should say. But yeah, I wouldn't to say what that 2.5 hours worth of content was, because it was basically a whole general view of Monero. To put that into a minute, I probably just butchered it already.
Well, how about word it this way? What were some of the most exciting or surprising things that you got out of it?
For me, we write signed in big headed. It was a lot of information that I've already basically I've sort of back catalogued for like the last 4 or 5 years of all Monero content that there is to be found on podcasts. Monero Monitor from back in the day, the Breaking Monero series that you did, Justin. Monero Talks 4 year catalog. I think it's 3 years, but their whole catalog. So it was all information that I had come across before, and he just summed up that whole. I spent probably three to 6 months just listening endlessly, and he kind of summed it up in 2.5 hours. So nothing was, I would say, stood out to me because I'd come across the information before, but it just summarized, like I said, 3 to 6 months of just intense podcast reading, learning, Reddit's forums. It kind of just made all of that into one easy, well, I say one easy 2.5 hour conversation. Not quite like your 8.5 hour Monero space, Twitter space last time, but.
No, but I mean, 2.5
But
hours. I mean, let's be real. Like, that's still certainly a commitment to get through. But compared to what you were going through, day by day, line by line, episode by episode, it's clearly condensed by comparison. So that's cool.
But yeah, it's just a genuine, it's just a really general. It's good. So basically, for like an intro complete newbies, there's the the Coin Bureau video on Monero that come out. I think it's like the most viewed Monero video on YouTube now. That's like the great 20-25 minute introduction, and the follow up to that is going to be Seth's feature on that Why Monero podcast, because that's again just dipping a little bit into more. Just more of an overview, and then the listener, then I should say, could then pick up on certain points that he'd understand. Go over to the getmonero.org, go to that Moneropedia, and just on the words that he didn't understand from that podcast, because I found that as an excellent resource. As silly as it sounds and as simple as it is, that getmonero.org, the Moneropedia, with just a breakdown of the words, the terms, the technologies, is a great resource for anybody new.
Yeah, that's awesome. I definitely have that on the top of my listening list right now. Some of the coolest people to the Why Monero podcast is Seth specifically on the Why Monero podcast, like I really need to listen to that. So obviously I encourage everyone else to listen to that also. On the YouTube side of things, we are streaming this to YouTube also. Monero Talk. We had some questions coming in. First one, Triptych related. The first one says, when will Triptych be implemented? Honestly, nobody really knows yet. I would say probably not within a year, but honestly, we don't really know. It's dependent on other research and implementation fun stuff. So it's yeah, I won't give an ETA there. And then it says, how will Triptych affect the anonymity set? It'll be about a 10 times increase in Monero's ring signature size, and then combined with things like binning, which becomes more useful even for larger ring sizes. Monero has some pretty cool options at its potential disposal. There's a lot of recent research on Volantis too, but it's very, very new. Some people are looking at ways to specifically solve some of the stealth addressing issues that come into play with Volantis. Some people say, well, this is obviously better because this number is bigger than Monero's Triptych number in theory, but like also you take other assumptions, like you at the moment would have looser or far weaker privacy assumptions with stealth addresses, which at the moment we're able to take really for granted, for example. So in order to walk that back is like the first time, if Monero went that way, which it probably wouldn't, but it's an example where under the hood you might be making a bigger trade-off than might otherwise appear to be the case if you're just comparing two numbers without looking at the whole picture. But yeah, anyway, Triptych is pretty cool. And sadly, there is no real like ETA on that because it is pretty heavily involved. So don't have a great answer for you. This is from Ryan Williams on YouTube. And Angelo also asked when or how it increases the anonymity set. Well, it's about a 10 times increase based off what is likely to be the good trade-off made, I suppose. But yeah, again, just a reminder, if you have questions or comments or anything, you can submit those with the hashtag Monero Space. I'll be looking at those on YouTube. I will be less closely following the chat, but I will still be trying to follow it. This is going to go on for quite a few hours. And if you know anybody that, of course, is interested in Monero, definitely invite them. Ask to be a speaker. We got plenty of space at the moment. So definitely interested in having people on. Hopefully Doug is able to jump on from Monero Talk, but he's probably still busy with work. So this place will probably start popping a bit more later in the evening, I assume. Yeah, 10x is nice. It's actually more than 10x, like from 11 to 128, most likely. It could be 64, but I don't think that the trade-off is, the savings are significant to go down to 64. It'd probably be better just to bump it up to 128. So yeah, Doug giving the little peace out sign. Hey, Doug. One thing I want to talk about too is the cryptocurrency village at DEF CON. So this is, for those who are familiar with DEF CON or aren't familiar with DEF CON, it is a large cybersecurity / hacker conference that takes place in Vegas. I was going to say every year, but it did not occur last year in person. So in the past, Monero has had its own village. This year, sadly, they did say that they did not want it to be called the Monero Village anymore. So instead, it is called the Cryptocurrency Village. There's some pros and cons to that. I'm one of the organizers of the Cryptocurrency Village, though, and showing up to the space for ticking all the final boxes that need to be checked in order to schedule the space. But if anyone is going to be in Vegas the first weekend in August for DEF CON, a lot of Monero fans will be there. And so it'd be great to have you show up if you can and say hi. And we're looking for volunteers. So you can send me a DM or whatever and just say, hey, I heard about DEF CON. I'm interested in going, and we'd love to have you. It's truly a lot of fun to like go to bars and stuff where everybody knows what Monero is, and you don't need to explain why privacy is important. Everyone just sort of knows, and it's really, really cool. It's a really cool vibe. I'm glad that we have this space to make the most out of it. So if you are going to DEF CON this year, or you're potentially interested in going to DEF CON this year, definitely let me know. It'd be good to get you involved. not just on the planning side of things. Of course, if you can do that, it would be great to have you. But otherwise, it would be really cool just to see you all there if you happen to be there. So yes, that's obviously. Any other? So I mean, I can go through just other, but we don't have any questions coming in or anything. We have people saying on YouTube that they'll be there. Great, Angelo, that you'll be there. That's great to hear. Is anyone working on some cool like Monero projects? They want to talk about?
I've been procrastinating, putting off sort of tutorial how to purchase Monero and things like this. And I just got around to sort of finding the time to do it. And then Binance have they didn't make an announcement, but there was a bit of a change by the signs of it in their policy. So that might affect how we can purchase Monero here in the UK so easily. So I'm putting it off again. I'm getting lazy. Just need to get down and do it before I put it off for the rest of the year. But there's so much good content in regards to the project that I want to do. It's kind of like there's guys with a lot better video editing skills that are a lot better spoken than myself. So, but that's my project was to do tutorial videos and basically offer just onboarding to people. So I offer on Twitter. Basically, anybody that's new to Monero, if they want to download a wallet, I kind of give them a little tutorial how to use it. I'll send them a few picaneros, which is basically a fraction of a cent, just to get them to learn how to send and receive transactions, which I think something that Doug does when people pay for their coffee. He gets whilst they're waiting for their coffee to pour, he kind of onboards them, get them to download the app, and then sends them their change in Monero, which is great because once people learn how to receive and send transactions, from there, that I appreciate in the States is a bit of a pain in the ass to buy outside of, say, using Kraken, but maybe you've got other methods there, and obviously you've got Havino coming up, which is going to be acceptable as and when we get there. But here in the UK, we're lucky enough, if you don't mind using a KYC exchange, you can purchase Monero directly with a BTC trading pair or a BNB trading pair on Binance, and then just move it out within an hour.
Speaking of Vino, did everyone see the news recently from Bisq? They disclosed it about an hour ago. Oh, sorry, not an hour, about a day ago. And the details you can search by just going to the Twitter account, Havino Dex. But it's pretty interesting. So Bisq put out a hot patch, version 1.7.0. They did this on June 29th. They said that it fixed. At the time, they said it fixed a privacy issue that will be disclosed in about 1 week. And they said in 1 week, 1.7 will be the minimum required version for trading. Please update as soon as possible. So they said that a week ago. Then they stated, you can read Bisq's statement and what they're doing to. I'll read Havino's first, then I'll read Bisq's. But it says the Havino team says, quote, "The Havino team has recently found a vulnerability in Bisq network that would have allowed malicious actors to harvest users' payment information like bank accounts, names, and potentially home addresses at no cost. The problem was found by our own Woodzer, the core team of Havino, while immediately working on Havino's protocol, part of which we inherit from Bisq. We immediately contacted Bisq and gave them all the info and support to fix the vulnerability. We are relieved that they came to realize the severity of the situation and rolled out a dedicated security patch. We cannot be sure if the vulnerability was exploited or not, but it's improbable that it was exploited at large scale, as Bisq would have probably noticed an increase of support tickets opened because of failing trades." And then forks, not knives. So it's really cool that the Havino Dex, core team Woodzer, it seems, is the person who found this vulnerability based off how Bisq operated, where traders, selling their fiat, or actually, let me. I want to make sure I get these details correct here. It says, so I'll just read through Bisq before I have the comments. It says, from Bisq, the statement that they gave out, this is on Twitter also, exchanging peers' payment account data is required for certain verification and, of course, for peers to carry out payment. Before 1.7, data had been exchanged earlier in the trade process so that verifications could be done earlier, and so the trade process could fail earlier in case a peer provided invalid account data. This approach made it possible for malicious peers to see the account data of a peer without engaging in an actual trade. With manipulated BISC software, it was theoretically possible to do this without incurring costs, for example, fees or locked in Bitcoin, etc. So to mitigate this vulnerability, exchanging account data now occurs later, only after both traders have committed to the deposit transaction. This creates a financial burden for a malicious peer trying to harvest trading peers' account data. And they're not aware of any instances where this vulnerability was abused, which would have led to failed trades. And they probably would have noticed this if this support was getting a bunch of this stuff. So it is kind of cool that the Havino team was able to see that, hey, before trade is conducted, they were asking for all this really sensitive personal information to be handed over about things like bank accounts, names, etc. And now that no longer has to be done because this was properly disclosed, and BISC seems to have understood the vulnerability here and have patched it. So it seems like a really good win for everyone involved. Do people have comments on sort of what happened on BISC and Havito? Because I know that a lot of Monero users prefer to trade on decentralized exchanges.
I'll speak to it a little bit from the little knowledge that I have. It kind of just shows good sportsmanship, right? If the Havino team, I know they're not trying to compete with BISC. They're bringing this due to BISC sort of lack of, I don't know if you'd call it adaptation, but they've seen that Monero was, one of the greatest trading pairs on the platform, but failed to implement, it's like a base currency, which is what Havino's doing. Correct me if I'm wrong. So they could have, not that could have been bad blood there, but they could have just, not passed that on or exploited it in a big showcase way to say, oh, look at these guys. You don't want to use these. Look, we've just launched our platform. Come to us. They've done it in a great manner, which is ultimately privacy for the customer or the user, and you got to give them credit for that. And I think Samurai Wallet, correct me if I'm wrong, they donated I think $10,000 to the Havino. I think just out of good spirit, to be honest.
Yeah, they definitely did donate. You can see their tweet about it. Yeah, I know there's a lot of confusion sort of when Havino came out about what's happening where and why, but I'm just glad to see that it seems at the moment like everyone's making their stuff better. So it's good for the end user. We need good dexes that work with fiat on ramps, because at the moment, the limited number of people using BISC at the moment. So to whatever extent BISC improves or whatever, it's good.
So
Havino hasn't even launched yet, and they're fixing BISC, which is it's the ethical thing to do. What they've done, it's good.
I'm guessing as well that it kind of goes back to when you have audits, say on Monero or any piece of code, really, when BISC brought in this update, the patch update, not that you would audit every patch update, but it kind of goes back to whenever you're making such an important change to the network. One of the complaints in Tone Vase's video, which was incorrect anyway, but it was about the hard fork, how frequent it is. But then whenever Monero makes a substantial change, it's not audited once or twice. It can be up to 3 times. I think the last audit phrase was. I think that was on Bulletproofs, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that I saw this coming. I think both of those guys and Samurai guys who are awesome. All these teams are going to collaborate. It's just I think how much pressure there is from some entities for a lot of the two-coiner guys to not speak about Monero so much, right? They know, they understand there's nothing wrong, but they can't do it, whatever forces are behind. But technically, I saw this coming. I think those guys are going to collaborate. They're all good people. Whatever happens in Twitter is sometimes way too much exaggerated.
Yeah, at the Bitcoin Miami conference, BISC was actually given like, I don't know if they paid for this or what. I assume if they paid a lower rate. Maybe they didn't. Who knows? So anyway, sorry for speculating. Anyway, they were given a very prominent position in like the table area of the Bitcoin Miami conference, and they had this big like sign that said like KYC is the illicit activity. I know some people said that there wasn't enough focus at the conference about like anti KYC stuff. I mean, I don't think there were many talks about it, but it was interesting that BISC was given such a prominent position at this conference with such aggressive wording. So it shows that there clearly are some people that are interested in some of the values that I'm sure a lot of people who are using BISC who are interested in Vino share. But I just wanted to stress that they were at the Bitcoin Miami conference and they were pretty aggressive about their wording. But obviously, the reason I think people want to use Vino is A, they don't want to pay the Bitcoin transaction fees, which at the moment are actually pretty low, and B, they'd rather not make it public on the Bitcoin network that they're trying to do one of these trades. They'd rather do it with Monero, where that obviously would obfuscate more information. So we shall see. The Vino's not out yet. You got BISC. That's all you got. So everything else is just talk. And so use that for like, it's not actionable to say like use Vino, but it's good that in the meantime they're improving BISC as far as I can tell. So that's, everyone benefits then. We got this group of people working on this fun project while making the existing one better. So what more could you really want, right? I think it's cool. And just as a reminder, if you have questions or comments or whatever it is, make sure you send a tweet with the hashtag #MoneroSpace. We haven't gotten anything in quite a while, so we're just going to keep filling the conversation with some other fun stuff. I got some other points written down that we can go through, but it's also very useful if people put in some questions and stuff. So keeps it fun and lively. And if you want to jump on stage and talk about why you're interested in Monero or those sorts of things, definitely come in and say hi. I'm gonna invite Ronnie on stage. He just asked to be invited. Ronnie, when you're up, make sure you introduce yourself, say hello, what brought you to Monero, all those fun things, and please don't tell us to buy a coin.
Quick points. One is kind of from an investor point of view. I'm curious if anyone else buys or owns AMD stock, mostly for as far as like the CPU play, as far as Monero mining goes. You guys probably, most all of you know how efficient the Ryzen CPUs are at mining Monero, and I've been mining Monero and hodling for years now, and here in the States it makes it really difficult to maybe not really difficult, but it makes it difficult to actually just sell it because, like someone mentioned before, Kraken's really one of the few exchanges that has it. And so I'm just kind of curious how you guys get around that, and really more interested in, hey, have you found a CPU that you would recommend as far as bang for your buck, whether it's like the 5950X or the 3700X or 3600X or any of those, specifically for and on the mining side?
That's a good question, Ronnie. When you started the conversation, like, oh goodness, what happened? But no, that was a good question. Don or Dr. Trace, do you have any opinions there?
Yeah.
I have it.
I'd let Don go first. Don, go ahead.
I have a separate question. My question is, like, have you seen any correlation with the stock, like when the hash rate's going up? Have you ever seen a correlation of like?
I follow the stocks. I follow the stocks really closely. I don't think that the market cap of Monero is high enough right now to attract that kind of swing, unless Monero becomes more mainstream. I don't see that happening. But if it does, then what Ronnie just brought up is going to be a significant factor. I think, I don't know if you guys trade equity or are you guys in stock market, but yes, if Monero becomes a bigger name, there is more widespread mining, then that is going to influence the stock for sure.
Well, and so it's kind of an indirect play on and or supporting Monero, even though essentially the company itself has no ties to Monero, but they're selling tools and creating tools that allow Monero to be more proficient or efficient rather in the cryptocurrency mining situations.
Yeah, after Ethereum, and I guess I don't know what's the plan with that other competitive chain, ETC. I think if they want to remain mining, but yeah, I think Monero is poised to be number one really in terms of non-ASIC, non-industrial scale mining. So we will see swing, but again, it depends on more mainstream adoption rather than, I think there's a lot of news around ransomware these days, right? Which is why I think the name is there more and more. I think CNBC has mentioned it a few times, but almost always in a positive light, like you would hope, right? Like somebody added to their private treasury. It could start off with, who knows, small game company, a gaming company. We don't need sailors, or that's not even the point. But to answer your question, that's the kind of exposure you're looking at. If that happens on the road, which may happen, because it seems like people, at least community, increasing significantly. The people don't like to talk too much about it for some reason, but you can tell that people in general seem to be more aware and they like it, they prefer it. Obviously, there are other coins and other higher market cap which are more mainstream talked about. But if something happens at a scale where, say, a gaming company adopts Monero, and makes it part of their treasury, that's it. Or some of these hedge funds, I guess some of them were based in Canada, they were looking at it, but I guess they're not mainstream or more famous. Some significant move needs to happen like that, and then you will see the swing in AMD for sure.
Well, I'd like to add that I've, as someone that has been in equities and investing for quite a while as well, look at an AMD chart. I mean, I remember buying AMD at $10 a share, and now it's at 90 some or whatever. But you can say the same thing about NVIDIA. You see these graphic card designer and chip processing companies just explode in value. So it's kind of one of those things where, like, well, yeah, maybe the move's already done and it's pointless at this point, but still there's quite a bit of my gut that wants to stick with things that I support. And so, like, in an indirect way, because I can't invest retirement fund dollars in Monero. There is no tool to do that. So your next best option is to look at whether it's ETFs or companies that allow crypto trading in a sense, or something to that extent. So I just think it's kind of a unique thing of where, like, it's almost like they're trying to break the dam, but the dam is still holding up well, and but at some point the dam will break, and you may get this just mad rush of liquidity coming in all at once, in a sense.
Well, yeah, Monero is not mainstream yet, bro. So if you got a plan for if you've invested in AMD, based on Monero's adoption, stick to your plan, But yeah, everyone's still early, bro. Like, but once Monero goes mainstream, man, it's gonna explode. People still, like, they haven't fell down that rabbit hole yet. And everyone in here is like early, and everyone who knows about Monero is all early, 100%.
let's hope you're right, because I kind of feel like I'm always behind. So I'm kind of on the opposite side of like, yeah, I don't want to dive into it too much because I'm probably late, don't really know. I prefer to take the stance of being less confident than anything, but each
Nah,
their
man.
own.
Nah, like it's still early, bro. You know, basically,
Yeah, in the meantime,
yeah,
if you can if you can talk to people that offer these types of ETFs and say, hey, well, I really want to do this product you offer with Bitcoin. I want to do this on Monero. Like, they need to hear it from people, right? Welcome, Cat, by the way. Welcome to the stage.
Hi, thanks for having me. I actually had a quick question, or I kind of like a rebuttal to what Don said. I mean, I'm like to be like I feel that when it comes to Monero, it's going to face a lot more obstacles than we see with like other tokens like Bitcoin or Ethereum, just because with regards to like mainstream adoption, just because like it has such a strong stigma of like, you know, dark web is only used by drug dealers and whatnot. And to top it off, I mean, I feel that like a lot of government, you know, institutions are going to be kind of threatened by it, because Monero obviously is a privacy, you know, blockchain versus something like Bitcoin, which is a public, you know, access. And I'm just wondering, do you think that we can ever see like mainstream adoption with such a token focused on privacy and kind of like a hedge against government, you know, peering into what you do and whatnot?
was that question to me?
Well, I mean, it's open end, but I was going to ask you. I mean, I might as well
Okay.
ask you because you were just talking about like, you know,
Sorry,
mainstream
what was the
adoption.
actual question, bro? Like governments and shit, like can they shut down Monero and all that? What was the question?
Well, I was just like curious about like how, like, because I feel that like Monero is gonna like face a lot more difficulties when it comes to mainstream adoption, because again, I mean, this is a hedge against, you know, government, you know, seeing into what you do and whatnot. I just don't see it like, at least not anytime soon. I don't see it becoming like, you know, mainstream anytime soon, just because it has such a strong stigma of like, oh, only, you know, drug traders use Monero, whatnot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, if I know, all right, I know what you mean. Yeah, if you look at Bitcoin, bro, it's Monero is going through the same phases and same cycle, bro. You know, like exactly the same. You know, I've actually spoken with people and heard stories of people like who got early into Bitcoin, like, you know, suggesting Monero to people as well. You know, like privacy is an important thing, bro. Like people don't, till you start using Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever coin you're using on a daily basis, or tipping your friend in Dogecoin or whatever, like you start to realize, like, you know, you peak on that person's financial history and they can do it to you, like vice versa. And the more you start using crypto, the more actually the more freaky it gets, and it's actually scary because that's private, bro. You know what I mean? There's things like $5 wrench attacks. You know, what else is there? Like, you know, you might not want to expose your portfolio to somebody. You know, you could have like online business, or and you don't want someone to know like how much you paid X person, and that Y person will know how much they got paid. And you know, it's just I think more and more people start using crypto on a day-to-day basis, that is when they're going to start taking privacy seriously, you know. And we haven't come to that stage yet, you know. That's why like Monero, like it's still early, like people are slowly realizing, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And
sorry, you go.
And government wise and obstacle wise, like, yeah, bro, like even I've said this before, even if Monero was to be delisted of every centralized exchange, like there's it's not the end of the world. You know what I mean? It could actually be healthy, being Monero just being on dexes, you know, because it'll be actually real volume, actual volume, because, you know, on the centralized exchanges, they're always doing market making, and it's difficult to actually know the exact volume. So yeah, I wouldn't be alarmed, bro. Like, yeah, everyone's still early, and yeah.
And I also had like I said, this is an open-ended question, but like I'll ask to like rebuttal to you. You mentioned about being early, and I was going to ask like, where do you see Monero price wise in, let's say, like 5 years, for example? Because I know, for example, on there's a stock to flow model I've seen where it's like saying like Monero should be over $1,000 right now, and saying like by like 2023, I think it is, it's saying that it should be like valued at like $5,000. Do you think that's like too bullish? Do you think that's too bearish? Where do you fall?
I'll be honest, bro. That stock to flow model is actually that Morse guy who made it. That's actually a very good model, man, and it actually makes sense. If I was to say to you right now, one XMR could equal $20,000. It sounds crazy, right? But once it hits $20,000, it doesn't sound crazy anymore. You know, the next target is $50,000. The same was with Bitcoin. Like 1 year ago, it was fucking like, you know, $10,000. It was like a stable coin at $10,000. If you were to say to anyone around those times it could go to $70,000, like, you know, it just sounded ridiculous. Till it actually happens, it's not funny anymore. You know, and the same thing will happen with Monero, man. Everyone's still early. Yeah. So just keep stacking. It's always good to diversify your portfolio into other things too. But you know, most people who I speak to, I was actually speaking to someone the other day. He told me 40% of his portfolio is in XMR. You know, and he actually said to me the first time he ever heard of Monero was from me. I said, I hope you did your research and didn't solely just, you know, buy just because of me. He said he did do research and all that stuff, but you know, yeah, patience pays, man, and everyone will reward you handsomely. You know, some people in the Monero community say, "Oh, if one XMR equals $1, it doesn't matter. They're there for the tech and all these things." And I'll be honest, I don't understand that mentality. I've actually invested into Monero because of the tech. So the tech has actually influenced my decision on being involved in Monero, and I believe the price is actually a reflection of the project's performance. You know, and yeah, I think Monero can do great things. I think in time we'll see maybe a more stable research lab group, right? And we could see more innovative things happening, maybe like smart contracts or who knows? You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Hopefully that answers your questions.
Oh no, it totally does, and I appreciate it. I think that I'm at least for me, I'm very at least bullish for Monero, especially long term. But like more specifically, I think in the shorter term as well. I mean, on the weekly, for example, I mean, I'm seeing some like, you know, cup and handle formations, which is usually like a very bullish formation. You know.
Yeah, yeah, brother. This is the biggest cup and handle is getting printed on Monero.
Yeah, for sure.
You know? So,
yeah, I mean, I think it's
a beautiful chart, mate. I'm loving it.
Yeah. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Again, I mean, I just started doing like crypto just this year. I just turned 18 this year. You know, I mean, I'm still getting into the thing. So like, correct me if I'm wrong here. You know, I'm still fresh.
Sorry, what was that, bro? I was just typing at the same time.
Oh no, I'm just saying like I was just pointing out that I'm like the whole cup and handle formation. I just think it's very you know, bullish. I loaded up. I loaded my bags on you know, a Monero. I mean, I'm just new to crypto, but though, so I'm just saying like if there's any like signals I'm missing out on, if there's anything you want to correct me on, I mean, I'm new to crypto as a whole, so like, you know, I'm still
Yeah,
new.
no,
To these things.
you're seeing the same thing, bro. You can yeah, I see a massive cup in hand. I've actually charted it a few times. Yeah,
I think
I see what you're seeing. Everyone can see it. You got to be blind. It's a massive cup in hand on the weekly and the monthly.
when
I want to
the
quickly jump in
lot
and just quickly say that Brooke sent a question through. Brooke, if you want to be invited to the stage, I'll let you on to ask it. Otherwise, after we're done the conversation, I'll just go through the question you submitted. Monero UK, what did you have on that?
I was just gonna say I don't pay attention. I'm not a technical analyst. I don't understand any of this. But the chart that I look at is the amount of miners, you know, the steady growth of miners that we've had in the last 12 months plus. So it was like a celebration when we hit. I think did we hit 100K back in? I can't remember what the date is, but you just look at the growth of the miners, the growth of the, you know, the new users. Cake Wallet, they were showing their download, you know, what they've been hitting is just highs on highs on high. Maybe I'm not sure for the last couple of months because obviously we had the dip in the price. If that's affect the numbers at all, but all in all, Monero's growth in the last 12 months has been phenomenal. 18 months.
By any chance, you know, do you look because you mentioned Cake Wallet? Do you know when Atomic Swap is supposed to be available for Cake Wallet or no?
I think as soon as they can't give a date because they're still working with Commit. They're doing everything that they can. Nobody has a date yet, but as soon as it's you know, usable for the everyday use, Cake are gonna be by the time I can't speak for them, but it sounds like they want to be on the cutting edge, and as soon as they can offer it to people and it be thing like, for example, with Lightning Network when it was new, people were sending transactions, but 8 out of 10 of them were failing. You don't want to have this problem where Cake implements atomic swaps and there's sort of bugs that are going on and the swaps are failing and you have loads of sort of requests of what's happened. So I think they want to, as soon as they can, they're going to get in there at a stage when it's user friendly, because you could use atomic swap now on the command line, but it's a bit above my understanding. So they want it usable on a user interface.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And I know you're not the Cake Wallet CEO or representative, so I get that, you know, nothing's confirmed, but I appreciate it.
I want to welcome Brooke. Welcome, Brooke. Want to give a background on what brought you to Monero in this chat, and then go through the question that the great question you asked.
Sure. I'm looking to learn more about cryptocurrencies. And I saw this chat and I've been interested in Monero for a while, but I have gained interest in Monero because there's actually been a number of headlines coming out. For example, like one from the FT a couple weeks ago saying that Monero emerges as a crypto of choice for cyber criminals. And so I know we were saying earlier that Monero hasn't gone quote unquote mainstream, but it's getting attention in headlines, right? So it's like, how do you debunk this narrative that Monero is the best crypto if you're a cyber criminal before, say, Washington gets a hold of it and runs with it, so to speak? Yeah, just because like if Washington's already still viewing Bitcoin as being for hackers with ponytails in their basement stealing drugs, then Monero must scare the shit out of them.
No, that's a good question. I mean, I think largely that just kind of comes with time. I mean, in 2010 and the like, Bitcoin was being shown the same way, and you just sort of need to prove them wrong with time. You need to go out there and say, no, privacy actually is important. No, this is money people actually want to use. No, the vast majority of people who are using this tool are not using it for illicit purposes. And you're going to have very high profile events that come out, and people are going to write about them, and it's going to get mainstream attention. And it's harder to counter that narrative when, like, who wants to write a news article about just, oh yeah, people use fungibility, like, you know, Monero for its fungible property and life is good for them, right? Like, it's less catchy story compared to, Colonial Pipeline attackers, were interested in receiving, Monero and offered a discount. But what is a scary thing? Like, that's far more likely to get clicks and attention. So I think that to a large extent, it is just kind of, I don't know how you do it besides just proving people wrong over time. If you have an idea about how to accelerate that process in any way, obviously I'm all ears, but
well, when any hater in general says to you, I've heard about Monero, but I learned about it through the recent news with hackers. What do you say to them when they say, it just doesn't seem safe?
Well, I mean, the reason it's being used by the hackers is because the hackers perceive it as safe.
I'm sorry, it doesn't seem like a safe investment, rather.
Well, have you looked at Bitcoin's history, Brooke? Sorry, but I really encourage you to look at Bitcoin's history and to see how it started and evolved into what it is today and how mainstream it is.
Yeah, totally. I guess my question was more so: is it just a matter of time, like we saw with
do you want the
Bitcoin?
green light?
You have to wait.
Are you looking for a green light to invest in it or not? Like, is that what you're looking for? What's the actual question?
No. I'm just wondering how Monero goes about debunking a narrative that's playing out in the media right now that is the cryptocurrency of choice for criminals. Is it just one of those things where it's just like, wait and see, we'll show you wrong? Or how else do you go, I guess, about debunking it?
I mean, it's on us, right, to do what we can to help switch the narrative. So in that Financial Times article, for example, I'm quoted as saying, this is why people care about privacy. This is why there's a community of people that are contributing to Monero and trying to make it better. We're not a group of people that I'm not the one infecting machines with ransoms, with malware and asking for ransoms, right? So it's you have this large community of people who are here for a reason, and so you can ask them why, and to the extent possible, like, we just need to get out there and help change the narrative. I don't have a wonderful answer to be like, this is the sure stop to say that to convince people that this is something that's either a safe investment or safe for people to focus on. I wish I did, but that is to say that it's also not the case that all of us need to necessarily sit on the sidelines. We can still do everything we can to try and remind people why privacy is important. Like, and you have you have groups like Coin Center that are out there in Congress, and for point, of course, they still support Monero and Zcash and other coins too, and saying that, hey, people are going to use this for bad, but there are a lot of real legitimate reasons why you have cryptocurrencies. And Monero part of that narrative, as you know, because most regulators and most lawmakers especially aren't direct experts in the stuff and still somewhat scared of Bitcoin at times. So Monero's like the super scary version in some cases. And if you want to have a broader discussion here about like how we can, what you think would be a good way to help address some of these optics concerns. I mean, that's a great conversation to have, but it really is reliant on the efforts of Monero's community to do whatever we can. You're not legally obligated to help, but like, if you want to help contribute to Monero, one way is to help change the optics and say, I'm not a criminal and I like Monero for these reasons. And I think that it's an incorrect assumption to say that all transactions should be public for like all these real reasons. And we need to do what we can to remind people of that. But if in terms of like bigger scale, this is more effective than anything else, I would love to hear ideas from people. You can either say them here as a speaker or do the check Monero space and we'll read them out. But it'd be good to have a brainstorming session about how we can best address these. One really, really quick pick of context before I'll shut up. But in Monero's 2017 history around that time, Monero started to be used for cryptojacking more. This is malware that infects your computer and then mines. This is still certainly something that people do with Monero, but it's less likely to be like super mainstream news because it's just kind of boring at this point. Like, no one cares that much. Like, if someone hacks your computer and mines Monero with it, like that's very, very low profile compared to this person asking for $70 million in a ransom payment, right? So to help address that, we did put out a page about how users can, they're victims of cryptojacking or all those sorts of malware, including ransomware. What they can, some steps to help them out. But that's not really a big concern anymore. Those risks kind of need to be updated. But Andre, raising your hand. Is there something you want to say? And also, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so I have a kind of answer to Brooke's question. Well, the way I see it anyway is one way to debunk this narrative that the media is certainly going to continue to put out more and more often, focusing on negative, is to remind people that the reason these criminals are using Monero is because it's good money. And that benefits the innocent people even more, you could say, than it does the criminals. So the way I think of it is, everyone calls Monero private coin, but it's really just good money. Like I've tweeted before, like you don't call gold privacy metal. It's good money. It's been money for thousands of years. And Monero has just gotten the formula correct, and criminals use the best money. So that's what I would say anyway.
I think that the media blows all of this, first of all. And primarily, like this whole space about, criminals using crypto, all of it, they still are using Bitcoin primarily. And this is not to throw anybody under the bus or anything. This whole notion that the media tries to push is that, suddenly all sorts of crimes are happening in Monero. That's not true. And like others have indicated, it's the good money part of it that appeals and gets adopted faster by risk takers, right? And prior to these guys, there were a lot of organizations, open source projects, Videoland, a lot of entities who had started adopting Monero for whole point of it being fungible and it more mimicking the qualities of gold and how the parameters on Monero is built compared, like could also compare technically. These are the things that the media needs to share more with their community. And a lot of this is going to be a little of a chat now. A lot of fiat money is in competitive projects who are able to spend more on them. They also have a hidden agenda of keeping Monero in the negative limelight. And these kind of things are going on. They will continue to happen. And it needs to be countered, like I said, by giving them the technical explanations as well as what makes sense, what makes common sense. So it's not just the criminals. Criminals, in this case, were not even the first, I would say, who had adopted, right? In the case of Bitcoin, it was. And primarily, Bitcoin is still the choice of all kinds of cybercrimes. If you want to go down that rabbit hole, that's a whole another monster. Right? Monero is more of a recent thing. I think it was the first time ever that they demanded just Monero, but I guess there is no liquidity for them to get that kind of money that they were hoping, given the enormity of this attack. I think they are, again, forced to take things in bit. I haven't followed up with it, but that was my last research on. So this whole thing is overblown, Brooke, and we were. I think before you brought up the question, and we were discussing that, a general adoption needs to happen at a higher scale. Obviously, merchants are increasing, peer-to-peer transactions are increasing, but they would literally catch fire if somebody big. Or not necessarily too big, somebody starts making it a part of their investment and give the people faith. that kind of news will happen. And I guess that will go, some way to mitigate what's out there in the media right now.
Thanks.
Brooke, is there something that you think that would be good for members of the Monero community to be doing to try and push back on the narrative that Monero is exclusively used for these types of illicit purposes? Because Monero will probably increasingly be used for illegal means, just like the rest of its adoption is going up. So this conversation isn't exactly going away. Like, we're going to have to have good answers to this. So do you have any thoughts or advice there?
Nothing groundbreaking, which is why I asked the question in the first place. But I will say I thought about it because already there's so much misinformation about Bitcoin and its like how widely used it is in, say, the black market types of world, that if there's already that sort of suspicion over what we can call, I guess, mainstream coin, then something like Monero, which isn't as well known about, when it starts making headlines alongside words like cyber criminals and hacking, and how do you how do you get people to see the other side of the coin, so to speak, without just seeing like, oh, it's a privacy coin, this has potential risks down the road. And I guess it would be possible answer would just be making the other use cases for the coin more widespread. Well, because if pipeline hacking is what people associate with the name, not that everybody does, but if someone, say, doesn't know anything about Monero, but they read this article from the FT, I guess it's just about, sure, this is what happens with Monero, but this is also what happens. This is also what happens. And that's kind of what you guys were all saying earlier. So I'm probably just repeating what you said, but hopefully, I don't know if that answers your question, I think, but just getting out the positive use cases.
One thing I encourage you to look at is, sorry, just 1 second. One thing I encourage you to look at, there was I think it was a Washington Post article in 2018, I think, that was predominantly written about Shapeshift, and how, based off the reporting, they indicated that Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies were converted to Monero and used to for anti-money laundering, for money laundering, criminal purposes by North Korea, right? And like, if you read that article, you're like, holy shit, like Monero is a scary black box. Like, we've kind of been through this type of reporting before, and I encourage you to see like what narratives have been said about Monero in the past, and it wasn't the case that the reporter was even like Monero is this bad thing in particular, but it was overall like news that very much associated Monero with like a very, very illegal negative thing. And we've gotten through it. We're years later now, and it's almost startling when I look back and I'm like, wow, we got through that, right? Because it was just so intense. And so that's a good piece of history, I'd say, to look out to. Sorry, I'm Trace, I'm going to cut you off.
No, I was just going to say that Brooke had a good point in bringing out or making it more known the positive ways Monero is being used. And Seth Simmons has a tracking on GitHub for Monero acceptance for merchants. So I pay for my email, VPN subscriptions, and I buy coffee from Gratuitous. And, I've never bought drugs or done any sort of ransomware in Monero. So, yeah, that's one of the things that we could be doing is getting more people to accept Monero, because that also helps the circular economy. People hear about it. Oh, you can pay with the Monero and be private when you use the service, pay for this product. And, of course, you'll always hear more about the negative things, because that's what the media gets more attention from, more exciting articles and what have you. But then you have all of this to show, like, look at the other ways that Monero is being used by normal people paying for services and products. So yeah, that's something else that the community could push harder on and try to get more acceptance of Monero. And my food is here, so I need to go pick it up. I'll be back in a minute.
To build off that, this is kind of like a question slash like suggestion all in one. But first off, like, I'm not sure how much energy is consumed like per transaction for Monero, but I know that there's been a lot of hyperfixation, for ranging from Tesla to the news to just the common person who's been fed this kind of like misconception that like, oh my God, these main coins like Bitcoin are consuming more energy than Argentina, for example. Like, I don't know how much energy Monero consumes, but do you guys think that like they could possibly become like a point of like to kind of like show how great or like advertise how beneficial Monero could be in that like it's quote unquote eco-friendly, for example? Because I know that there's been other cryptos that, for example, like Elon's been looking at, for example, because they're much more carbon efficient than Bitcoin could be, for example. So I mean, I'm just saying that could be a possible point of attention we could bring up.
I mean, maybe. But I think the only reason Monero would benefit from that perhaps is just because it's probably harder to figure out what CPUs are mining it and to come up with a good number. But I think the people that are going to win the conversation there are just people that are just advocating for proof of stake. I mean, and not even talking about security guarantees or the like, but you just have people that are like on one end saying, oh, well, you can get all of this without needing to spend any energy. And, people aren't going to be able to dive through the specifics of the security models in the moment when you're having just the good for the ecosystem projects. And I don't know if Monero is really going to have at least a main voice in these discussions compared to people that are just advocating for proof of stake. But who knows? Maybe we'll have to join forces with some Bitcoin proponents because we kind of are on the same page there, to be honest. I mean, I would love to know if someone else has an opinion there, but I just don't see how we're at least materially in a different boat than Bitcoin. There's a few people that are also asking to speak. There weren't, so I'm going to invite some people on. If you want to introduce yourself and say hi, definitely do so. Please don't chill. Don't tell us to invest in some other stuff. You'll probably be removed. This isn't a primarily investing thing. This is mostly about privacy and all the fun stuff like that. So,
hey Justin, I see Tony's on. I've never met Tony, but he lives pretty close to me. And by the way, we are like right next to Boca Chica. So if Elon is not launching our rocket, both of us will go and launch ours on our own.
All right. Very cool.
Wait, what did you mean by that, bro? Which Tony?
Do you see Tony in the list?
So the way it's sorted in the list is it shows people that like you follow first, and then I think it's sorted by followers. So it might be like buried for us.
I can't see any Tonys in here. I didn't understand the rocket ship thing, bro.
What was that, Don?
Did you say something about a rocket ship?
Yeah. Do you know where Elon lives these days? Elon Musk.
I have no idea.
Have you been keeping up with the news about him? Yeah, he lives in a small town here close by called Boca Chica. That's the Starbase. Have you heard of Starbase?
Right.
That's where they launch all their SpaceX rockets from.
Bro, you should slap a Monero sticker on it, bro.
That's right. That's exactly what's going to happen down the road.
Hey guys, I don't want to cut nobody off.
Welcome, Legit Equities.
How's it
You
going?
all right, mate?
I came across Monero recently. Actually, where I found out about it was with what's his name? He recently passed away. I don't know. He died in a jail in was diving into the technology, like the DEX versus the centralized, and just diving deep into it. And I was wondering, as far as the DEX, I was looking for like some DEX exchanges, and I couldn't really find any that accept Monero that I saw. On how you guys see that, or if there's any that you guys use personally.
So there's one getting built as we speak. It's Havana that's getting built. It's a fork of Bisq. There's Bisq as well that's available, and I think there's a few other. There's Waves. That's a Dex as well that has Monero. Is there any more Dexes that are currently live that have Monero? Justin, do you know?
Thorchain is being built, so that's in the future.
Right. I think what everyone's main focus now is just like atomic swaps. Like it's really exciting stuff, you know. So Samurai Wallet, I'm not sure if you've heard of them. Like they already have, you know, a decent user base, and I think we might see more, you know, more of that getting adopted into existing platforms, which is great. Which is great exposure for Monero. And there's also other like DeFi approaches. There's that secret network as well, as Untraceable said, the Thor chain. Yeah, I don't know. We might see other dexes as well, bro. Like it's not going to stop at Havana, bro. Like there's lots of devs in Monero. You know what I mean? Like there's some devs that probably they're not even active on Twitter, or they don't have Twitter. You know, so
Yeah. I came across Havana, if I'm pronouncing that right. I saw that they were actively producing it right now. It's not out yet to the market, but you said Waves, and the other one I didn't really catch. You said it was Bisq.
Yeah, Bisq work. I think is that URL, guys.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead and look into those. That's BISK, BISC or
BISQ. Just go into CoinGecko, bro, and type it in.
Okay.
Yeah, type it in there, and it should come up under exchanges or CoinMarketCap.
Yeah, that sounds good, man. I don't really know.
So if you type in, what you should do is just type in Monero into CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap, and then click markets, and everywhere that Monero is listed, the whole list will come up. You know?
Yeah, because I did that, I believe, this weekend, and all I saw was like centralized things like Kraken. I don't really know how to pronounce it, but that's one that I saw. But it's not really. It's centralized, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But I'll definitely do that. You said CoinGecko or Coinbase?
CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap? Yeah, fuck Coinbase, bro. That's the most centralized platform.
Yeah, I don't deal with that, man. Like CoinMarketCap, I really like.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate the insight.
You're right, mate.
Thank you.
One quick question I had actually was regarding mining, because I'm agree with you. Like, I don't know much about the mining side in general. But I had a friend recently be like, "Oh, I'm starting to get into mining. Starting to get into mining crypto and whatnot." What are some points I can bring up to him to like kind of shill Monero and kind of persuade him that Monero would be a good choice to mine?
Like, I don't know.
What other use do you have for your CPU? If you're GPU mining, you can use the CPU at the same time and mine Monero. So it's no reason not to.
And I think it's a fixed rate, right? The rewards, it's 0.6 XMR per block. Right?
Well, in May 2022, right now it's under 1 right now, but it drops with every block. So yeah, it'll be 0.6 in May 2022, right? So really, you should start mining now, because you'll never be able to mine this much amount of Monero ever again. It'll be 0.6 forever. So, and like I said, your CPU, there's not many other worthwhile coins to mine with a CPU. So if he's a miner, you said he is a miner?
Yeah, I would say he's starting to get into it. I should say, like, he's not like a professional. He's not a full-on rig. He's just using his personal computer to start.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's probably using his GPU to mine ETH or whatever else, and you have your CPU free, or most of the cores free. So there's no reason not to put that to work as well. The GPU is running, you can use the CPU to mine at the same time.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
So basically, get him to FOMO before the 0.6.
They'll have stories in the future about how you could mine more than 0.6. Goes alike. By the way, is this the Monero hosted space? Are these scheduled? Because I had no idea. I just saw this. Pop up, and I was out in the city, and I pop up, and I was out in the city, and I was like, oh, I want to join this, so I came. It kind of does.
I'm offended none of these look like me. But that Reese
I'm
guy is
curious
definitely
to
Surrey.
see.
Definitely check them out.
Mother.
I'm not confused. The technology is advanced, but yeah, look at mining motherboards for Ethereum. I mean, Intel's been creating mining motherboards for years. Why hasn't AMD done it for their own CPUs, their own product?
You know what someone should? Here's a good business idea. Create like rigs, right? To mine Monero, and create a website and you accept Monero as a payment. That'll be pretty cool, man. Because mining is like it's a big part of the network, you know.
Hey, Don.
Yo,
Do you or are they gonna go to this other competing Ethereum-like chain?
I don't know. I've actually spoken to someone. He's in USA. He actually owns a massive farm. I actually did him. He actually wrote on a piece of paper to prove that he actually is one of the biggest farmers in the Ethereum farmers in the USA. And I asked them about it. I said, like, why aren't you guys like mining Monero and stuff? And yeah, they're just they're making insane money right now. With
they're
Ethereum farming, but Ethereum farming.
Classic, where you've got a motherboard that has like 8 slots or 12 slots or 16 slots for graphics cards. Those are all made by Intel. The Intel CPUs are terrible for mining Monero. Therefore, it just becomes a deal of, hey, I'm 12 GPUs on this mining motherboard, me making 15 cents on is. So if AMD were to come out with their own mining motherboard, that they also have a bunch of PCIe slots where that could handle, 6 graphics cards or 10 or whatever the case is, and even dual or triple or whatever as far as CPUs go, then that would kind of be a game changer. But at this point in time, that's why they're not mining Monero. It's because Intel's the only one that has those boards at the moment.
So people.
Well, that's not it. I mean, it's related to the price and the market cap.
That's not true. That's not true.
So people.
So profitable.
So someone with a GPU farm, they could still farm Monero, right? It's just much less hash rate.
Yeah, they could.
Right?
So the Intel. So that's the thing. Essentially, the miners, they skip on all components except for the graphics cards. So they have great graphics cards. Everything else in the setup is completely terrible. So they buy the cheapest Intel GPU, the cheapest Intel CPU, because that is sufficient for running that motherboard. But in that scenario, you're getting like 50 hashes per second, whereas if you had a AMD CPU in there, you could be getting 8,000 or 15,000 or 20,000 hashes per second. So that's why graphic card miners are not mining Monero. And I'm not saying that's true across the board. I'm just saying for large farmers.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, when proof of stake does come out for Ethereum, we might see a massive influx in farmers, and they might flock over to Monero. At the end of the day, these guys have big capital, and the way they make money is putting down big capital, and that's their ROI like that. So
unless there is I understand why the graphic card, they won't keep using it, right? They wouldn't want to dispose of the graphic card because they're not going to be good for mining Monero. But it's about those farmers being kind of like trying to build something at an industrial scale, right? So for them to not utilize the cards unless they can dispose of it, and then start thinking about augmenting like lots of CPUs in a farm, that can happen. But the current miners, Ethereum miners, with their graphic cards, they would probably want to move to a chain that is still doing proof of work and where graphic cards are in play and profitable, right? But if at the same time,
they have their money in the graphics cards. They don't have them in the CPUs because
right. But it changed.
Using those mining motherboards are $50. They're the trash.
So it's a circular logic there, right? So imagine right now, Monero, the price of Monero becomes 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, whatever. These same things, they will look to mining Monero in that case because it becomes profitable. Right now, Bitcoin mining is very profitable, even at home setups. The hash rate has gone down. So it's about competition and making money out of it too. These guys are not really passionate people who want to support Ethereum or support Monero or all those buzzwords we use for securing the network. That's not how they do their mining. It's all about money. It's about making money.
Agreed.
Unless Monero achieves a really high market cap and each token becomes, very expensive, they would not try to get rid of their GPU cards. They would like to go to ETC if they're still profitable, like if they're still proof of work. But if not, if both of them are going proof of stake, I see a huge influx coming to Monero because, those guys don't want to have ASIC level farms. They're relatively smaller scale, and they are more in tune with the Monero community, I would say.
But that's the thing with the GPUs. The GPUs aren't efficient at mining Monero. That's why they're not on that's why they're not mining Monero in the first place. But like you said, if Monero increases by 10x, I'm going to assume GPUs are highly profitable, but that also then means that every laptop or every CPU on the planet is also going to be highly profitable. So you're going to see this massive influx of new miners trying to get their piece of the pie.
Yeah, it's about making money out of it. The real metric is something that Monero UK brought up a while ago. It's like, see the increase in the nodes. Right now, there's no industrial scale mining in Monero. A few botnets here and there, but majority seem to be like individuals, who really want to support the chain. And that kind of growth, more healthy. But if you're talking industrial scale firms and all those good stuff, AMD, and kind of want to attack that way, it's a long way to go. It's going to be a circular effect. There has to be an increase in market cap also, like not just adoption and technical advancements, simply price-wise has to go up, and then you'll see the influx. Some may want to get rid of their GPUs. Like, oh yeah, we made good use out of it in this couple of years. Ethereum is trading above 2,000. They made their money. They can dispose of the cards to gamers or other smaller scale miners who like what happened with Litecoin. There was a huge influx. Litecoin thrived because of the influx of GPU cards, because they were no longer good to mine Bitcoin anymore. In this case, they will have to get rid of their cards because, I don't think Monero is ever going to be GPU friendly. I think that was a good point in RandomX.
Well, yeah, I mean, the purpose of RandomX to build GPU mining for Monero. So
no, that definitely wasn't the purpose. The purpose was to make it so that ASICs were significantly less competitive.
True.
Okay, you're 100% sure on that?
Huh?
Sorry, might be thinking of a previous fork then from even RandomX. At one point, or I guess, are you 100% sure on that history?
Yeah, so the intent was never to purposely kill the GPUs. The intent always was to make GPUs as competitive as possible, but the intent was, like, no one got mad that GPUs were mining Monero in the past, right? It was the real thing that pushed the history of forks, which Monero no longer does, and there's a blog post that clearly says that. But eventually, run with RandomX is just making it so that ASICs are as low, like the lowest chance of significant advantage compared to other general purpose hardware like CPUs. It wasn't to kill off GPUs. It just was a side effect, of course, is that CPUs are just better, more competitive than GPUs.
A similar but lesser effect on the GPUs.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened with RandomX, is that GPUs with Kryptonite were quite effective, and now GPUs with RandomX are, I mean, you can still mine it, but it's just get the CPUs, right? And what's happening is going to most likely follow the price more closely than some other ASIC mine coins, because you need to procure this special hardware. If the price goes up and it's profitable, you're going to have people, enthusiasts, normal people with their CPUs just come out of the works, turn it on while it's profitable, and turn it off when it's not. So you're going to have more or less viscosity in the price, or sorry, less viscosity the hash rate.
Yep, it's a good point.
I have kind of a question for you guys. So Monero doesn't have like this big supply shock kind of event like all these Bitcoin clones have, the halving, and you would hear this meme, I guess you could call it, or just question around the time of the halving: is the halving priced in? People say, you know, it's going to be different this time, and or it's not. The halving is priced in, or it's not priced in. Is it going to do the same thing as the last cycles where the price goes crazy? And I guess it kind of has. So the question is answered now. But is Monero's tail emission priced in? Because there's kind of this perfect storm kind of brewing where Monero already has one of the lowest inflation rates of all these mineable cryptocurrencies, if not the lowest. I'm not sure. It's lower than Bitcoin's at the moment, and it's going to be lower than Bitcoin's for the next 4 years, I think. At the same time that Monero is coming into the media attention because of all these ransomware and stuff. So what's going to happen when it has the lowest, the 0.87% inflation rate, lower than Bitcoin, lower than anything, and at the same time that all this usage is going on, people are finding out it because of the ransomware and all that. So is it priced in? What is going to happen?
It's gonna moon, bro.
I'm not sure of the exact stats, bro, but I think there'll be 23 million XM in circulation in like the year 2090 or something. So that's like that's awesome. Like the inflation's heaps low, man. The way it drips into the market, it's controlled, very controlled inflation.
Yeah, Bitcoin just pushes to this extreme that is kind of unneeded, and you know, it might, I think, even be detrimental. Like, how high does the price need to go to support the low inflation that it will have years from now, when it's, I don't know, whether it's a 6.5 and then 3 and then 1 point something per block. I don't know. It's Monero is already very low inflation rate, and is going to be lower than Bitcoin's. But yeah, Bitcoin just takes it to another level, which I'm not sure is all that safe economically. Or we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, I think there needs to be more education on that. You know, people get freaked out when they look on CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap and they see that infinite symbol. You know, they think, oh, it's never-ending supply, or well, you need to look at it like this: it's the miners need to be incentivized, and the miners are the people who keep the network secure. You know, and that's the way it drips into the market through the miners. So once you wrap your head around that and you compare it to Bitcoin's model, you will understand that Bitcoin's model, I wouldn't say you could say broken or has a flaw in it. You know what I mean? So there's two experiments going on at the same time, and Monero's model just makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most misunderstood things about Monero. People say Monero has unlimited supply, and it's not unlimited. It's limited by the protocol. Monero's supply is uncapped, but it's not unlimited. Any point in time, we know approximately how much Monero there will be, and the inflation rate is limited by the code. So
yeah. So I think I might be wrong. I think like 150,000, like after is it 2023 or the linear model kicks in?
22.
Oh, 2022. I think 150,000 XMR will drip into the market on a yearly basis, right? So
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm not sure, but I think it's like 2040 when it's 21 million, or I'm not sure about that actually.
yeah, there you go, even better. Where did Justin go?
I don't know. I guess he got disconnected.
Yeah. Hey guys, did you read Nassim Taleb's paper? I guess he's still in a very bad state of mind with BTC, and in fact, today mentioned Monero. I think he likes to use Monero as a tool to come back to some of those guys that are asking.
Which guy was that?
Taleb, Nassim Taleb.
Oh, no, heard of him, man.
Oh, that's not very good. Monero is more anonymous than Bitcoin, so why are you guys even, this was a response to Bitcoin people, like, why are you guys even telling us that it's anonymous cryptocurrency or whatever?
Did he recently post this?
Just today.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, man. That's mad.
Yeah, he's like a worldwide well-known figure. He's on a crusade right now. It's on a. He's
I think Monero was probably at that time in the top 10 quite easily in the, you know, so then just reading about it, it didn't take me very long to realize, wow, this it didn't take me very long to realize, wow, this I'm just excited for the whole space. So just try to download you know, the rest is up to them. But I think supporting just supporting the growth of it in any way you can, and that's all I wanted to say. I just appreciate what you do, and carry on the good work. Thanks very much.
See, Brett gets it, mate. Good on you, bro.
Well, Brent, thanks for jumping in. What about just for Monero Spaces? What about you?
How's it going, guys? Can you guys hear me well? Hope I'm not too
Yep.
loud. How's it going? I'm Richard from Monero Talk. I was with you guys maybe, was it 2 days ago now that we talked about like the Tone Vase video?
That was just last night, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of things happened in between that. Yeah, I just wanted to join the conversation. What's going on?
Don, you have to fill me in, or someone else have to fill me in on what I missed during my 5 or so minutes of absence there.
We were talking about you, bro, the whole time.
Oh, you were? Oh, what were you saying? What were
Like,
you saying?
He does so much outreach for the Monero community. He's always doing stuff.
Well, that's not fun. That's not fun. I thought it would be like Justin is a bad guy.
Now, what we were talking about, I think we were talking about mining or some trace that I didn't know someone. I need to start researching more or something.
Oh yeah, the Bitcoin black paper. I didn't want to, you know, while we were waiting for Justin, I thought I would ask if anybody was aware.
Just as a quick reminder, if people have questions, comments, the whole like, please say them with the hashtag Monero Space. I will be watching those. We haven't had things that have come in for a long while, so hopefully plenty of time, plenty of room to answer questions. It's getting later here in the US too, so a lot of people are getting out of work and joining here. So plenty of time to answer questions and comments and the like. So just send a tweet with hashtag Monero Space and I'll get it. So, but Trace will continue.
We were talking while you were gone about how the Monero tail emission is still not priced in, and there's a perfect storm building up around it.
Ah, yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. The scarcity of Monero.
But guys, don't you think it's already kind of scarce? This is a contrarian view to what Untraceable brought up, which is a very good point. But I think just the price, the way that people expect in Monero is, is not following market trends. And I think, we can go on that discussion as a separate topic. But tailor-made-wise, I am fully this is 110% a very wise and a very good design decision, in my opinion. And the numbers are out there. And more than anything, this is going to continue much longer. Right? The Bitcoin black paper actually plays into this. Part of the reason why Taleb thinks that BTC price is going to zero or should be zero is something called the absorbing barrier. There would be, that's an interesting topic altogether. A lot of rebuttals around that terminology to begin with. But I believe that, personally, the incentive to mine BTC will dwindle over time, and nobody knows this. I mean, this is just another, dumb forecast. Call it what you will, but I just don't think they want to spend that kind of money 20 years from now, 30 years from now, unless there's real money flowing into the crypto economy, and where Monero sets itself apart will all the guys mining, and this is unstoppable, right? Taleb does not specifically discuss Monero, although I think he could have, but I think tacitly he does not want to endorse any crypto. He has come to that point where I think he's completely pissed off with crypto people on Twitter. But generally speaking, it makes perfect sense to have tail emission, but that's already known for a while, and that was, I think, this is a contrarian view that it's already absorbed, and there's not much liquidity, I think, in the exchanges. Otherwise, why would the ransomware guys say, okay, we're fine, we'll negotiate the price, you're going to have to pay a premium, and we'll Bitcoin, even though they are taking a big risk because it will be tracked. They asked for like 2,000 plus in Bitcoin as opposed to $50 million equivalent of XMR. But I don't think that they were able to, whoever is the insurance company, whatever is dealing with these, they were able to come with that kind of XMR to begin with. And but unless somebody is really strictly demanding XMR and they're not going to take Bitcoin, you won't see the effects of tail emission right now. I think something else has to happen. Just in itself, I think theory that it's going to have more pressure. I think it's already at pressure. There's not much Monero in exchanges.
Just to put some numbers on that point, with the recent RE hack, they're asking approximately $200,000 for individual payments in Monero, or 70 million all in really on Bitcoin. They said that the number was potentially negotiable, so we shall see what reporting comes out of this soon. But yeah, for the very large amounts, that's pretty fine with what people are saying, where it looks like people are willing to procure about 200,000 Monero, but 70 million is a certainly a big ask.
Yeah, the price-wise, that kind of Bitcoin is available in the market, but the Monero liquidity is just not there. And I think they also do, the insurance companies don't want to deal with Monero. So what has happened with this particular ransomware attack is some of the small vendors have been individually attacked, right? They're part of this whole thing. And the smaller vendors, they are asking for about 400, 500 Moneros, from each of those. This 70 million figure is to give them like a master encryption key, so that none of the smallers have individually. But my guess is they will probably end up with a mix of XMRs and majority Bitcoin again with this particular hack. But the point is that the tail emission pressure that I think some are hoping for is probably, unfortunately, priced in. I may be wrong in this, Untraceable. Just another viewpoint.
Sorry, wrong in what?
Wrong in my take that the price already reflects the market knowing that the tail emission is going into effect next year. Because as of right now, even that was well discussed already as of May. I think all the paper Moneros floating around in exchanges. I don't think there are many people who have Monero in exchanges. There are traders, but the kind of liquidity where somebody goes in and says, I want 50 million worth of Monero is not there.
Yeah, I think most Monero is probably either being used or just held. And like price-wise, Monero isn't like as interesting as other coins because it doesn't have the hype. People want the
Right.
Shiba Inu and Doge and all this other crap. But like I said, the perfect storm is brewing. The tail emission coming, lowest inflation rate of any mineable coin, and at the same time, everyone is going to start finding out about Monero because of these ransomware and darknet, and that's how a lot of people first heard about Bitcoin and invested into it, is because it was on the media as criminals' money and stuff like this. So yeah, I think Monero's value is certainly lagging in the market. Like once all kicks in, it's gonna do some crazy stuff, I think.
I think you guys are forgetting, like 2 months ago we hit all-time high, and market in general has taken a dip, and most coins rely on Bitcoin pair. And once we see, so in USD value, it's been increasing, but once we see could see Monero
Right. Doing it.
To be honest, I've seen some coins break away from it, and the only way it could break away from that dependency on the Bitcoin pair would be dexes. So the more dexes,
Right.
there
And
are.
that's more important. That's the kind of stuff more important than relying on significantly alter the market. story. It's up to us to has been pressured. He kind of gives that impression indirectly, like don't ask me so specifically, but we all know I got removed from Shift. He came under maxi pressure. That kind of stuff is to be expected. So there is a lot of dependency right now in the centralized exchanges. That has to change. Once that changes, I think liquidity will increase when people are more comfortable, exchanging their Moneros in whatever way they prefer for goods and services or for another currency. Just good money does its things.
Yeah, I disagree on the whole shapes of things. I do largely agree that these are kind of the way out. Just from whenever you talk again, Rob, welcome to being a speaker. Great to see you again.
Yep. Hi. Thanks for having me here. I'm new to the spaces as well as the Monero talk. So first question, how often is this held? Just so I know.
This is pretty informal. We scheduled this about 1 to 2 days ago only.
Okay, cool. And yeah, I did have some questions that have already been answered here about the tail emissions, and I've been mining past few months, but I realized that the tail emissions will kick in I guess less than a year at point. So I guess one question or was how many people continue to mine Monero once the tail emissions kick in? If you think there'll be a drop there, or...
Well, probably will depend on the price. As long as it's profitable, there should be a continuous amount of people who get interested in it and want to earn it without just buying it. But it's really wait and see, because I guess the only really popular coin with a tail emission is Dogecoin. So I guess it'd probably be something similar to that. I don't know actually what Doge's hash rate has been like, but I would guess that it's probably increased steadily because it's also merge mined with Bitcoin, so it's a bit different actually.
Gotcha. And then from what I can tell, I've done a lot of research, it looks like the only US exchange where you can actually buy Monero if you wanted to is Kraken. But as far as I can tell, Kraken in the US still has an issue. They don't support ACH. The only way to really get money in there is either send crypto in or do a wire transfer.
No, they do ACH now. That's new, but they do.
Well, yes and no, right? It's through that Trustly thing, right?
I mean, it's similar to is it Square? I don't know. It's similar. It's not Square. It's Plaid. Yeah, it's similar to that. It's a bank transfer though.
Yeah.
Do you think most people give a shit about that though, or do you think they're just going to type in their info and move on?
So yeah, I mean, I come from an IT security background, so I mean, the whole idea of entering my bank username and password I don't know, it doesn't sit well, right?
How does wire then?
How is the wire done?
No, just wire funds then.
Yeah, it's a pain, and it costs a lot more. So I was hoping they were going to have more of an ACH type thing, like Binance or Coinbase, support something like that. But maybe in the future. But I did have with Bitcoin, and then played with it for the first time and saw what a hot mess it was in reality. And then I kind of moved into Monero because I could mine it with a CPU, and I thought that was pretty cool. And as I'm looking more into it, I found out about the sub addresses and things like this. Because if you were to post a Bitcoin address for donations, then people can see how much is in that Bitcoin wallet, things like that. Whereas with Monero, that's not the case. But I guess, what are the thoughts about using the sub addresses, to prevent or to ensure privacy is held at the highest regards? If you were to buy on a Kraken, use a separate sub address. If you were to accept donations, maybe on your website for content, use a separate sub address. Or is the thought that the sub address isn't even enough and it's better to have a separate Monero wallet, for example?
Episodes. There's 3 in particular I want you to look at. The first was actually before Breaking Monero. This is what kind of inspired me to do the Breaking Monero series. At DEF CON in 2018, I gave a talk about Monero's ring signatures limitations, and part of it I talked about address reuse as a general concept. So that video is you actually want to have a separate account. Now, a separate full seed for different uses is beyond the scope of the vast majority of people's use cases. If your use case is, I just don't want to be mass surveilled, by all means, just use a different sub address. And I don't want to say definitively you're good, but you pretty much are good, right? There isn't a real concern that you're here. More than most people need to deal with by a long shot. If you're just, I have good privacy in a general statement, then by all means you're probably good with sub addresses. But if you're out there saying I'm worried about specific targeted surveillance with incredible resources behind it, I mean, yeah, you should definitely watch Breaking Monero and figure it out to the extent you can to be prepared. But the vast majority of people, sub addresses carry you a really, really long way. Except Monero donate. That's vast people's use case, right? So it addresses that quite nicely.
Yep, agreed.
Any other questions?
Nope, thank you.
Which is an account. It says it's been known that CipherTrace has breached some ring signatures and have been able to see some transactions on XMR. They recently had an article out where they mentioned it again, as well as the 2 patents on the subject. First of all, I don't think this is really recent, and I think they're kind of over stressing the important. So okay, it's an article about this is from November 2020. So I wouldn't exactly say recent. Monero's entire existence is based on the idea that, hey, we're revealing information to the public, let's try to obfuscate it. So the whole premise of Monero is based on the idea that people are trying to make sense of this information. And so obviously Monero tries to provide the tools that hide this information for people. So no, I would certainly not describe any. I wouldn't assign any sort of really broad sweeping claims to that. And all you need to do is watch the Monero Space interview with CipherTrace. You can find that just Monero Space CipherTrace, perhaps. and you would
they're forgetting that count and say, like you gave an example. To begin with, but it is just not possible, right? And IRS has also increased part of it, if you can, even that is literally impossible. That is
sort of like yes or no answer. Like that's just not reality. Sorry, Don, did you have something?
Oh, I was gonna say that YouTube video is one of my favorite videos, man. You guys roasted him, I reckon. He got roasted.
Yeah, Zika snarks, everything. That's ridiculous. I mean, people hype these kind of things, then they start believing in it, or they're following some influencer who gives this kind of misinformation and they take their word for it. And that's the way it spreads. But yeah, I mean, that kind of information eventually does get busted, misinformation rather. And it's just, I know why the IRS has this money. I think they gave 500,000 each to two firms, like regardless of what they do. This is like them investing in research. It's a one-way donation kind of thing, and that's happening without taxes. That's where our money is going.
All right. compared to USD for growth. That's something even
prices with respect to grocery stores and whatnot, like commodities. Right now in the crypto space, there's absolutely no market pressure, only speculation pressure. So I'm wondering what you guys think about, especially the darknet market, whether or not we can have a rising growth and market pressure, and then how to measure that.
You can measure there's XMR dominance, bro. So if you go onto TradingView and type in XMR.D, you can see the dominance, right? And in 2017, in March, the dominance
What do you mean
of Monero was 2%, right? And right now it's around 0.27%.
on your page? Why is there a button on your page? You just like it.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that that metric is with respect to like I believe it's like how many trades are made in that currency, rather than like whether or not like how many people buy a certain product in a certain currency.
Yeah. I think you've unmuted yourself by accident, bro. What's his name? Jack? Monero UK.
let me see if I can mute him.
Amount of whatever cryptocurrency you want to use or that they accept. I don't think that's necessarily helpful for the cryptocurrency market for growth, because then you're always thinking about the currency with respect to how much it's worth in other currency. In that case, it's more of like a gift card for that currency rather than an actual currency in and of its own right. So I think in any, if you're trying to push towards success for a currency, then you would want towards success for a currency, then you would want Great Britain pound, that's equivalent to that USD amount. It doesn't really make any sense.
I guess there's heaps of ways to measure metrics. Justin, how do you do the metrics that the charts that you post sometimes compared to, is that trends?
I mean, sure. I mean, taking a small step back. I mean, I'm with you. I wish everybody sort of Monero and the actual price
and so with respect to adoption, it can be used more. So I think even Don Yaka said earlier, I think about like maybe 30 minutes ago, that even if Monero's price dropped to like 0 or whatever, it would still be used because it's useful. So I think with that respect, that what I'm talking about is basically a resistance to speculation. How much power does a merchant have, or the marketplace in general have with respect to the investment market? That's technically what I'm talking about. And with respect to metrics, I don't know. So I'm a data scientist per se. I'm a graduate student in statistics, so that's just technically what they call us. So I'm interested in terms of the how do you measure this? I mean, we're talking about pushing adoption. When I mean, depending on how you want to look at Monero, if you're looking at a currency, then adoption would be use rather than simple investment. Though I will say that because Monero is a currency, you can use it for investment. That's the use case where you realize your profits in Monero. So I mean, I'm interested in like measuring that and then looking at factors that are related to its growth. That's something that can be measured and then predicted upon and then increased. Or so I hope.
Is there anyone here who sometimes wishes that Monero is like a stable coin, right? Like just always tracks, I don't know, just wave a magic wand. If you could wave a magic wand and have it so that Monero is always worth $100,
Well,
right?
honestly, I wish it was a stable coin at $10,000. That would be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. I don't know. I don't know really how stable coins are remaining stable in terms of with respect to like I mean that's a different conversation. But I don't think their stable coins are going to be so stable so long. What I was mostly talking about is with respect to like natural movers of use in that sense for cryptocurrencies. I don't know. So I would say like what I would see cryptocurrencies trying to go for is an independence from fiat. And I mean, if you guys were to agree with that, I don't know if that may be like a fundamental difference in our beliefs. But if you're going to go toward that, then at some point in time, its relation to fiat prices wouldn't really matter as much. And so stability, no stability, that's not the real point. Like for example, Japan was in isolation for quite a while. Though America was growing during that time, there was no yen USD exchange rate. That doesn't mean that the yen didn't mean anything, or that in Japan the USD didn't mean anything. It's more so about these are just independent markets. What I'm looking for is like a growth of an independent market. Hopefully I've explained myself correctly.
I think, I mean, I get what you're getting at. I just don't know how realistic that is. To be honest, I hope that more people continue to use Monero, like, you know, receive Monero, you actually keep the Monero, then use the Monero with the expectation you're going to eventually spend it on something else. I don't know. I mean, to the extent that it's relevant, I would say it's relevant to the extent where if there's like a project that people want to work on that encourages that sort of use, I think that's really, really good. And I think those sort of things should be explored. But I don't know how you really, like if you have an asset, if people still pay their rent in US dollars, for example, or whatever fiat currency, or even Bitcoin or whatever it happens to be that people pay their rent in, I think the sad nature is people are going to, just by the nature of it being abstracted away from what their real normal expenses are, people are, I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are still going to price everything in USD. It's just kind of the way it works until until you don't have to think that way anymore, which some people might do that with Bitcoin. Some people might do that with Monero, but I think largely people kind of are still tied to you know, the rest of the global economy. So I guess I would love to see that built out more, and I think that there are more efforts to do that. But I you know, is there anything in particular you think would be a good project that would encourage that type of use, that would sort of reward beyond just the speculative asset of holding Monero, of course, which you know people generally don't want to even have actually. Is there anything that would encourage that sort of actual use and growth and adoption and the like?
So I mean, I think that's the $1 million question, right? So cryptocurrencies are only like maybe 15 years old, I think, right now. So this is a relatively new area. No one's really thought about like, okay, I have this new currency. How am I going to get it around the world? It's usually just, developed, put out, and then people use it. So this is a relatively new idea. So I mean, I don't think I would discount it so quickly, given that it's infancy. Though I will say that while I don't really know of any methods to like increase this adoption, I was kind of looking for metrics of that so that we can maybe like put out articles on how to better increase it using like actual predictive models. But I do think that the darknet markets are something to look toward because they're already using it. And if you're going to be looking for any type of independent market, then that's probably the closest you're going to get to an independent market, and a market that's trying to seek to be outside of government pressures. So I don't know in what way they're going to be moving toward that, but I think the only event that I could see that in our current lifetime would see toward Monero-denominated products would be like a banning of Monero or a severe decrease in liquidity of Monero that would force people on the darknet markets who still want to use Monero to realize their own value. I think that'd be like one of the only events in our current lifetime. Other than that, like a severe dramatic event happening to fiat in general that would lead to the rise of cryptocurrencies, which I think is just unlikely. So I do see your point in that it seems kind of unrealistic, but I don't know if that were the case, then cryptocurrencies wouldn't be so popular. I don't really see the future use case down the road as investment vehicle forever. That just doesn't make any sense to me. If you're going to use it as just like I'm going to temporarily transfer my fiat to this vehicle value to buy this product privately, I think that's definitely a use case, and so Monero will probably still be around. But I think just looking at the crypto space in general, for longevity, it would have to realize its goal of being a currency first. And so I guess I'm maybe just as a person who looks at data all the time, looking at metrics or things patterns that we can see right now that we can in some ways predict upon. But I was just wondering what you guys thought. No pressure on that side.
And that is like one interesting thing that I've been thinking of too, is that, if there was some type of pressure to, let's say, I know it can't be banned, but to try to ban Monero, does that cause the price to go up? Like kind of like when gold was outlawed in the US.
Is Rob still speaking? It's kind of appears weird on my end. I apologize if I'm interrupting something.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know if there's an easy answer then. I think it's just one of those. Let's try to get Monero there to the extent that you have projects that you can work on or are interested in assisting with that. I think everyone's all ears and is super willing to help. And I do think you're seeing that being materialized somewhat with the darknet markets, as you mentioned. But otherwise, let's just do what we can to keep growing the community. Let's grow the number of transactions. Let's grow the number of liquidity out there. Let's do what we can to push it in that direction. And that's really all the best. I think that's the best we can really do. I want to circle back on the liquidity thing real quick. We're talking about decentralized exchanges and the like, and how the fact that a lot of ransomware payments are currently not paid in Monero just because of the difficulty in procuring, so many $1 million worth of Monero. Do you think that's we have Thorchain coming online soon with Monero? At least that's what they've kind of indicated on Twitter. where you can take Monero and swap it against Bitcoin, against I think like Litecoin, potentially other assets, and it allows people to actually put up, so to speak, like stake. I mean, it's obviously not staking Monero, but they can add it to a liquidity pool, in effect, based off how they have their AMM. I guess if we're taking predictions of how much liquidity this is going to bring into the Monero ecosystem, we're talking about like, do we think this is going to be mostly a flop where it's only several $1,000s put up in these pools, or do we think that it's going to be, several $1 million, several $100 million? Do we think this is going to be a big catalyst, or do you think it's going to be like this a lot of hype and then not much is going to come from it? What are some predictions here?
I mean, I guess I can speak to the general sentiment that I'm getting from some people in the Monero communities. Like, usually people don't really like I think with liquidity pools, it could be wrong, but you're essentially just sending money to. It's kind of like a not your key situation. So the same reason that people wouldn't really like to stake Monero, people wouldn't like to send to liquidity pools. So it could be that people initially might not want to do it. But I do think that if people were willing to do it, that was not a barrier. That it could be higher liquidity than other sources. I know that within maybe this is a couple of months ago, Doug did an interview with an employee of I think it was Change Now, and what she said is that I forgot what the company's name was, but they were currently the largest source of Monero liquidity, and so right now that source of liquidity is within kind of one centralized area. So if it could be possible, Thorchain would be the best source of that to try to get that going.
Yeah, there definitely is.
Hey guys, I have to drop off. Sorry.
What were you saying, Dr. Trace? You're saying you had to hop off. All right. Yeah, I totally agree with you that there is a concern with the fact that when you put these Monero in the pools, that you don't have the keys to them anymore. So do you think that'll be? I mean, obviously that will detract some people from wanting to use the system, but do you still think that there's going to be a lot of speculators that come along? I mean, along. Even if they're new participants in the Monero ecosystem, right? You might even say like, okay, the people that are currently holding a lot of the Monero right now are not interested in this sort of thing. Do you think that you're going to have still a lot of interest in doing these sort of trades? So people who are opportunistic and are trying to make money are potentially going to come Brent, what are your thoughts there? He's busy. What about you, Monero UK?
So I'm not sure what sort of volumes we'd be talking with 4chain. I see on their Twitter, I think they've got nearly 100k followers. I'm sure in their sort of subreddit and Telegram and that they probably got significantly more. I think we'll see people come in if they're offering a high yield, like a decentralized finance. Maybe it will open up Monero to a few more, potential, whether you class it as investors or users. But volume wise, I haven't got a clue. When you say thousands, tens of thousands, or millions, I genuinely couldn't even put a number on it.
I'm going to pull up some of the. Let me try and pull up some of the numbers of what is happening on the current chaos net. Also, welcome, Vic.
Hey, how you guys doing? Sorry, I've been on and off. I don't have good Wi-Fi here. But just, I mean, to answer your question, I think you got to compare to what we have today. Like in Cake Wallet, we have a DEX, right? I'm sorry, a SEX, KEX, however you would call it, centralized. So definitely, Thorchain is a step up from that.
you're not relying on a centralized company to exchange your Monero, number one. And number two, as I don't know who's before me, Monero UK, as he said, I mean, the profit motive definitely means a lot for a lot of people. And you and I were on the call with Thorchain many weeks ago, and we talked about that the Monero folks are missing out on all the fun DeFi earnings that everybody else is enjoying. And Thorchain, in addition to the swaps, offers for a lot of people to earn money on all the Monero they're sitting on. So I think they'll definitely be. I think this will be huge.
Yeah, same. I have kind of pretty high expectations, and actually I should probably lower them because it'd be better that way if they don't end up coming true. But it gives Monero another use case, and Monero is pretty hard to trade depending on where you are in the world, most of the world really. And Thorchain is decentralized, and it'll be available worldwide. So if you have crypto now, I know Cake Wallet, Vic, you're also going to integrate it into Cake Wallet, I think, and is just going to be like a pretty easy thing to do, in my opinion. And all the Monero holders who, don't really have anything to do when they're not spending it or speculating on it, are probably going to play around with it and provide liquidity, especially if you can use the hardware wallet integrated with Thorchain, which I think it's pretty likely that that's going to happen. They're doing it for other assets. It's not live yet, but they have Ledger working on it. So I don't see why they wouldn't do that for Monero as well, since Monero works with Ledger. So yeah, I think the liquidity will be pretty high because Monero does have a pretty large community as well. And, centralized exchanges delisting it, it's getting more difficult to trade and to acquire. So Thorchain will be a pretty big thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and just to clarify on that, I mean, Thorchain is not Monero ready right now. And that's something actually we're working with them and some other folks on getting that compatible with Monero. But as it stands today, no, it cannot work with Monero. But it can't work today, but it can in the future. So that's something we're working on. So I still think it's, I don't know, 6 weeks away or so before you see that working with Monero.
I had some questions about that because wasn't it the Haven team that was helping to integrate the CryptoNote protocol with Thorchain, and Haven just had the exploits on their blockchain. So I'm wondering is that still on track, or so you seem to have some info, Vic? It's like,
yeah, I mean, when I said other folks, and that's who that was, Haven. I don't know if they wanted us to say it or not, but yeah, it was Haven. Since Haven's a fork of Monero, we kind of collaborated with them a little bit to get that going for Monero as well. But unfortunately, with the exploit they had on their own end, that's been kind of lost priority there to their current problems. But we're moving ahead. Of course, they're willing to help and be in. We can use whatever they've done so far. So we're trying to get that going again. So that's why I say it's about. I mean, it's probably six weeks away or so.
Yeah, I really want to see that. I know like Haven had the exploit, so I don't know if there was work left that they still needed to do to get the implementation done, but like that should be a CCS, if anything, if like we need developers to get that pushed through. Like that's a pretty big thing for Monero's liquidity and overall being able to acquire it, and another use case as well. So yeah, hopefully that isn't set back or anything.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Maybe we should put it up as a CCS and have the whole community work on it rather than.
I never really liked having to depend on Haven developers from another coin. Like, it's nice that they were doing it, and I guess it's sort of a way to thank the Monero community, which some people have different views about that. Geonic, I think he's in here. I don't know, but yeah, like I wish that. I don't know. I don't see him actually. I thought, oh, I see Monero TV, so maybe
he's probably the Monero TV guy. He's here.
He said if I work with Haven, he's going to stop recommending Cakewallet.
Well, maybe you shouldn't, because they, at least until they get their shit straight. But
yeah,
anyway,
I mean, look, they had done a lot of work on that already, and they were willing to cooperate and help get that working for Monero as well. I saw it as a way to save time rather than starting from scratch. And maybe that part can still be salvaged and used. And I think eventually, once they figure out their own stuff, they will get back to having Haven on Thorchain. So
since you're in talk with the Thorchain guys, I'm assuming, Vic.
Yeah.
If there's like needs more work to be done, we should like try to get a CCS going and get that pushed through.
Definitely. Let's talk about that.
So just looking at liquidity on the ChaosNet, Bitcoin currently has $32.4 million, Ethereum 21.4. So if we're comparing to like comparable currencies like Bitcoin Cash and Litecoin are around 2 million. So maybe XMR has about like 2 million in liquidity on Thornet if it opens in potential.
What link are you getting at? I've been trying to search for these numbers. I'm like, they have so many different like pools and different versions. Can you tell me what your numbers you're looking at?
So I'm on the beta ChaosNet on app.thorswap.finance, where it kind of lists all the coins and their liquidity, 24-hour volume, and APY.
Can you do me a favor and tweet that with hashtag Monero space, just so people can find it?
You have to also realize the volume for these. I think they're also limited because Thorchain is new, so they're like increasing the amount of pooled liquidity that they allow. Because they want to make sure to iron out the kinks and that there's no major exploits and stuff like this. So the amount of liquidity is capped still, and they're slowly increasing it. So those volumes could be affected by that.
I think it'll be interesting to see how big this pool actually looks like. I'm interested because the money is going to be kind of like locked in is obviously the wrong word, but you're going to have the money that's going to be sitting there that's going to be available for people to trade. And sure, it doesn't prevent things like people trying to rug pull and the like, but it still is going to be something that Monero hasn't really been a big part of yet. And so, it's really anybody's guess, but I do expect, even just from like the tainted, a lot of people don't want to sell their Monero for potentially tainted coins, right? When you're talking about like an AMM, it's more difficult for you to assign certain trades or coins or the like as tainted, right? Or purchases or sales of tainted coins, because it's trading from a whole pool, right? Like it's harder to per output, like it's not very useful to say like, oh, this specific output is purchased or traded for Monero when it's coming from like out of a random pool. So you could look at some of the public information, but in practice, it just makes the investigation is more difficult. So I will be sort of keeping an eye on how these markets evolve. It might be used by some clever individuals to try and trade through ways that aren't easy to do with Monero now. But obviously, we need to sort of see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think this would be like long-term good, just to, I mean, especially on like the XMR Trader Reddit, there's been a lot of talk on just getting the Monero out of the hands of more centralized exchanges and getting them either to people who are using the Monero or to decentralized exchanges more.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Just a quick reminder, I'm going to be watching the hashtag Monero Space. Thank you just for Monero Spaces for posting the app.thorswap.finance link there. But if you have questions, comments, the like on Monero, anything Monero related, definitely send a tweet with the hashtag Monero Space. I'll be watching them. Otherwise, we definitely have a little bit of speaker room right now. So if you're interested in being a talker or a speaker, request, and we can bring you on to ask questions about Monero or whatever you're interested in. We've been going on for quite a few hours here, but we will definitely keep going for a bit. Yeah, so I'm looking at it says total liquidity, 145 million, according to this app.thorswap.finance. 24-hour volume, 30 million. Total volume, 4 billion, but obviously that's over a few months. Total active bond, 175 million. Which luckily exceeds the total liquidity number. Otherwise, that'd be very concerning based on the way they do their security model. So interesting. Yeah, and it looks like 24-hour volume of Bitcoin, 1 million, Ethereum, about 1 million. Binance, it looks like they're doing a lot of Binance chain volume. I wonder, does anyone know why there's so much Binance chain volume? Do you think it's people swapping why would you swap to Binance Chain specifically using like Thorchain as opposed to any other means of swapping your BNB assets? Why might we see a lot of volume here compared to any other route?
That could be because Thorchain started on Binance Chain, so they had a single chain DEX that was running on Binance Chain, and then they launched the multi-chain. So I don't know if they're counting that volume in there as well from Binance Chain, because that one already had some use prior to the multi-chain launch. So it was like pretty well known. I think it was Binance's main DEX actually, like if not the only one. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, it makes sense if it was Binance Chain first. That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Monero is going to be the only fungible asset in DeFi, basically, once that gets going. So yeah, like I said, I have high hopes for it. We'll see.
Yeah, and the interesting thing that's going to come too is that everyone sort of assumed that Haven would be added first, but with the recent changes to their network, which are sadly quite damaging for them, they've kind of refocused their priorities. So it'll be interesting to see if Monero is actually added first to Thorchain, but we shall see. That'll play out in the next few months or so.
Yeah, if Haven is talking about doing a rollback, I don't know when that would happen, and until the water clears or what the smoke clears. Hopefully they just go ahead and implement Monero already, because no one cares about Haven.
Yeah, back to the BNB point, just looking on CoinMarketCap, the liquidity, the 24-hour volume is with every other BNB pair. So it's about an average among the BNB pairs. So it seems pretty normal for BNB.
What are people's thoughts about Monero potentially being added to Binance Smart Chain or Binance whatever other smart chain thing? Because they added Firo. So, Firo brands itself as a so-called privacy coin, and obviously Binance still lists Monero for trading, including for things like leverage and the like. So this is really like a centralized thing that they decide, but like, does anyone have any thoughts on this? I obviously have no insider information on what's going to happen on the Binance side, but I guess as just a fun, open conversation topic, any thoughts on Monero, effectively wrapped Monero on one of these BSB or BSC chains?
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. If it's gonna be wrapped Monero, I personally do not care at all. The like maybe on the secret network, like that's still wrapped Monero, but at least the privacy is kept somewhat because it's also a private network, although very different kind of privacy. But yeah, like wrapped Monero on Ethereum or on Binance chain, yeah, that doesn't really interest me. Like the thing that's interesting about Thorchain is it's going to be native Monero being used. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Yeah, if someone here is like an expert on secret network, definitely ask to be a speaker. We'll have a discussion on that. Sorry, just for Monero, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I probably should have chosen a shorter name. Yeah, I think Seth was actually talking about a secret a while ago with respect to there's just a wrap Monero. I think hopefully I'm not misquoting him on this, but he was saying that it's kind of like a gamble with respect to kind of someone else holding your Monero and then giving you something that they're evaluating at the same value of Monero and kind of just hoping you'll get back your original Monero. So it's kind of like the same deal with like stable coins, for example.
Yeah, I haven't looked that much into the secret network. I know there's a bridge, and I'm assuming that the actual Monero is gonna be custodial, so it's gonna be held like in multi-sig with secret network. I don't know. I should look into it, but yeah, that's probably true. What you're saying that someone else is going to be holding your keys, and you're just hoping that you can get it back at some point. So yeah, it's still not as interesting to me as native Monero being used on Thorchain.
I guess I'm most surprised by like the stable coins actually, just as we're talking about that, having so little volume on ThorSwap. What do you guys think about that compared to like other exchanges?
What's the volume?
Oh yeah, that's probably important. It's about 300K in comparison to Bitcoin's 1 million. I think for comparison, like on other exchanges, it's usually well above. It's usually like one of the higher volume coins.
Maybe it's just you have comparatively better venues. Like people are used to trading those in a centralized exchange compared to like all the other random stuff. Who knows?
It could be also just where we are in the market, where maybe if people think that, yeah, I don't know really. I'm just brainstorming here. Like it could just be that people think that the price of Bitcoin and these other things are going to keep going up, so they're not really trading in stable coins, or they can do that somewhere else. I think the main appeal is basically Thorchain is kind of like an atomic swap between all these chains. So most people are probably just speculating and wanting to trade the non-stable assets. And probably also you get better, I don't know, what's the APY on the stable coins versus the other ones. So the people are gonna pool their money where you get the best returns, right?
Yeah, I think the way that the Thorchain works is like the what they're trying to do is kind of equalize liquidity. So coins with a large amount of liquidity will have lower APYs with respect to other coins. So currently they're at like 40% and 36% for 40% for USDC and then 36% for USDT with respect to like Bitcoin's 23% or even BNB's 50% or rather BUSD. So it's entirely dependent on the liquidity in the pool with respect to other coins. or I don't know exactly how they do that weighting, but I know it's dependent on the liquidity.
Welcome, Chill.
Hey, hi everyone.
Hey, Chill.
How's your day going?
Good, good. What did you guys cover so far?
We've been all over the place. Some Monero news, some trading news, questions coming in, surprising amount of discussion about mining, Monero adoption, you know, the normals. A touch on ransomware, of course. Some things about managing some of the optics of how Monero is kind of often viewed as as a sketchy thing by a lot of people, and how we need to just continuously show people, hey, we're all normal people that do just care about privacy, and it's okay to think that not everything needs to be public for literally everybody to see. What a crazy idea. So,
Right. How dare you promote financial privacy?
yeah, just think of the lack of a back door. Scary. Yeah, that was something that was promoted with a lot of the recent hearings. Is the idea like, oh well, there needs to be a U.S. backdoor to it. It's like, well, good luck.
Chill, when are you announcing the top secret Monero fan party?
Oh yeah, when the party announcement?
Okay, so the whole delay is because of me. I'm done with the poster, right? But then I'm working on the T-shirts that we're gonna have, and I'm putting so much effort into it, and it's not yet done. And I should be done like by tomorrow or something, and then we can announce it. But just make sure you're there on the 7th, so you know you can make travel arrangements.
Yeah, that's that Saturday, by the way. First Saturday in August. Actually, I want to confirm that. Yeah, it should be the 7th. But yeah, you definitely should go to DEF CON. You got a lot of cool people there. A lot of cool people there. Can you give us any hints about the party at all? Any teases?
It's just gonna be so fun. We were so blessed to find a really awesome place, and it has a lot of different options for us. And yeah, I just think this community is just lucky.
All right, so you're keeping your cards close to your chest here. I'm not able to weasel a lot out. You're just saying we're lucky to get a good venue.
Yeah, we're gonna have a DJ. There's gonna be I think we're gonna have belly dancers. Then we're gonna have the Monerotopia. There's a bunch of it's a place, the spirit of it. So there you go. Got some of me using the theme of Monero cat.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Will there be time for me to do a trivia thing? If I get like a screen, can we do like trivia?
Yes, that would be awesome. So actually, Matt, my business partner, has a crypto stand-up comedy as well, and I think that would go well with after that the trivia at the beginning. So right before the party starts.
Okay, cool. I think if you lure a bunch of people in with a cool party and then make them learn something through a Monero trivia, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do that.
So, but besides trivia, what other ways can we make sure that they like take away something good about Monero from this party? I mean, what do we got? We have stickers, I assume. What else? What else is gonna make them either learn something about Monero in a way they don't feel like they're being lectured at, and it's still fun at a party setting?
Yeah. So as you come into the party, we're probably gonna need more volunteers because we're gonna have to man. We're gonna have like a table where you can ask informations. There's stickers, and I'm really like my goal is to the Justin Gold standard customer service. We can.
Yeah, sorry, Chill, you're cutting out. It says you're muted now.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna need like more folks who are knowledgeable about Monero to help us man that table all night.
You're still cutting out, sadly. I don't know what's quite up. I think I'm getting it on several ends here, where it's not really going through well.
Oh, there she goes.
Yeah, I don't think she was on a good connection, which is sad. She's been working on a really cool project, and I think it's pretty exciting. In the past, the Monero party's actually been pretty significant. 2 years ago, I guess maybe 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago now in 2018. There was a Mashable article actually written about the Monero party in Vegas, and then we had another one that was the entire club in Paris in 2019. So these are usually pretty big deals, pretty big bashes actually, and they're usually quite a bit of fun. So if anyone here is going to be in DEF CON or in Vegas for DEF CON, definitely keep an eye out for the Monero party. I imagine things are going to be sold out immediately. So be ready to pounce on that when you can. Because it's going to be a cool venue, and I think I wish I got some more details about it though. But I'm excited. I'm super excited. I'm glad I'll get to be in Vegas. And is anyone else here going to be in Vegas?
My body double may be attending.
All right, that's good to hear.
Also, I'm gonna be signing off now. So it's been great talking to all of you, and yeah, I'll talk to you guys and see some of you guys in Las Vegas.
Awesome. I look forward to meeting your body double.
All right. See ya. Peace.
Bye. As a reminder, if you have any questions or comments, definitely send a tweet with the hashtag Monero Space. I'll be looking at them. We'll be able to have a discussion about them. Hopefully, we can get Chill joining back on here in a second. We have plenty of speaker spaces now. I don't think you want to hear me for like the remainder of the evening. So if you have questions, you can give a Monero journey, any interest you have on privacy, Monero, any questions, definitely have expertise here to be able to answer them, address them, talk about them. And I see quite a few familiar faces here in chat from people who have joined in the past, but are being a little shy today. So I might have to start sending out some random invites if the conversation gets a little dry here. But I do have some additional conversation topics. So one thing I've been wanting to do again is a Monero meetup kit. I did this back in 2018, I believe. Where I bought a bunch of Monero stickers. I bought things like Monero webcam covers, although of course now more and more computers ship with like physical kill switches and the like on the webcams, which is really nice. You can like cover them. That used to not really be the case. But what should we put in a Monero meetup kit? We can give these to like universities. We can give them to different meetup groups around the U.S., the world. What should we have in these to help a crypto group have a meeting about Monero or the like? Welcome back, Chill.
Yeah, I love the idea of a meetup kit. That would be cool to have, actually. Something that they can either download, something that explains Monero, um, maybe a couple stickers, cake wallet stickers, Monero stickers. What else? I don't know, because back to the party again, like if you guys have any ideas of what else you would like to share with the Monero kids and potential folks who just pop in, I'm open to ideas.
Yeah, last time we had a paper wallet thing. At least I set those out in the old meetup kits. It was kind of fun. The hard part though is that I needed to do them all manually. Like with Dogecoin, the official wallet at the time allowed you to just make a bunch of paper wallets, since that was a really common feature in the Dogecoin community. In the Monero community, we didn't really have something where you just like say, I want to print 16 paper wallets and just click the button and boom, go, right? I would love to actually have that as a feature. So I don't have to manually write down, the 25-word phrases hundreds of times like I did in the past. It'd be good to just click a button and send the transaction and then print all the stuff. I mean, obviously, it's not a super secure environment to do that, but you're just going to make a paper wallet where you just hand out these stuff, like hand out these paper wallets to everyone in attendance or whatever. Maybe we can look into something like that. I don't know, but it was a little bit difficult to do in practice last time I did that.
I like that. I was also even thinking that would it be practical to have because we're gonna have these drink tickets, and would it be practical to have people Monero, or is it a hassle?
Yeah, are we
I know that.
Are we
I know that's, but like like people will have to then set up and actually use it. So kind of like at hackathons, they have these. They just basically top up your wallet and then you can spend it.
People can buy the drink tickets with Monero though, right?
Yeah.
Maybe just keep it simple there and just allow people to easily buy the tickets, and then I wonder if we can have some like cool like puzzle where they have to like transact with certain parts in the room or something. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I don't know if internet connection will be good there anyway. So a lot of unknowns. Plus DEF CON, you're going to get a lot of people that are like international visiting, and they may not have like a US data plan, so they need Wi-Fi, and then you got like this whole thing about how many people want to connect to a Wi-Fi at a Monero party. Like, got a lot of factors building up here.
Yeah, you know what would be good though is to have some kind of resource list, because I am going to have flyers that I'm going to be handing out on Thursday and Friday. Just around the Flamingo and the area, and so we can potentially draw in some newcomers. But it would be good to have like some kind of resource list at the party too, if someone's like completely new and doesn't know where to find things. And because I'm not sure how many people will be able to interact. Just me, Casey, Devrick, and whoever volunteers to man the table. That's why I said that if anyone else wants to help out, then we would appreciate that.
Where can people reach you to learn more? Should they send you a Twitter DM, or people are interested in Monero parties and helping? What do they do?
Yeah, just reach out to me, and then I would appreciate put together like a schedule, because it's gonna be 3 of us rotating, and I really want to make sure that everybody, at least when they come in, they get support and welcomed, and it's just important to me that people have a good experience.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to not only just seeing everyone there, but of course, just having a fun time. It's always been a blast at these events. So I'm excited. I'm glad that we have I'm looking forward to hearing what venue it is, and I'm excited. I'm excited.
the The venue, I said this before. The venue is called The Nerd.
Oh, it's called The
You
Nerd,
can
you
look
said?
it up. Yeah, it's called The Nerd. Yeah, and we make everything very nerdy. So it's like it's just perfect for the Monero community.
Oh, we're gonna be playing board games there?
Yeah. So just look at the venue and see the spaces, and if you have an idea of what else we can do, then yeah, definitely let's make it happen.
Okay, yeah, okay. I'll take a look. We'll see what we can make out of it. I would love to do trivia though, if possible, because everyone loves trivia. It's not high effort. You just click a few buttons on your phone. That's all you need. So and then people will learn things about Monero as they go. They'll be like, "Oh, I got this wrong," or "Oh, I knew this one." So I can come up with some pretty tough questions that a lot of people in the Monero community don't know the answer to. So even if you're at a Monero party, doesn't mean you know all the answers. All right, yeah, that's cool. I'm looking forward to that, Chill. I had a question that came in. I don't really know how to answer it. With the hashtag Monero space, it says, "What are your thoughts regarding conversion?" I assume scripts like Godex.2 and the like. These are basically all I've used for converting to and from XMR into other cryptos. I don't really know what conversion scripts are. I mean, is this like just an API where you like query an instant exchange? I don't really know, but there are a lot of instant exchanges out there that'll allow you to just swap from Monero to Bitcoin or USDC or whatever else. Why you got change now? You got fixed float. You got quite a few ones in the market that do this. Morph token was one. I don't think they're around anymore, but there certainly are a number of choices. I'm sorry if I didn't answer your question. If you can give some more context, I'll be happy to fill that in. I just don't really know what these are. I haven't used Godex before, so I don't know what a conversion script is in the context of what you described.
Yeah, so looking it up, I mean, I got redirected to goodx.io. Maybe that's what they're referring to. And it is just another instant exchange.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, you got to trust the instant exchange, but there's quite a few out there. So just do some searches, see if there's anything scammy about them or whatever, and maybe do a test trade. I don't know. But you are ultimately sending your real money to someone before they send you other money back, so be careful. And a lot of these exist with limited regulation. So good luck trying to chase them down if you have a problem. Sadly, that's just kind of the way it works.
I'm gonna take this minute and to hop off, but Justin, I appreciate your time. I think you must have put in at least 3 hours now already. So thanks for this. I'll catch up the rest on Monero Talk on YouTube, I'm sure. But I appreciate everybody's time here, and I'll catch you soon, hopefully.
Bye, Monero UK. Will we see you in DEF CON or at DEF CON?
Not 2021, maybe 2022.
We'll miss you. Make sure you still speak with us anyway. We'll catch you on the next Twitter space and throughout Twitter.
Yeah, cool. And thanks everyone that likes and shares all the random crap that I put on here. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, yep. Thanks for joining. Great having you on for quite a few hours here. Gonna invite a few other speakers on from just people I recognize. But yeah, thanks for joining.
Cool. All the best, and shout out to Chill as well, because she did some artwork for me as well. Didn't ask for anything for it. I literally just asked for like a simple design, and she sent me, I think, 5 or 6 awesome pieces. So thank you.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for joining us. So the same individual said conversion script as an API. I mean, by all means, test out the API if it's reliable, I'll go with it, I guess. But there are a few instant exchange APIs out there. So just shop around, see which one you like, see which one's reliable, see which one doesn't steal your money, and just go with it, I guess. Got a few choices out there. So I guess on the similar topic about like what would be good trivia questions, of course, to ask of people. I'm not gonna give my hand away for that. Those questions you have to wait until DEF CON to see what I come up with. But I do still want to make a video now about, I guess 3 different videos. I've talked about this a few times. 1, 5 things you should know about Monero, 5 things you don't know about Monero, and I don't remember what the other one is. Let's just focus on those 2 at the moment then. 5 things 5 basic things to know about Monero, and 5 things you can't know about Monero, right? So what would be good 5 things for those categories, just for like a super intro video for people who don't know much about Monero and are trying to get involved for the first time? Any fun thoughts to throw in there?
Definitely mining. Without a
So
doubt.
the random X side?
Yeah.
So like something like, hey, it's did you know that you can mine Monero on your CPU and it's the proper way to do it?
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the more downplayed aspects of Monero. That it's in general more, I guess you can say, egalitarian in the sense that you can get it with lower tech products.
One of the questions that keeps repeating is, where can I buy Monero? And people still ask me that question, like, where can they buy? How can they buy it? So it's definitely something that we need to put on the top 5.
All right, so where to buy Monero? That's a common question. Got it. See, that's the problem with DEF CON, is I'm worried that people are going to show up and they're like, how do I buy this? How do I trade this? What is the future value going to be? And I'm going to have to answer that question 1,000 times per hour for 4 days straight. It gets really frustrating, to be honest.
That's why I'm thinking to have something, because that may happen at the party too. And I want people to get their answers, So we either gonna send them to Monero space to join, and then they can actually, like, I want the community to be able to help newcomers who are coming, and because everybody pretty much, like, we have like smartest, and everybody knows how to answer most of the questions, and we need to figure out a way that if people come and just pop in Vegas, somebody's going to be able to help them.
Yeah, one of the cool things about DEF CON is you got all these Monero supporters that come out of nowhere, and they're like, hey, I know everything about Monero already, and they're answering like incredibly niche questions, and you're like, who are you? I've never seen you before. But they know how to like contribute so significantly. In 2019, I know at least for that year, probably the year before too, we had flyers that like answered some basic fact questions. That's definitely something I think we should try to have again. So make sure you send me a reminder about that. We can add like make a GitHub issue on it, and work on making sure that we have all those pamphlets available for people to to review those, and it can answer questions like where to buy Monero and how do I mine Monero, and the stuff, like all the fun stuff like that.
Yeah, that's perfect timing, because I'm actually working on the flyer for the party that we're gonna hand out. So maybe we can just make it double-sided, and on the back, we have the answers to all those questions.
Got it. Yeah, it's always useful to have those handouts, I would say, for quite a few reasons. And it'll also be good to just walk around DEF CON and hand those out, right? If we're trying to get people to go to the village or anything like that. The interesting thing will be how to make there's almost like 2 different handouts we need to make. We need to have the Monero handout, and then we also need just a general cryptocurrency handout, because it is a cryptocurrency village this year. So we're of course trying to get a bunch of people that are not just in the Monero ecosystem, but people that are interested in privacy, people that are interested in cybersecurity, that are all contributing to the cryptocurrency community and getting more involved. We're kind of it might be their main like in-person introduction to cryptocurrency for the whole year. So it is a bit of a responsibility on our shoulders. So I guess maybe even broader than just Monero specifically, but what specific things should we talk about in the cryptocurrency space that would be like important for people to have a takeaway if they're going to a cybersecurity conference, a hacker conference, and they're going to a cryptocurrency room? What are the main things they really need to have as like a takeaway beyond, of course, just Monero's cool? And if you have something you want to add to the conversation, again, you can request to be a speaker, and I'll move you up. We got plenty of space.
So Matt recently visited a high school, and he, was telling the kids, high school kids, about cryptocurrency and stuff. And then at the end, he made them download Cake Wallet and send $4 worth of Monero. And like that's a really good way to people actually, get their hands dirty, and I guess they understand things better if they use it.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Anything to get this in people's hands, I think it's a good start. Hey Noah, welcome to the stage.
Hey, how's it going? I just wanted to add something real quick in regarding towards, sorry, because I'm still at work, I'm working from home, in regards to obtaining Monero. I guess I wanted to share what I usually do for consideration, and I guess get your guys' feedback on this. So when I first got into Monero, I, of course, had the issue of not finding it on Coinbase, and after doing further research, pretty much deleted my Coinbase account because all the stuff that I don't agree with them. Anyways, what I've done recently is that I basically just swap it on Binance. Of course, I don't connect to the United States version of Binance. I connect to the international, and I deposit whatever crypto, swap it out for Monero, and that's basically how I've obtained most of my Monero. And also through, I don't know if y'all are familiar, I'm pretty sure y'all are, with might be pronouncing it wrong, BISC, the peer-to-peer, I forgot, I guess decentralized exchange for Bitcoin as well. I have had success with Monero trading as well, and I've used direct deposit and other methods as well there, if anybody wants to chime in on that.
Yeah, we were talking about BISC earlier today. There's a Monero fork of BISC that's in development called Havino, and there was a joint release that was put out yesterday and today about how the Havino team, Woodzo, who's a developer for Havino, specifically found a privacy limitation, flaw, bug, whatever you want to call it, in BISC, and that's now patched. So it's kind of cool that we're trying to make BISC better too. Yeah, a lot of people definitely recommend BISC. At the Bitcoin Miami conference, for example, they had a big prominent booth that said like KYC is the illicit activity, which I thought was kind of funny. So yeah, a lot of people, I mean, I wouldn't say a lot of people, but definitely a lot of people in the Monero community are familiar with BISC and often use it for peer-to-peer trading. I'm trying to get Sarang Nothra on here. He doesn't have a Twitter though, so I don't know if he'll ever join. I doubt he'd make a Twitter just for this. But hey, last time we did this, we got HYC to download the Twitter app, so I guess anything's possible. So that'd obviously be fun if he comes around. I doubt it though. No, is there anything else that you think would be useful materials to just have? Oh, he's asking questions about it. Anything that would be useful to have as like a cryptocurrency village just to give to people besides just where do I buy it? Questions like that.
Yeah, definitely. I guess for the newcomers, some key points that we could, I guess, show them, because I noticed, especially, the Bitcoin maximalists, come after Monero sometimes, especially the few Bitcoin maximalists that have interacted on Twitter and in personal life as well. A lot of for some reason, I guess because of the Bitcoin maximalists and other people, they don't. I guess we just have to stress that, of course, we know in our community that Monero is actually more anonymous than Bitcoin itself. However, I've noticed, around social media and everything, that everybody still basically thinks that Bitcoin is the safest out of all the cryptos, even though it's, has a lot of vulnerabilities. The transparent blockchain itself, public blockchain, can easily, you can literally, for example, if somebody, the fungibility aspect is basically what we should be focusing on for, I guess, the newcomers, and kind of actually explaining it to them in a very easy concept, because I do find that a lot of people that I've been trying to get into Monero, once they understand that, they see the value more apart from just Bitcoin. That's just my thoughts on that.
No, that's awesome. I mean, it's obviously always a challenge trying to get people to care about things like privacy and fungibility, unless they have a sort of a bad history where something went wrong and they wish they had it. So, yeah, I would love to. It's great hearing your thoughts that those things are important to you. Is that what brought you to Monero then? Generally, what brought you to this Twitter Spaces room?
Yeah, I mean, I've been privacy oriented for a while, and realistically, I just got into the crypto markets myself like about 2 years ago. Even though I've been watching them, and I, of course, been using them as Bitcoin to transact for certain things, and even Monero. But yeah, I've always been very privacy oriented as well, especially after Edward Snowden, released all those documents and whatnot. But my key focus now, why I've actually transferred a lot of my investments in other cryptos, such as even Ethereum, into Monero, because I feel like we're gonna really need Monero, especially in the upcoming just near future, because of what a lot of the governments are trying to censor us financially. And I don't see Bitcoin as the savior, I guess, that everybody else makes it out to be, per se. That's mainly the reason why, because if Bitcoin is going to need so many intermediaries, even with the situation in El Salvador, the fact that what's going on there, I do like the fact that it's getting adoption, because it's obviously going to help out all the cryptos. I don't like the way that they're going about it, especially with forcing or semi-forcing certain people in El Salvador, to civilians there, that if they're wanting to get free the $30 Bitcoin, they're going to have to scan their face and show biometric data and go through all these intermediaries. And in a lot of countries, that's basically how you get these cryptos. And I feel that we should be going more towards DEXs. And to me, Monero is one of the best things that we can use, is that to accelerate this as well. I do believe that like y'all were saying earlier, the DEXs are going to help the adoption of Monero a lot quicker, because I do see it in the near future, especially now that a lot of the centralized exchanges, Coinbase and whatnot, are not going to be.
Yeah, thanks for your insight there, Noah. It's great to have you here, and yeah, ask any questions you have about Monero. I want to quickly introduce Carlos, though. Welcome, Carlos. What brings you here?
Hi, guys. Been looking forward to joining one of these spaces. First time that I managed to catch it on. So yeah, happy to be here. Chila has always been inviting me, so I'm glad that I finally had a chance to be here. I wanted to, since Noah was elaborating on a similar point, I would really like to know because, and well, you were talking about Haveno, and we did a podcast episode with Sheila precisely on my podcast on Blockchain People about Haveno, where we interviewed the creators. And one thing that's always bugged me, or one thing that I think has always been lacking for people to start recognizing Monero in particular, but privacy coins and privacy in general as a part of the crypto ecosystem, is safe fiat off ramps that are fully private. Because I guess that for most of the people in the community, the feeling that I get is like, if it's not private all the way from the start to the end, then what's the point? That's not my opinion, but that's an objection that I feel very present in the air. So yeah, I would love to know what your thoughts are on these guys.
First of all, with those, they didn't have an actual audio person on, right? Like, did they just submit answers that you read through, or I'm trying to remember how that format went.
Yeah, they're very pro privacy. I mean, shocking. So they wanted to do the whole thing through written down answers to our questions, and we just had a discussion around the questions.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, everyone here has different opinions, but there definitely are some people that say, well, if you need to use a KY exchange at any point in the process, even if you're using Monero or anything else, like, what's the whole point? There's some people that definitely don't want to touch this ever. And so for them, having good on and off ramps with USD directly is very important. And so that's why people are likely to recommend BISC, for example, over other instant exchangers. I mean, there's plenty of people out there that'll swap your Bitcoin for Monero without really any questions. You can go back and forth on legalities of that or not, depending on your jurisdiction. But there's not a lot of liquidity and options for doing that, like peer to peer. So I mean, I think Monero definitely lowers the risk for using a lot of exchanges where you don't need to make everything totally public to everybody, compared to Bitcoin and other very transparent systems. But likewise, there definitely are some people that aren't comfortable ever using these, period. And so they still need access to finance too. And that's exactly what things like BISC and Haveno are for.
Yeah, I mean, with the Haveno, I mean, it's not out yet, and I've never used BISC, so I'm not completely familiar with this. But am I in the wrong to assume that it doesn't directly have a fiat off-ramp? Or I guess BISC has it, right?
Well, so BISC does. So the way it works is that you use some payment system. Usually it's something like Zelle or Venmo or so anything else that you can like use to go in and out of fiat directly. So it is actually like a peer-to-peer transfer. Sometimes you can do like a check in a mail or like all sorts of weird stuff they try to help facilitate, assuming they're able to validate the in cases of arbitration. But yeah, it actually does touch USD on either end. It's not just crypto to crypto. It's Bitcoin against any other pair, including like Cash App or things like that.
We need a dark alley functionality, guys. Get working on that.
Welcome, Matt. Is it pronounced Mash to the stage?
Yes, it's Mash. Correct. How's it
Hey,
going?
Matt. What brought you here?
So I just kind of recently got into Monero. I'm coming from kind of the Cardano sort of community, and one of the biggest issues there that even the founder has talked about is just basically they're on this huge path to creating decentralized identities, but still identities that are connected to these coins that he's planning on implementing sort of in Ethiopia as of right now, but kind of in general in Africa. And it kind of goes back to what everyone was, I forget who was talking, but the El Salvador conversation, where basically you have these governments adopting the cryptocurrency, but there's a bias there, obviously, because they want to have some sort of reign on power over their people. And so I think it's going to be interesting to see where Monero fits into that, or if it does, but just it's very, very interesting to me that this Monero just gives you pretty much autonomy over your own self greater than any other coin probably out there, in my opinion. And what we were talking about, the end-to-end traceability, I did a lot of research into that, and there's a lot of coins like Zcash that use zk snarks, and that just doesn't really seem like it's end to end, fully, untraceable. It seems like there's once you first get the coin, it's not on default most of the time, especially for zk snarks technology. So sorry for kind of blending a couple things together, but I just thought the idea that Monero is untraceable, and it really kind of does protect you from the government, and maybe that's why they're sort of leaning away from it. You have Britain and the Barclays ban of Binance, which was interesting as well. So, I'm kind of just talking, but I wanted to talk about the how Monero seems to have the ultimate untraceability, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Just wanted to put myself out there.
Yeah, I appreciate your comment. Monero. You basically just have them be like, okay, use Monero and see how it works, and then be like, well, try to use this mixing thing and see if it works, and which one do you prefer to use?
So I actually, sorry. So I have not even used it yet. I kind of just got into cryptocurrency relatively recently, and I'm more just
Since you don't know what's going to be the, I don't know, the next tax that is going to be invented by the government, people are also very wary of doing things on the clear, so to speak. So peer-to-peer is like a natural option for people here, even if it would be more comfortable to just use your bank, for example.
I'm curious if I can ask a question to Mash, because I reckon that most of us have a very different experience of the crypto world, depending on which community we sort of fell into early on. And well, I see that he comes from the Cardano community, or that he's active in there. So how's in general Monero perceived in the hardcore Cardano community?
Yeah, very interesting question. And I feel that I may actually be one of the only people that I've seen on Twitter that advocate for both. And I am even shifting more towards Monero just because Cardano really is leaning into that identity side of it. It's really, I've seen it many times with these Cardano influencers negatively posing these privacy coins as bad. And they seem to go with the classic argument that it's used by criminals, which I think we could all understand by now is sort of a faulty argument for all the things that Monero provides. But it's I do appreciate the question. It's I've seen it a couple times, just the talk specifically about privacy coins, not necessarily Monero. But I think there is this idea that Cardano's vision is to connect. It's to connect with the government instead of to be your own autonomy away from the government. And so they're using it, Cardano specifically, to track educational performance and to tie things like real estate deeds and stuff like that. So there is an argument to be made, I guess, that there are benefits from your identity being linked to things, like you can get a loan maybe more easily, and the economic identity ties into the financial freedom, I guess. But I think Monero, going back to this classic argument that Monero is used by criminals, it's just, I think it's fault. The argument's falling apart at this point because it clearly provides this utility where it's the only, in my opinion, the only cryptocurrency that really gives a real world check on the government's monetary policy. Because with any other one, you might have a great monetary policy, even like Bitcoin. It's the same as Monero's. It maxes out at 21 million. But when you have KYC and you have government taxing you on your crypto gains, or even outlawing, or you have Barclays outlawing the connection to Binance and buying things through Binance, there's this obvious thing that exists where you can't be your own monetary policy when you have KYC and everyone's tracking your every move. And so, but to get back to your original question, there is definitely some pressure, and I've personally engaged with people to try to get them to understand that there's a benefit to both of them, and to really open their eyes more, just because it really is kind of a spectrum and they do different things. But it's negative, and I'm working to change that on Twitter, honestly, just by talking about Monero and Cardano both at the same time. So appreciate the question.
That was a really good question. I hear some of those things people talk about, like easier access to loans and things, and like it's just funny how I interpret that so differently. Like you have people, it seems to be like story that people like, oh well, you have all this extra additional history which will help make getting loans easier. And what I actually get out of that is, oh my gosh, like, could you imagine if like the fact that I went to like let's say predominantly poor high school would be like linked to my ability to get a loan later, or like the fact that, oh well, this person didn't do well but they came from a nice background so they'll probably be okay. Like it just freaks me out actually. Like the amount of potential discrimination there. Like I see this.
I didn't think about that.
It freaks me out.
That's a very, I see, I'm still coming kind of from the Cardano community even recently. And I've known about Monero, but just sort of got into it within the past few months. So I'm still even shifting my own perspective, but I can appreciate that. It totally makes sense because once you can really look into everything about someone, you have the ability to then judge whether they do get a loan. And maybe you're judging on the wrong things. Maybe you're tracking things that don't even need to be tracked that people have access to anyway. And it's a great point, and I can appreciate that different perspective, and I can already tell mine is personally changing a little bit.
Yeah, I'm obviously not trying to push you off the cliff here with any of these. It was
No
great to your
worries, no
perspective,
worries.
but when you talk about things like, oh, we have more data points on people to be able to do X, Y, Z more efficiently, and that'll help everybody out, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, in theory, I get how that might be nice, but like if you just look at the history of banks and the way they redline everything, like it's really, really bad. And I think that a lot of this is going to get like abstracted away in terms of, oh, it's not us making a decision. It's this AI we wrote that makes a decision. And oh, for reasons unknown, we're just not allowing any like, I don't know, black applicants to be able to get this loan because of our AI software says so. Like it just freaks me out. It actually does freak me out.
You just made me think of something. So I use DuckDuckGo. It's the search browser that's like pretty much all private. And you could make the comparison that Cardano is Google and they have all of this information, and maybe you get very precise results and you're looking for very specific things with all of this data about you. And then there's all these people that are like, no, I don't really, I don't want you to know all that. I'd rather just keep the privacy to myself, and we can figure out how to make things efficient just by doing this privately and instead of all of this data. But no, you're not pushing me off a cliff. I'm trying to just keep my mind open and see different perspectives.
No, I'm super interested. I'm a mod of the cryptocurrency subreddit, so we get a lot of people promoting ADA there, and so it's. I mean, you're right. You're in a rare position where you're someone who's heavily involved in the ADA community, who's also interested in the Monero community. It seems like there's really limited overlap at the moment. So I love you being here and giving that perspective. And then just a really quick room reminder: if you have any questions, comments, you can send a tweet with hashtag Monero Space, and we will get to those. But if you have anything else anything else that you think the Monero community can benefit from like what you think ADA is doing well, like what can we learn from you all, do you think?
It's hard to say. I think Cardano having a specific mission and that specific mission being tied. So I guess it's tough because Cardano leans into using identity as a tool, whereas Monero would lean against using identity as a tool. And I guess it really just depends on your perspective. But I think the talking point about getting a loan and like how maybe just having all of this information about you and especially making the government have all of this information about you, maybe it's not so their argument usually is that is the path to economic liberation. But maybe you could easily argue that it's not the path to economic liberation because you are handing this over in the case of Ethiopia to the government. And so Monero is decentralized. Cardano likes to say it's decentralized. That is another argument to be had. But I think it's really just about the direction and they're going. And I honestly don't see too much just ideological overlap there, because one is trying to be private one is trying to encourage loans and liberation and this kind of thing through identity. And so I think just the foundation of Cardano's foundation on identity makes it difficult to even have that conversation. But I think once you start to bring up the effectiveness of using that to achieve the goals that it's trying to achieve, maybe that could get somewhere. But I do agree. There's stuff to be learned on each side, and they're obviously very different perspectives.
One thing no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was just going to say it's a tough question, but go ahead.
The one thing that comes to my mind, so there's this one TV show, HBO put it out at the beginning of the year, and it's like super, super well received. It's called It's a Sin. It's about, the AIDS crisis in the UK. And there's a scene where this gay man is trying to apply for a mortgage, and they're asking him all the questions like, are you a homosexual? Have you slept with men in the last 15 years? Have you done any of this? Have you done any of that? And the dude's just lying. He's like, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. No, I haven't. Right. In order to get the loan. I guess that just really freaks me out, is if like the fact that this, the character earlier in the show got an AIDS test, for example. And one of the questions was, have you ever been tested for AIDS? Right. Just as an example of a question a mortgage lender is asking. I guess that's just, it really freaks me out, that the fact that like access to this information could be, you can do all sorts of things to try and say that like, oh, it's illegal to do that. And sure, you could try and punish people that actually act illegally, but it's hard to do, at least well. So I don't know, that freaks me out.
Yeah, Max, I'm actually pretty similar to you. I do have a lot of holdings in ADA, and I do believe in ADA to a degree, but I do see what you have pointed out. And I think it kind of comes to where one of them is trying to solve one issue, and then Monero is solving another issue. And what I mean by that is, I guess Cardano is trying to solve the issue of banking the unbanked, right? And Monero just works more for people like us where we're already banked and we're just trying to remain, autonomous and sovereign and private. And I guess somebody who's not even banked doesn't really at the moment, when you're trying to get banked and have access to banking and all that, they don't really care too much about the privacy in the beginning. But I do feel once they become banking aware of how the system actually works, they would realize the value of privacy. And I guess the overlap is how Monero or the developers or in the community as well, how we can kind of, I guess, integrate that, making it possible to, I guess, also in a way bank the unbanked while still providing privacy for people. If that's possible in the development stage, or and I'm not a programmer, so I really wouldn't know how that would be possible coding wise.
I think you brought up a really good point though, because Cardano really is that is one of their like big slogans is we're banking the unbanked. And in Africa, that is, that's where they're going, because that is where it's a huge problem. And it definitely, I guess it may seem easier to bank the unbanked when you have information about them. Maybe you could, maybe they couldn't get a deed before, but now they can have a non-fungible deed on a smart contract or something like that. But yeah, when it's people that are banked and they're past banking, maybe that I think you're correct, and maybe that is where the overlap is how accustomed are you to banking, or how sophisticated is your society around banking, and can you get past it? And then maybe the conversation after you even maybe you have to have a bank before you, I shouldn't say bank, but maybe you have to have something like Cardano before you move on to Monero, if you don't even have something like a bank in your community. That's a maybe. I'm not even sure. I'm kind of just spitballing right now, But I think you bring up a good point. I think it might be harder to get a loan if you have no credit and you're trying to use Monero as someone that's anonymous. But obviously, at the same time, it's just privacy from government in general as a concept is something very important to me. And so, yeah, personally, I see myself using Monero more than I would use Cardano just for utility. But I think Cardano can bring some cool things. But yeah, it's definitely a debate of, do we need this? They call it decentralized identity. So maybe there is an element, and I'm not actually too familiar with. It's called Prism, but I'm not too familiar with how it's going to be decentralized. But maybe the question is whether they really do need that identifier in order to bank themselves. I think that's a really good point.
I had a question come in with the hashtag Monero space. It says, in a previous space, you mentioned Australia has backwards privacy laws, etc. Can you comment on the specifics from your understanding? The Comet team are based in Australia. Have they run into any friction given these policies? Australia has just kind of been bad in general for any privacy laws, not even just crypto privacy stuff, but like they've been very aggressive about getting backdoors and pretty much everything, and demanding that people don't use certain types of encryption and all sorts of fun stuff like that. They really do have a history of being annoying. And on the Monero side of things, my understanding is they just don't have a very competitive banking market. Unlike the US, luckily the US has a very, very competitive ecosystem. So it means that it's hard for a specific bank to be a total annoying bank, because usually you have other options. Now, obviously in crypto, you have fewer options than you otherwise would, but at least there's a few people that touch it. In other countries, it's like Australia, Canada, etc. That's less likely. They don't have as robust competition among banks there. So when someone makes a decision that they don't want to handle this sort of thing for whatever arbitrary reason, which could be perceived risk related to privacy coins or whatever like, then it's going to have a bigger impact than it otherwise would, because there's just fewer options. So I'm certainly not an expert in Australia policy. The Comet network itself, however, is just putting out code. So largely they're on the right side of things. But even so, the Australian government has been more aggressive at going after all sorts of different things, like even just people who code, than other jurisdictions. So obviously in my non-legal opinion, and I'm not the Comet team, and this doesn't mean anything, but I think what Comet is currently doing seems to be a-okay. But if they started being the maker or taker in any of these swaps, then things will start getting more complicated for them. So just really depends on what they're doing. But it is kind of interesting that you have like Comet, Thorchain, quite a few groups that are building these DEXs that are at least somewhat based in Australia. I think maybe it speaks to just the grasp that they sort of had over the existing financial system, and you have just more pressure to get out of it. It's kind of funny because I remember hearing, like, when I first heard about cryptocurrency years ago, and I was hearing like be your own bank, screw banks, who cares about a bank, whatever. I'm like, dude, my bank's fine. I didn't really understand the hatred of banks at the time. I was like, mine's fine. I've never had any problems. Everything just kind of works. I mean, sure, I won't die on the hill of supporting it, but things have been pretty okay for me. And now after I've used a few more banks, I realize that not everyone has the same experience. And at least in the US, you generally can hop around to another option, but in other countries, you really can't do that as well. So hopefully I answered your question. Does anyone else have comments about banking, especially crypto-related banking in other countries?
So I know I've been talking a lot. I just had a quick comment kind of related to DEXs and government again. So I'm remembering now that in this post that I saw about from a Cardano guy, basically bashing these privacy coins. His other argument besides the illicit activity was that, well, they're all going to get banned. You know, the government's all going to ban these, and they're going to get over-regulated and taken down from these exchanges. And I was kind of just curious about everyone else's input on that. I don't think it's really going to be actually that much of a problem with DEXs and you know, even offshore exchanges that people use like KuCoin and things like that. But I really was just curious as to other people's thoughts on sort of the threat of delisting and overregulation and stuff like that. That's kind of one of the big arguments out of the Cardano community, at least from one of the people I saw on Twitter. And so really just kind of wanted to see if anyone else had any comments on that. If not, that's totally okay though.
I mean, I would like. It is funny to me that you have people that sort of seem to be rooting for something to be banned. Like, you get this even among certain supposed Bitcoin privacy proponents. Like, they will say things along the line of privacy is important, but like Bitcoin's big and you can't ban it, so all my eggs are in that basket. Meanwhile, Monero is a shitcoin; it'll be banned, so don't use it. Even though it has more privacy, who cares? Because it'll be banned. Like, some weird workaround logic there. At least my personal take of their argument. I do not think Monero is going to be banned. I think there will be consistent pressure to try and generally lower the amount of economic utility or economic use and liquidity and whatever the like in the system to try and keep it low. But if there's demand for it, and liquidity use increases, I mean, at the end of the day, governments benefit by having connection to the on and off ramps. So if they go to significant extent to try and, you know, cut these off, if there's a demand for it, people will figure out how to trade it, right? So it's hard to make a commodity illegal and to do that effectively, at least in like the United States. And even so, like, most exchanges don't list Monero in the US, right? You got Kraken, but a lot of people just trade through some other jurisdiction. So it is a pretty complicated process. And I actually don't think Monero will be banned. I think it's something to think about, right? Because at the end of the day, you're trying to make a censorship-resistant coin, and so it's good to have these discussions. But a lot of these people speak as if it's like a foregone conclusion that, oh, well, this will be banned or chopped off or whatever. And people will attempt to do this, but I mean, ideally, the coin has a large set of supporters that'll give that, you know, any sort of censorship attempt to run for its money. And if the network's worth anything, well, it will do whatever it can to protect against those threats. And the way Monero's positioned itself with how it, you know, crafts transactions, where it leaks as much or as little information as possible about them. All these are steps that are taken to try and specifically try to prevent censorship of certain users and certain nodes and all the DEX infrastructure, all the atomic swap infrastructure that's being built out. That's all there to cover all of those egregious bad cases that could potentially come up. And so ultimately, the whole point of those is to force people's hands to say, well, no, you can't actually do this because it's impossible to enforce. And so if cryptocurrencies are valuable, they need to find a way out. So I don't know. I would just be surprised if, I guess I am surprised that people sort of think of this as, oh, well, Monero will just be banned. That's just the way it is. I mean, like, why wasn't Bitcoin banned early on? Why is Monero not banned right now? What would happen if a country tried to ban something? What would it actually look like? And I don't think it's really going away. Even if Kraken didn't list Monero tomorrow, like, what else could the US government really do? So, yeah, I think actually they want to pull in as much info as possible. Like, at the end of the day, these are peer-to-peer networks. People can use them without permission. They're, you know, you don't need to register an account with anybody to make a Monero address. So what are governments going to do? They're going to prefer that you do so with a bank account where you give them all the info, like to an exchange or whatever, so that they at least know who you are. So we'll see. But it is interesting. I mean, it is unfortunate that like the resounding narrative seems to be like, oh, they'll just ban it, and that's just the way it'll be. But you don't even just get that in Cardano or whatever, but like you get that among many different communities on Monero, where they're like, well, I care about privacy, but it's just a foregone conclusion that Monero will be banned, and that's just the way it'll be. Like, no, if you care about privacy, you need to like specifically prevent Monero from being banned, or else you're not actually doing any work, right? You're not actually like defending privacy at that point. You saying you care about privacy doesn't actually mean anything if you're just going to sit by and be like, well, I wish this will get banned. Like, that's just stupid. I have no tolerance for that. But hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I mean, you hear these things where it's just like they're gonna ban Monero, or I heard someone say someone said they're gonna try to take it down, and it's just like these comments. First of all, make no sense. You can't really just shut down a blockchain, and there's a lot of just misconception, I think, around how the privacy works and how people are going to be able to get access to the coins, even if they're delisted from their, the exchange that they're using. Even outside the Cardano community, I know you said inside the Monero community, that's a little surprising, but I follow a couple accounts on Twitter they post clips of CNBC, like just their talk shows during the day, and they had one where they were just like bashing Monero as basically Monero is causing all of these cyber attacks because this is the coin that they're demanding, and so this is the means that they're doing the cyber attacks. And it's like, this may be true, but I'm looking at it more as this is something that's there that people can use to do whatever they want, and it's not bad in of itself just because it's there. But either way, I think there's a lot of just misconception and labeling about this, and it's kind of funny to watch all go down at this point, but I really just don't think it's going to end up being that bad for the community in the long term, because there is the value that people see to this, and people are using it with real world utility and all of that, and its value is cannot be understated. So yeah, I think it's a little outlandish myself. I'm totally in agreement with you on that.
Yeah, thanks for your input there. I invited a few other people to stage. Looks like Paul's here. I caught my end that he asked to be invited, and I tried to accept it. And then I sent another invite. Let me know by DM or something, Paul, if you're not able to get through, or request again or whatever. And then, of course, just open invitation for people who want to have a conversation to jump up on the stage. We're happy to promote you as a speaker, give you your Monero background story. I didn't know Mash before this, so it's great to hear your perspective. I'm certainly learning a lot, so it's been having a good time. I might even have to start. I might have to break out the wine here in a little bit. I'm finishing milk right now, and then I get the wine. There's a joke that I usually drink wine when I do these things. So, hey, Paul.
Hey, thanks for the invite.
It's been a while. Thanks for being here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Been super busy. But something Mash said piqued my interest, made me wonder about something. You said that a blockchain can't exactly be shut down, if I'm quoting you correctly. And I was wondering if you would elaborate on that.
Yeah, I don't really actually know how it can't be shut down. I think you would have to get a hold of all of the nodes, and you would have to get all of the developers to develop something terrible or like a virus on the network or something, it would require an elaborate plan, is I guess how I'm thinking about it. And I think I'm perceiving it as people just saying that it's very easy to just basically turn it off, or the government can just come in and say, oh no, we're not going to allow this. But it's really just more complicated than that. And I'm not a developer or programmer myself, so I really don't know too much about how blockchains are just immutable. But I have some sense that you can't really just shut it down as easily as some of these critics are saying. I appreciate the question.
Hello, guys. Can I say my story with Monero?
Yeah,
So,
welcome. First of all, what's your name and welcome here? What's your Monero
hello,
story?
I'm Mateusz. I'm from Poland. I'm going to sleep right now, but I was listening to you guys. Actually, 2 days ago, I had to send 4 Monero transactions in a short time, and I encountered an issue because when you are sending Monero from your wallet, you have to wait for a change. So you have to wait 20 minutes for full confirmation of the transaction. And as a result, I spent 2 hours. It took me 2 hours to send 4 Monero transactions from my wallet. I know it can be solved with some sort of programming. There is a special command, but this is not included in most wallets. So I think when more people start using cryptocurrencies, they will encounter problem like this even more. Because this is a problem when you have to send 4 transactions, but think about sending, I don't know, 10 transactions maybe when you have to pay your workers in Monero, like you pay bonus money for your workers with Monero, and you want to send 50 transactions maybe. How it can be solved? Do you have any idea about this?
Yep, it's actually something that a solution has been written for, and it really is about managing the composition of outputs in your wallet. And for the most part, not a lot of effort had been put into that in the wallet level software or the transaction construction stuff. But a solution exists. It's going to be introduced. Stay tuned.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. So the first is that some wallets will let you send to multiple recipients. Obviously, that doesn't cover every use case, but if you're sending funds to 15 or fewer people, you can do it all in one transaction. So it's kind of like batching. People talk about batching a lot in Bitcoin. Similar thing in Monero. But also, and obviously part of it, like Paul was saying, is just better wallet management of your outputs. But also there are efforts to remove or substantially reduce this 10 block lock, just because, understandably it's a bad user experience, but just based off how Monero constructs ring signatures right now, that's just the way it works. So there's some ways that we can get around this, but it just basically takes more research to make sure it actually works. And then it requires a network update in order to allow those sorts of transactions with outputs fewer than 10 blocks old. So basically it's a process, but I absolutely appreciate you stressing the difficulty in doing that on Monero right now, but hopefully there will be some bright future there. And it is a large focus of attention just because it is a user experience disadvantage for situations like you mentioned.
One more thing to mention about that, Justin, what you said about the batch destinations thing on a singular transaction, it's definitely connected to this because that is the mechanism of change management or change output management. And furthermore, just to throw in a furthermore, if you look at the distribution of number of outputs on transactions in the Monero network since, let's say, Bulletproofs was introduced, you can see that there is a large concentration of outputs with transactions with 2 outputs, which is what the majority of wallets are sending. But there's a spread of them. There's a distribution, and it seems that a large concentration of them have 16 outputs as well. And that's, as far as I know, the upper limit right now for Bulletproofs. number of outputs. The actual bulletproof proof is padded to 16, but there's other stuff in the transaction. So I think it's actually a fungibility thing. It's an area where we can improve fungibility too, because it's an aspect by which transaction activity can be segmented, or users can be fingerprinted somewhat. Because majority of wallets right now, typical users are just not sending transactions with 16 outputs. So part of this proposal is going to be, we could probably just stick with 16 as far as I can tell. It doesn't, Bulletproofs has gotten it to the point where network fees are so low that it's not really, that's not really the limiting factor anymore as far as I can tell.
Going back from a technical topic, you were talking about Monero, like it will be a replacement for banks, maybe from PayPal, but I don't see cryptocurrencies like this. I think cryptocurrencies are replacement of cash, not replacement of banking and PayPal, because just they never will be able to. Like, I didn't need Monero to pay for cigarettes, like in shop for $2. I can provide my I don't know, $1,000 for banks, and I have no problem with this. So I see cryptocurrencies like a cash replacement. So nobody can take this from me. This is mine, and and it will be mine forever. Like,
but if you did have a way to just give someone Monero without having to know their wallet address, then it probably would take over the world at that point, because you could just give it as a tip, or small payment or something. That's an area that some of the researchers think is not necessarily possible, but there are some approximations of solutions like OpenDime, if you've heard of OpenDime.
I'll take that as likely no.
Well, it doesn't exist for Monero, so and Monero is the one true cryptocurrency, so technically OpenDime is not really dealing with cryptocurrencies. I'll take all the flack I need to for that.
Probably not much in this room.
Yeah.
I think Mateus brought up a kind of an interesting point of cash versus banks. And I think something that may be overlooked is peer-to-peer loans. And I'm not sure that happens too much on the network as of right now. But essentially, if you don't need a bank to get a loan from, if you could get a loan, and there's a whole market of loans just from people that are offering them on the network, then that takes away a whole segment of the bank's business, And so maybe it's not used as a bank right now, but I think it definitely has the potential to be used at least analogously to a bank in some of the ways that it operates, specifically with loans. And that's kind of the one point that I was thinking of, but I'm sure there's definitely other use cases for it to be used as a bank.
Yeah, I would like to add, in opposition to most people here, I were using cryptocurrencies for a few years, but never speculating on them. I'm pretty sure that most of you are holding these currencies to make money from there, and you are speculating. But I were just using these cryptocurrencies, and I have seen a lot of problems. Firstly, it was Bitcoin, and it were slow, it were expensive to make payments, and it were Monero. I think Dogecoin is cheap now. It's popular, but I think ultimate small payment cryptocurrency is Nano. Actually, maybe it's not secure. It was funny thing because Nano had its all-time high when the network was attacked by spammers, and Nano had its all-time high when it wasn't working. What do you think about this? How the cryptocurrency has its all-time high when it's not working properly because it's under spam attack from few months? How do you see it?
I mean, it's an irrational market for sure. Don't get me wrong, right? You get meme coins being worth billions of dollars. I don't think there's a question as to whether it's a completely rational market.
There's definitely a ton of speculation. I think that point itself just proves how much there is and how much people really aren't using them as much as they're just investing in them. Personally, myself, I still have not used Monero. I've used Cardano a few times, but I still have not used Monero. But I think that does point to something big, and that's just the idea that this is very new to so many people, and so many people are just trying to speculate around it so that they can make money, and they're not. A lot of people, I think, at this point, still don't even understand the purpose of these, and so. But yeah, that's funny that Nano hit that all-time high when it was under attack. But yeah, I definitely hear you out on that. I think it really does just show though how the people need to know more, and the education just needs to be ramped up, and people need to talk about it more and spread the word, and that's really going to get us to a place where people really understand all of these and maybe just don't invest in them just because they think they're going to make money on them.
One can hope, but we shall see. I think we got a lot of running back and forth, which isn't the end of the world, but people need to be knowledgeable about that. I know you certainly have some people that say crypto is only used for speculation and nothing else, which they use sort of like.
As I mentioned before, it can be a very good addition to workers, payment. When you pay them, I don't know, 10 20 I know Monero is very expensive now, so not 10 Monero, 1 Monero every month. You are mining, you are taking, you don't pay taxes from electricity because you are running business, and you pay your workers additional bonus with cryptocurrencies. This is a cool way, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, not to. So I think the idea that this kind of is a way of getting away from tax is just very powerful. Whether you believe that taxation should exist or not, it's just very powerful. The idea that you can put your money somewhere and the government's not going to know where it is, and
actually,
yeah,
not. This is actually, maybe it shouldn't be looked like tax avoidance, because when people need to exchange this, and when they exchange, they pay income tax, yeah, when they exchange this bonus. So the tax will be paid anyway, but not from from employer side, But actually, it don't have to be, because now you have this cool Binance Visa card, and you can just pay in the shops with maybe not Monero, but you can send your XMR to Binance, change it to USD, and pay with Visa. There is a small fee actually, but when you hold one BNB, it goes to zero. You get some cashback in BNB. You have this 2% fees, and it's like for free. So you can exchange your cryptocurrencies using Visa card. This is very cool stuff. You can take money from ATMs. Yeah, this is really cool. I tried it out and it's working perfectly.
Good evening, Monero enthusiasts. Figured I would hop up on stage and help break some of the silence here. See some of the usual suspects and strong advocates for privacy. And anytime you see some of that, you know I'm interested in joining that room. So thanks for bringing me up on stage. What are we talking about today? Okay, I think maybe I'm having a bit of an issue with this Twitter space right now, but didn't catch anything. If anybody else came off of mute to chat a little bit about this, I'm seeing that we have got dozens of people in this room, and what's difficult for me is not being able to see a very clear signaling of people who are interested in privacy by default, or just privacy mindset, or Monero specifically. So I'm going to ask for a bit of a call and response here in this room. And I don't mean to take anything away from Monero as a host or any of the other speakers, but guys, go ahead and do me a solid, hit those emoji. I saw, hey Vic, thanks for that. Theory of, I don't get the full name there, full Avi name. Go ahead and do me a solid, give me a little signal, give me the 100 if you're interested in privacy as a mindset, and give me a fist if you're interested in Monero specifically, in privacy by default in cryptocurrency. So 100 for privacy mindset, fist for Monero specifically. There we go. That column side. There we go. I'm seeing it. Guys, I'm seeing a lot of privacy mindset come up right now. I'm right there with you. Right there with you. In fact, on this particular call, I've switched VPN providers not long ago because I needed greater bandwidth to be able to conduct typical daily internet usage, while also being able to quickly have good hygiene within my internet usage. So I'm right there with you. Privacy as a mindset is, I think, probably what brought most of us to this point where we started to look at Monero and think that just makes sense. It just clicks, right? We don't even second guess the private nature of cash when we use cash in the marketplace. And yeah, it's the ultimate in privacy mindset. But I appreciate that. This column, I do like that about the Twitter Spaces. As far as Monero being private by default, it's funny. I keep seeing a lot of weird little tiffs on Twitter in particular between various communities. Not going to name names. Not going to try to throw gasoline on any weird fires. The sort of like tribal flare up happens on its own. It doesn't need help, right? But I think when it comes to imperfect action versus perfect planning, I think that Monero it's the absolute embodiment of that mindset, being privacy oriented and privacy minded in an imperfect but functional way. I don't think anybody who's a strong Monero advocate claims that Monero is perfect, just that it's air quotes good enough. I mean, gosh, yeah, what we use for signing private messages in email, right? PGP. The acronym literally stands for pretty good privacy. It doesn't stand for perfect privacy. It literally means pretty good privacy. That's PGP. We use that to sign our messages and to both encode and decode encrypted messages on email and other text threads for PGP. And Monero, I think, is kind of a really great embodiment of that in the cryptocurrency scene, without trying to downplay the significance of the innovations going into it. I love that it's imperfect action and good enough right now to use right now, like digital cash. So saw so many people raise their hands before, give the 100 sign, talking about privacy mindset. Something I love about what Fluffy Pony says, and I'm kind of bummed that he's not here, but in a couple of interviews where he's talked about making that shift every 6 months, some kind of a change that you can do. And I'm kind of curious. I'm going to ask for another call and return activity right now. So instead of signaling that you're interested in privacy mindset, do me a favor and give me the 100 sign if you've made a change sometime in the last 6 months to become a more privacy-minded person. So if you've actually made a change, not just thought about it, but actually changed something about your behavior. Okay, awesome. Well, good for you guys, because Marcus, who's actually a speaker right now, can come off mute and tell us what he's changed.
Well, yeah. So hi, my name is Marcus. I'm a PhD student at Howard University. And looking into the whole landscape of how crypto currently works, we have DAOs, huge DAOs with over billions of dollars of value locked into their treasuries. We have all kinds of actors that have announced or let themselves be known in terms of from either whether it be Twitter or Clubhouse or YouTube. And then we have, all types of anonymous developers and patrons who, donate to these groups and may take part in governance or, are big players themselves. So I found it kind of necessary to create, a fragmented sense of identity online. Through VPNs and through anonymous kind of sources, so you could be multiple people at once, which is it's not preferable, but it's necessary, especially today where everything you say and do is being mined and stored. But I personally wanted to kind of pivot towards like specifically Monero, and how I see Monero as a solution to the kind of problem with DAOs, right? And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. Basically, it's a company that has no president, it has no chairman or anything. It's just all shareholders, right? Who decide and vote based on governance proposals and whatnot. And what I find interesting about a DAO currently is most implementations of DAOs that I've seen, maybe there are some examples that I haven't seen, have no sort of privacy aspect, right? So you could be an anonymous user that holds some token, some governance token, let's say of Uniswap, right? And you vote for governance changes and so on and so forth. But when you do voting, your address is linked to your vote, right? So someone can go back and look at everything you ever voted on, which I think could be kind of, it's nice in terms of you can see what someone's voted on forever, but it's also like, whoa, I can see what you've always voted on. So I could see that as a kind of privacy aspect that I don't like about a DAO. And in terms of donations, like maybe you're donating to, say, Thorchain, right? The Thorchain team, which is all anonymous. And you don't want that to be linked to your own personal identity. That's why I think Monero is so powerful.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, I see Justin's back in the speaker area. Justin, is your mic working okay? Your phone all right?
Yeah, it should be good. What interesting timing. I invited you and I was ready to go, and then I'm like, wait a minute, it just stopped working. So I blame Twitter. My connection's fine. My host's phone is fine, but oh well. Twitter's great until it isn't. But thanks for carrying that. I was able to listen in on what you were, the lovely interactive activities you're doing for everyone in the room with the fist bumps and hunas. So good job there.
Yeah, thanks. This is, good grief, these platforms. Half of what we're doing these days is discovery, as you know. And then, without making it sound like overly calculated, we're not out here trying to growth hack or make people feel like numbers at all. We're here to actually engage in good conversations that help us progress towards some kind of newer understanding, not just for new members of the audience and people who are remedial in the space, but for everyone, right? Like Clubhouse was a fun experiment, and I'm without talking it down, I'm almost
all right.
Yeah, I'm much happier to be on Twitter Spaces, and there's some other platforms that feel a lot more intuitive to me. This has been great.
I like the fact that Twitter Spaces will show it to all your followers. You know what I mean? That's part of the reason the Monero account here is the host, is because we get some people on, right? Anyone who follows Monero and interested, they're going to be given a large pulsating notification at the top of their phone every time they're using Twitter that, hey, we're doing a fun event. Get that as much as Clubhouse. So
heck yeah. Hey, so just really, I apologize, Zach, I came off mute.
Oh, no worries. Go ahead.
Just gonna say that it's weird. Something kind of drew me into this room was that this Twitter space was that I noticed just like some awkwardness between a few different projects. And again, not going to name names, nor do I want to try to stir up any controversy. Just to say that I wanted to show solidarity, love what the Monero community does, and anybody who's not familiar with the project. That's why I asked those few call and return activities and signaling from the audience to see, kind of gauge what most people's interest is in. Are you trying to live a more private life? And if so, are you already using Monero as a tool? Like, so often, various different groups within cryptocurrency, the broader blockchain scene, get very hung up on thinking that that their little solution solves every problem, right? The hashtag fill in the blank fixes this, and that's just not always the case. Even Monero is meant to be a tool in a box full of tools that helps one live a more private life, right? And it's a great tool, very valuable tool, but it's meant to be, I think, wielded in the service of living more privately.
Yeah. By the way, hey, my name's Thomas. I just wanted to hop on here. Big fan of Monero community. I don't know if you guys had already previously talked about this, but I sort of came in late. I just wondered what your guys' sort of opinion on this was. In my opinion, like the biggest threat to Monero right now is probably regulation. And recently, you've seen the ransomware groups more or less entirely switching over to only accepting Monero, more or less cryptocurrencies, as opposed to Bitcoin with the the public blockchain, that kind of stuff. I just wondered if you guys thought that was more of a threat or just kind of something that sort of naturally sort of occurs when you're developing a technology like this.
So that's a great question. I'll jump in while we wait for some other perspectives here too. My take on it, and I don't represent the Monero. I don't even represent any kind of like quasi-formal Monero community structure, right? I've never applied for a community grant or bounty, and I've never received one, nor have I ever been in any way compensated from anybody in the Monero core developer team, community, or informal community groups. So this is just one guy on Twitter offering his armchair opinion. Just let's properly frame this. My take on it is that these all the cryptocurrency markets and the broader blockchain industries, which is, I mean, that's it's an incredibly vague way of framing all the different cryptocurrencies and DeFi markets and builders and solutions providers, right? There's so much that goes into this whole scene. But this whole industry, all of them, right? The greater blockchain cryptocurrency industries, these are markets that live and die on sentiment, right? So FUD and FOMO cycles are huge, and any kind of narratives that serve either side, right? Either side of that knife, right? That two-edged knife, FUD or FOMO, you will see them come back into the public discourse as part of these cycles. Sometimes it correlates to the Bitcoin halving cycle. Other times it doesn't. It has to do with some other election cycles in a given municipality or state, or at the federal level in the United States. And if you track what's happening in some of these other areas, it is like clockwork, seeing certain kinds of FUD and certain kinds of FOMO brought up in a very visible way. So we're in a part of the cycle where we need a boogeyman, right? Bitcoin is being approved in some places. And so that means that general sentiment towards Bitcoin is relatively favorable. That's not always the case, right? Bitcoin isn't always in favor by the average, by the status quo, but it's a little bit more in favor right now due to news coming out of El Salvador and other areas of the world. Well, who gets to be our bad guy now? Who plays the heel in this little drama, right? Who's our boogeyman? Well, Monero fits the bill. It's private by default, and so obviously, or in the minds of some of these people who like to promote FUD, obviously, because it's private, it must be for bad actors. That's a very facile explanation, right? Isn't that kind of, that seems kind of amateur, right? It's kind of childish almost, that line of thinking. So it's not very complex thinking when you frame it in such a simple way. But when it comes to FUD and FOMO cycles, the simpler the message and the more mimetic it is. That is to say, the easier it is to just repeat mindlessly, the better it plays. And so, in my opinion, these are narratives of convenience right now. People saying, well, there could be regulatory problems and a crackdown against Monero. Not something that we haven't heard or read before or experienced before. Not something that we won't hear or experience again in the future. And I truly believe that this too shall pass. We're going to get past this phase of hearing so much FUD about Monero and then seeing that its use cases and its general use just continue to rise. So I think if you can suspend your disbelief for just a little longer, I think you'll see it's not as big a deal as some people say.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at that too. Again, I'm not a Monero developer. I haven't applied for a grant, or I'm just a regular guy, just a guy, Jag. But my opinion on that would be specifically the biggest threat to Monero, in my opinion, would be liquidity. Right? Where can I, access liquidity? Where can I trade whatever, my dollars or my whatever coin I have for Monero? And I think cross-chain liquidity is really kind of the solution to that. Right. And Monero may not be for everyone, right? So there are certain, actors, institutions that, have no use case for Monero. That's fine. I don't think that that is the end all be all to Monero. I think Monero's use is for, anyone who wants to make a private transaction. And with cross-chain liquidity, you'll be able to, change swap whatever coin you have or whatever it is into Monero, do your transaction, swap it back, right? And I kind of see that as that's my personal opinion on where Monero is going to be. So maybe it's not right for the the multinational corporation. Let's say Apple is not going to use Monero, right, to settle transactions. They'd rather use a public blockchain where the shareholders can look at everything and inspect and like, oh, okay, this is fine, right? But I mean, do we think that some covert government agency, let's say one of the three letters, won't do a quick swap and do a transaction that can't be traced? I mean, I would like to say lean on the side that they would, right? If you think about it, what's the first thing that every investigation follows? They follow the money, right? So I mean, there's a lot of people, that aren't nefarious, hackers attacking that have very legitimate use cases from Monero. And I don't think that even if the government's move to say, okay, we're going to ban X, 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 and X, as far as we're not going to have any centralized exchanges with access to Monero, which you kind of can see. Multiple exchanges have delisted Monero and Zcash and Dash, or the privacy coins. I don't think that is going to be the end all be all, as long as we have cross-chain liquidity solutions that you can go from, okay, I have Bitcoin, let me do a swap into Monero, do a transaction, and do a swap back. So the biggest thing in that would be, is there enough liquidity? Is there enough Monero being provided to those kind of pools where you could do that swap?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Again, I'm not trying to not fear mongering or anything like that. I just thought it was a genuinely interesting, thing that sort of popped up here. That's sort of a shift that has happened, and honestly, I find it completely fascinating, and it's part of the use case on just privacy in general. But thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great question, man.
I had a couple comments. So in terms of the argument where Monero is used for all these illicit activities, this is something that I was kind of here talking about earlier. I would, it's a little stretch of an analogy, but I would compare it to guns, because guns are a tool that can be used for bad things, but at the end of the day, it's just an object, and it's really up to the intent of the person that picks up that gun and decides to do something with it. Well, at least that's my opinion on it. But that's how I see Monero too. Monero, you might be able to anonymously pay for these cyber hacks or what have you, and all of this illicit activity. But at the end of the day, it's really just a tool. And as long as there is, I'm from Chicago myself, and there's still a ton of gun violence in Chicago. And basically, there is also a lot of gun control that already exists. And there's already a lot of regulations on how you can get guns and what types of guns you can have and where you can have them. And yet all of these people that want them and want to use them still find a way to do it, whether they go to Indiana or, it really doesn't matter. People will find a way. And so it really is the same to Monero, I think, in terms of liquidity. People will find a way to exchange it if the demand is there, which I really believe that it is. And the cross-chain idea is something I hadn't even come across. But I was talking as well earlier about DEXs and just how, especially for Monero, a decentralized exchange could just completely offer the sense of liquidity stability that is needed, sort of in terms of your own question about that. And yeah, that's really all I had to say. Monero, I think, is a tool, and it's being framed as something that is the bad, when in reality, I think it is. It's only something that people want that can be used for bad things that is not bad inherently. And just because of that demand, I think that it will survive. And I wanted to also say something, mind your biz. I'm not sure what your name is, but I heard you say earlier, much earlier, and I'm sorry to come in a little late on it. I heard you say that Monero is, you used an abbreviation, but it was something like almost perfect privacy or something like that. And I wanted to push back on that a little bit. And I apologize for not remembering exactly what you said, but it was something in the realm of Monero is not perfectly private. And I just personally think that at the moment, it actually is very private, just by using stealth addresses and the ring signatures and the coin join and just all of the things that it uses really to hide your identity and keep things anonymous. I really think that it's the most private one out there. But not only that, I really do think that it does provide a lot of privacy. And I think that that's something that shouldn't be overlooked and that may be overlooked. But you could respond to that as you may.
Sure. Hey, I appreciate you bringing back a little bit of what I was talking about before. You can call me Seth. I'm not shy. It's just that Mind Your Biz is a bit of a brand for publishing media and content. So that's why it's always branded that way. But Mind Your Biz is fine. Seth is fine. Won't offend me either way. As far as what I mentioned before, I drew an analogy to PGP, which ironically also hasn't been cracked, hasn't been properly successfully penetrated in terms of privacy and encryption of written messages and text messages since the early 1990s when it first debuted, or when it had its final snapshot put in place, I think in '98. So it's doing pretty well, actually. PGP is, but it's an acronym that stands for Pretty Good Privacy, which is, like you're saying, just like with Monero, it's kind of funny because it works. It's good enough now, right? And when I say it's not perfect privacy, what I mean to say in the case of Monero is there are always little housekeeping items that I'm not a developer for Monero, but that I've heard some of the developers talk about, and that I'm sure several of them would love to make even more hardened, if that makes sense, like increasing the anonymity set, right? The ring size, some other housekeeping items like that for them, I'm pretty sure they'd want to make just that much more difficult to penetrate. Not today, but say 5 or 10 years from now, when there may be interested parties who are doing a post ex facto analysis, right? After the fact, they're looking at it and thinking, we've got this great blockchain here. What can we de-anonymize now that our technology has advanced by 5 to 10 years? So again, it's a cat and mouse game. Privacy always is on every front. It always is. It's always a question of your threat model and who you are up against and their resources. So, but let's just be very, very brutally honest. The commercial VPN that you pay for, not one that you hand roll yourself by personally rolling out servers on multiple different continents, but a commercial VPN that you just paid for is not going to protect you from FBI surveillance. Full stop. You're not anonymous to the FBI. Period. You may think you are, you're not. And that's what I'm talking about with Monero. I'm sure that there are plenty of improvement proposals and plenty of notes and comments in the code base of people who just want it to be that much better. That's all I was saying.
I appreciate that response, and I totally get what you're saying, actually. I guess I misconstrued what you were saying a bit. I thought maybe you were saying that there were other coins that could have done it better or something like that, which there may be, but the ring size is actually something that I have heard about that should be improved. There's a way smaller coin called Monero, and its ring size I think is double that of Monero, and that's sort of how it stands out, and that's its value proposition. And I definitely, I think anyone should be open to the improvement protocols that are proposed, and the ring size definitely is something that I think everyone would like to see improve, just because it increases the anonymity. But so yeah, I appreciate the response. Really don't have much else to say.
Yeah, no problem. And just for the record also, because we've got a larger audience that's listening in, Monero is considered the unofficial test net of Monero. It was the first to experiment with the random X CPU hashing algorithm, or CPU-oriented hashing algorithm for consensus. And before that was rolled out to the mainnet on Monero, that was experimented with on Monero. So surely that increased ring signature size on Monero is a test to see what that does to total block size and speed and all the factors, all the things that we want to see be right-sized on a blockchain and as users, right, be in the correct parameters. Surely that's why that's being tested on Monero right now. But yeah, for the audience's benefit, if you see something happening on Monero, a feature happening on Monero, chances are pretty good that if it's successful, you'll see that that's brought onto mainnet of Monero at some point.
I had no idea. That's just quickly. That's you learn something new every day. That's something I didn't know, and so I'll definitely, I guess, be watching Monero a bit more closely.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it is kind of fun to watch, and I'm not at all suggesting anybody throws any amount of money in it, but it is fun to watch. Just like, I might as well make this thing huge. Might as well. I think they called it random wow instead of random X. It's random stuff like that. So, not at all suggesting this is even something you should remotely put money in, but it does have a pretty funny community at times, and it's interesting. And going back to like Seth's broader point about trying to improve Monero and this stuff, like Monero has a weird community where, like, if we're talking with other projects, we want to make sure that we're talking apples to apples. But like when it comes to just looking at Monero in isolation, we're happy to like seemingly like defame it, like like just go all at, break it apart, say like this is stupid, this is horrible, the like, and that's just accepted, assuming that you're doing it from A, with good faith, and B, you're not trying to necessarily like incorrectly compare it to something else in a way that doesn't make sense. But in isolation, when you're trying to break things apart and say like what's broken, or what's the most easily broken, what's the way we need to work on this one component. I mean, one of the most cherished things the community has is the Breaking Monero series, right? Like that's kind of what I look at with a lot of projects. I'm like, is there some good, well documented negatives of the project? That's like one really good indicator as whether it's moving to the maturity section or not. Real quick, Marcus, I don't think I apologize if we kind of crossed spaces in the past somewhere, if it was on Clubhouse or whatever, but can you like introduce yourself? I don't remember seeing you around, and like what brings you to Monero and stuff.
No, yeah, I think we may have crossed on Clubhouse a couple of times. Yeah, I've been in a couple different Monero rooms. I'm a Monero hobbyist myself. Yeah, I'm really interested in researching privacy. I've I've dabbled in a little research myself, but I come mostly from just like a hobbyist perspective.
Awesome. Well, we're happy to have you here, and definitely encourage you, if you're willing to go on Matrix. I mean, join the conversations. We need, there is no Monero outsider, because the only Monero outsider, so to speak, are the people who don't join the conversations, because anyone's invited to give their opinion, and we always want to see new, fresh faces there. I mean,
no, yeah, for sure. Would
yeah.
love to. And I want to bring one point up when we're talking about possible, like the biggest, the boogeyman, the biggest threat to Monero, right? We have to think that attackers are creative people, right? So the attack that we're thinking of isn't always the attack vector that we're thinking of is like, oh, well, someone's going to de-anonymize the blockchain. Maybe that's not the attack, right? Another possible attack is, you create an ASIC that, is really great at RandomX. I'm not saying that currently not possible, right? But I mean, with enough years and enough financial incentive, I mean, again, you have to think of the threat model. With unlimited resources, almost a lot of things become possible.
Yeah, I think that's a great start to a thought experiment there, Marcus, as far as being able to clearly define what the limits to the resources of a potential attacker are or could be. Because it's funny, I got lambasted for that once. So in a previous life, I worked for the man. In fact, I worked for the evil man, all the big tech guys. I was a senior national trainer at Microsoft, and just got shredded, raked over the coals by my boss when I asked. It was like such an Anthony Robbins moment where I was like, if you knew you couldn't fail, what's the one thing that you would like? What's the one thing that you would do if you knew you couldn't fail? And he was like, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life. He's like, okay, give me some limitations. You mean like if there was a 25% chance that I would fail, but like a 75% chance of success? Or if there was a 15% chance of like total failure, like literally being ruined financially or, physically being wrecked in some way, like losing a limb. And he was like, learn to love your limits and figure out what some plausible scenarios are. So starting with what you mentioned before, Marcus, unlimited resources. I mean, because let's be real. If an attacker had unlimited resources, they could boil the oceans, right? If an attacker had unlimited resources, they could slice the globe in half and pour out the Earth's molten core into a giant crucible, right? Cosmic crucible somewhere, and then terraform Mars with it.
Sounds like we should spend 100% of our time talking about that one scenario that's very, very likely, of course.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm being like, I went full retard with it though, obviously, right? I'm being silly. But like, I'd love to talk about like, so what are some common things do you think, Marcus? Like not just the average person, but even like somebody who's kind of a high profile and may have a unique sort of risk profile. What do you think would be a consideration for somebody who's like, I need more private transactions? What do you think they're facing?
I would say scrutiny from maybe not their higher ups, but from people who are affected by the fallout of their decisions. So specifically, when I was saying unlimited resources, I was specifically talking nation actors, right? There's this experiment, with, how private can you keep yourself, or how not private, how can you keep yourself, how deep can you keep a secret, right? And there's this, saying that, with enough torture, you're gonna say whatever, no matter what, right? So it doesn't matter. And that's like the unlimited resources part of this. Like if some nation state is thoroughly financially incentivized to go after this, I would assume that they would. But For the regular average person, or not the regular average person, regular average person that's incentivized in terms of privacy with Monero, I would probably say that, yeah, you're looking at anonymizing your transactions because of maybe, I hate to say it, like avoiding taxes, maybe avoiding being public with what you did or what you voted on or what you agreed on, or some sort of maybe transaction that may be embarrassing to you, right? Or, I mean, again, there's tons of great reasons to be private. I believe in privacy, but I don't like, maybe I order Maxim magazines and I don't want everyone to know, hey, I have Maxim magazines, right? So there's that. Not sure if I answered your question there.
No, that's true. Hey, for the money spent on Maxim magazine, you could go out and get yourself a perfectly usable Chilton manual and fix up that old '98 Mercedes you got in the carport. I'm with you. That's something to be embarrassed by. Again, these are the jokes, kids. But no, that's a really great, plausible situation. You're right. People just like, it's funny when people really dig their heels in and say, "Well, I've got nothing to hide." I've got a good friend from Canada who loves to say this, and I don't know why Canadians. And I apologize to anybody in the audience who's like, "Hey, my dad's Canadian." Cool, you're not half bad. If your dad's Canadian, you're only half bad, or whatever. So I don't know why my Canadian friends are always like, "I've got nothing to hide." I'm like, "Bro, text me a picture of your wife in her nightie right now." And I can't. I'm being silly. Don't really do it. Don't really send me those photos. I don't want my wife to see those photos on my phone. But I'm giving them a hard time, or whatever. Hey, whatever their preference and orientation is. Like, hey, you went on a date? Was it really spicy? Text me photos, or it didn't happen. Obviously, you don't always want to do that. People have different comfort levels. In a lot of developed nations throughout the world, any 4-year-old in a developed nation has the strong cultural sense to close the door while they're dressing and to close the door while they're in the bathroom. They've been taught to value at least personal sovereignty and privacy over their body. There are a couple of things that culturally we value. So anybody who digs their heels in and says, "I've got nothing to hide," well, think twice. It's not that you have to think of something shameful to feel like there is a line for you, and you don't that translates over into your finance too.
I have something to say to kind of add on to you. It's like I see like Monero, a way is to hide. When you buy something, when you buy something at a store, you're giving the company your information, like your name, where you live and stuff. They could use that data and past purchases to track you. Like there's a case where some teenage was pregnant, and Target knew before her parents knew because of what she bought. And by using Monero, you can stop that because you don't give the company or whatever your personal data. It's just a hash number that they know you paid, but they can't see. You can't tie your credit card and personal information into your purchases. And my big thing is that companies should not be able to use your personal data to benefit themselves.
Yeah, first of all, welcome, Michael. But yeah, that's a case that actually came up literally constantly at my university class. Like, I went to the University of Minnesota. Target is out of Minnesota, and so in every ethics class I was ever in, they would talk about Target and the way that they were able to learn information about what the daughter purchased in order to determine that she was very likely pregnant, sent advertising materials home. The father got the materials, like, "Hey, what the heck is this?" Called Target, complained, and was like, "My daughter's not pregnant," and then she actually was, right? So Target kind of dropped that, and they, it obviously resulted in quite a few ethical class discussions and the business school I went to as a result.
Yeah.
But thanks for that, Michael. Can you also give a background? Like, what brings you here? What brings you to talk? Join Monero space? What's your background?
I'm kind of just getting into it more deeper. Like I don't know. To be honest, I first got involved by buying drugs on the dark web. I kind of moved into the privacy more and focused, and I realized that can be used for everyday purchases that help benefit privacy.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Great.
What I love about what Justin said before about, and Michael, what you said also about being able to signal to another party that you own something without revealing what that thing is. When you talk about that, now you're getting into cryptography and attestation, zero knowledge proof and attestation, which I think is a little bit outside of the scope of what Monero does today. At some point in the future, there may be some additional proofs and systems that signal attestation of a thing without revealing the thing itself. As it is right now, the view key for a wallet fully blows anonymity out of the water. Anybody, it's only as secure as the person who the view key was given to, was entrusted to. But I'm with you, man. I'm totally with you. Being able to empower individuals to be more private, Monero today is an absolutely indispensable tool in that toolbox.
Yeah, you take control of your data and take control of your you don't rely on the banks. You can access your money anytime you want. You don't have to do the 9 to 3. You don't have to give the bank your ID pictures and stuff. It's good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, you could use Monero as an email, I guess, if you really wanted to go that far. If you wanted to send messages using, a decentralized platform. I don't know why you wouldn't just, send an email, maybe. But yeah, I mean, great way to make yourself a customer, not a product.
Yeah, that's great. I think so. Justin, I'm curious, how often do you wind up getting questions in some of these rooms about PGP and just using more private messaging and more private communication services in tandem with Monero? Because Marcus, you bring up a point there about potentially using Monero as part of a communications strategy, and I'm just going to say, like, if anybody in the audience really wants to try to use Monero as part of their private email, I will ask you on behalf of my mining rig, please don't waste my hash power on that. Just use a peer-to-peer service and PGP to encrypt your messages.
Yeah, I mean, it's going out the way a lot, right? But I mean, if you had unlimited money, right, or money wasn't an object to you and you just wanted to prove you could do it, it's an option.
Yeah, as a decentralized consensus mechanism that pushes transactions through the network, you can't choose that. Even as a very high net worth individual, you'd have to take over 100% of the hash rate of the network to guarantee that your infrastructure is being used in that way. Whereas if you're using PGP, you only have to encrypt your message once with a PGP key, with a public key, rather with your private key, which corresponds to the public key that you want to use at that one time. The work was already done. You just sign it that one time. It's not resource intensive at all. Any mobile phone, even an ancient mobile phone like smartphone, could do it. Ancient, like 10 years old or whatever. Any modern phone can do it.
Not flip phones? Can I get on PGP on a flip phone?
Oh, if you had like a Windows Mobile 6.5 phone, we'll say, I'll meet you halfway, right?
I've looked into thoroughly, that was part of one of my privacy hygiene things from this year, like having a backup phone, having, prepaid cell phone minutes on, that said backup phone that I paid in cash, or, that kind of stuff. And, just going down that rabbit hole of like, smartphones and like your location, and how can you be private with an iPhone, right? You really can't. Or in terms of your location and data such as that, right? Or, with a Samsung, Galaxy or something. You're gonna really have to go low tech sometimes to really, really embrace privacy.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. There are limits to which most people are willing to make those sacrifices, and if you want to go really deep down that rabbit hole, I promise you, it always goes deeper than you think. Always. There's so much more you can do to either decentralize your communications, obfuscate the signal of your messaging services to ensure that you don't immediately betray your position. And with any modern phone, I don't want to get too far from the main topic of Monero, but with any modern phone, and I mean even some of the feature phones, flip phones, little candy bars, Nokia style phones, all those, any modern phone uses what's called a system on a chip. And that means it's got its CPU, the main brain for whatever smart functions the phone has, but it also has the cell, radio, the Bluetooth, and Wi-Fi have supported all of those things all on one chip. Well, guess what? The firmware for those little systems on a chip, they are proprietary. The firmware is proprietary. That is fully controlled by Qualcomm and the other players in that space. So even if you're running, doesn't matter if it's an iPhone or if it's a Pixel device. I run a fully de-Googled Pixel device. I'm using it right now successfully on Twitter. So I'm not like, I'm not completely cut off from society by using one of these more hardened devices. But even my phone, that firmware is a black box. And I'm never going to be able to get past the fact that a third party controls that hardware on my phone, and they can route my signals however they see fit. And they can work with any third party. And I'm not talking about a government entity. I'm just, to use the proper threat model for me, they could work with advertisers, right? They could just work with the large data aggregators. And even though I don't have Google services on my phone or Apple services on my phone, those third-party advertisers, because of big data aggregators, they can still have access to my location, even when I have GPS turned off, because my phone is talking to cell towers. And that's the main event. That's why I use it, right? So they're logging that, and so is my service provider. And if I'm connected to Wi-Fi, there's another vulnerability right there. Even with a VPN, my ISP still knows, and my VPN provider still knows. There's so many ways to
associate your identity, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actually a very complex thing, and the fact that we've become so reliant on these smartphones is one of the biggest chinks in our privacy armor at large. Most of us.
Yeah, I mean, it goes even further than that, right? When you think of the signal from satellites as well. I mean, there's not that many open source satellites that you can just access. And I guarantee there's probably not enough for you to go city to city in whatever country you live in, right? And that's if you live in, one of these first world countries, let alone if you live in, Botswana.
Yeah, satellites are something else too. Yeah, sorry, I got way off topic there.
Just to defend Apple a little bit, they actually have been, I mean, everybody knows the infamous case where they wouldn't unlock that phone from the YouTube shooter, I think it was. But they actually are adding features like where you can't be tracked app to app. So say you don't want Instagram to follow you and see that you're searching for different products, you can disallow them to see what you're doing. And in their new update on iOS 15, they're actually basically integrating, it's called iCloud Private Relay. It's like a 3-layered VPN that even Apple doesn't have access to your data. So I'm a huge Apple fanboy, so I'm just trying to defend them a little bit.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I take most of what Apple, any of their public announcements, with a heavy dose.
You gotta take it with a grain of salt. But
I'll just say, for me, it's usually a handful or a bucket, a spade at least. Yeah,
it's
there's
really good now that we have quite a few more privacy-focused communities out there, though, that are just talking about these sort of how you protect your privacy, at least depending on certain use cases on your phone, and what to do with VPNs and the like. And it's good that like I was talking about Seth Simmons earlier, but he is an example of someone who has a podcast where they talk about how to use your phone privately, or like whether you should use iOS, you should use like Calyx OS or Copperhead OS, or like Graphene OS. Like we can spend hours going just over what OS to use on your phone. Like you can go really, really into that specific niche, and the type of people that are likely to do that are the same people who are going to DEF CON and the same people who know what Monero is. So it's kind of cool, but yeah, it's really just a never-ending process. So it's great that we're all here just having this fun conversation here about it. And obviously, thanks for hopping in, and it was great to hear your perspective. It was Walk. Thanks, Walk.
Yeah, what I love about it also, Justin, is that there's some of the best and brightest are coming into the space. Seth Simmons he's his ears are going to be burning wherever he is right now. He's a shining example of that, where he is trying to simplify a lot of that. His blog has been phenomenal. What I'm hoping is that whether it requires some kind of architectural changes or something else, I'm hoping that his current containerization of the Monero full node, the Docker container that he's been working on, I hope there's a way to streamline that so that it is as simple for somebody who's interested in running a Monero full node to do so fully privately, launching it over Tor by default, having onion routing set up before the client, the Monero D client starts to sync the blockchain, in the same way that a lot of Bitcoin users kind of, air quotes, get that for free by running full node software like Umbrel or like Start9. Like they've got a product called Embassy Labs. It would be great to see something that is nearly that turnkey for the at-home user to just install and know that they're not leaking metadata from their home IP address that could make them a subject of interest by third parties, because it's obvious that the traffic is talking to the Monero network.
I just made a note of that. I'll have to take a look at what specifically is configured. I know like there's it's like a Debian rep. This is where I'm kind of getting out of my expertise. I know that Cubes OS manages their own Monero build, and so maybe that would be the way to go. But that, of course, assumes you're using like Cubes, for example, or Tails, or things that might be more than just Debian install this and just go. So I'll talk with Seth and see what he currently does, and see what other options, if any, are needed or available, and get that running, because he does have, at this point, I think, the most comprehensive guide on how to get a Monero node up and running pretty easily too. So
for sure, and that's what I love about his work so far. To draw comparisons, and I think healthy comparisons, because this is not me coming in as like weird, like some weird like haymaker throwing maximalist, like you're all idiots and you're terrible. Again, not going to name names, not going to shame anybody for doing that recently. They've made fools enough of themselves publicly by trying to attack Monero in that way. But with love, setting up a Bitcoin node is trivial. You can flash a micro SD card and pop it into a Raspberry Pi, and voila, you just have to wait for sync time, but your node is running fully automatically. It begins to sync the moment you plug it into power. I would love to see that happen for Monero, for the average user to not be required to learn any like bash scripting skills or Docker or any amount of DevOps. I don't think the average user is interested in learning those things, and following even a really good tactical guide the way that Seth has laid out. That, unfortunately, knowledge for them is ephemeral. It's not something they're going to capture and keep and be able to pass on to any other people, any other participants. They're just jumping through hoops to get a functioning private Monero full node. So automating that as much as possible would be amazing.
See, Seth, what you need to do now is just, how there's that Casa node you get to plug in. Well, you just need to make a Momo node that you just plug in. It just runs and does it all. You just plug it in the box and boom, off to the races it goes. I think there's some people that do sell like Raspberry Pis that are pre-configured to do that, but I would need to check.
Yeah, so in talking with Seth just a little bit, and this is So if this, guys, this is for ambiguity. This is why I stuck with Mind Your Biz, and I let Seth just stick with his name. He wants to be doxxed. I'm going to let him. But as far as there being a product like that, in chatting with Seth on a thread here on Twitter, it turns out there's a missing instruction set on the ARM chipset that Raspberry Pi uses that makes it more difficult or a longer process to sync a Monero full node. It would be faster on a desktop style processor, an x86 processor. So the build would have to be a little bit different from a Raspberry Pi, but there's other commodity hardware that I think would fit the bill.
It's a Pine 64, right? I don't want to go down niche like random hardware, but I think most people use a Pine 64. Maybe I'm off, but see, this is an example. You could just talk in circles for like 60 hours about like these like very niche things.
Yeah, well, so let me do a little call and return, guys. First off, if you are not asleep in the audience, do me a solid and throw me any emoji. Show us some love here, because Justin and I are just rapping. Marcus has been super cool about it. Walk came up and I mean, seriously, who does that? Who jumps on stage with a couple of sociopaths talking about this shit, right? Like, bravo to you, all of you. Like, send me an emoji so I know you're alive. We haven't killed you from boredom yet. There we go. There's like 3 people who aren't dead yet, Justin. Yay, success. So now I'm kind of curious. If you are interested in being able to run a Monero full node for yourself so that you can sync to your own full copy of the Monero blockchain, give me that fist, right? Fist of solidarity. Show me that little fist in the emojis, if that's something you would like for yourself. Or are you just really comfortable singing to other full nodes that you think are trustworthy? And if that's the case, send me the laughing emoji, because I'm being an idiot. You got to laugh at me. All right, well, there you go. The eyes have it, I guess. The people who are awake, at least, seem to want their own full node.
I would love to hear like how many people set up their own full node, and rather than like going through like a GUI like My Monero or something.
So I've got, I'm on stage and I can unmute myself and just answer that. I've got Monero D running in the background on my daily driver desktop, just because I know it'll be on enough of the time to eventually sync. And it's just, I'm doing it as a slow burn for the initial syncing of the blockchain. And then I will have it on and get it back up to speed before I need to do significant transactions with my cold storage wallet.
Nothing sucks more than being like, I want to send this transaction, and be like, crap, I didn't run a node for a few months. It's happened to me before, I admit. I'm sure it happens to a lot of people too. Everyone can still hear me, right? Just making sure. Looks like it. Just to get some context here, I'm still following. If you send a tweet with the hashtag Monero space, and you're not a speaker or whatever, definitely be able to answer questions here. That's how you can deliver us information. Use the hashtag Monero space. That's how we can find you. So if you have any questions, comments, the whole let us know there, and yeah, we'll get to them. I don't know if you knew when this started, Seth, but we've been going for over 6 hours now here.
Holy cow! I had no clue. I was like a sociopath. I was out making streaming media on YouTube. Who does that?
I think the real sociopath tendency is doing this for 6 hours and be like, yeah, let's just keep going. Everything's great.
Yeah, that might be masochism. I mean, I might have to pull out your copy of the DSM. Let's get the correct terminology.
Do you or anyone here by chance going to DEF CON? It's the first weekend in August. We're not doing a Monero village this year, sadly, but we're organizing a cryptocurrency village. So a big part of our planning over the next few months is getting all the materials ready for that. Monero materials, of course, but also general, what is crypto, what is privacy, what is all that fun stuff to begin with. So if you are going to DEF CON, definitely send me a DM. Let's sort some stuff out.
Yeah, I'll answer audibly. Like, I've got a friend in Canada who keeps telling me that I should go. And I think he's right. I really should. So I might be making plans.
If you can do it, it's phenomenal. Like just so many cypherpunks there, so many security minded, so many Monero minded people there. It's truly fun. And also, sorry, the Crypto Lemon, you sent an extra, please let you speak. So you have the floor. What do you want to talk about, Apple or otherwise, Monero?
It's coming home. It's coming. Football's coming home.
Ha yes. I actually don't know what he's talking about, but we need to support our brethren here.
Football's coming home. That's what I'm talking about. England's going to win the Euros.
I don't get the context here. I am out of the loop. I'm out of the loop.
So I think the Crypto Lemon, let me know if I got this right. I think the appropriate response, because we're from across the pond, got to make sure I got it right. Fuck yeah, mate. There we go. We got it. Yeah, I'm down.
No, I love all of you, but football is coming home to England.
This is a big deal. This is a big deal. And I've got friends who are legit. I get it. Suffering under the conditions, things being what they are. Every ray of light that shines on you is a good thing.
My God, you're so nice. You're so nice. I like you.
Hey man, we've all been living this in this crazy hellscape over the last 12, 18 months together. No matter where you're in the world, we need some relief.
I'm not too sure how I found myself talking to you lot, but I like it. I like you lot. Good luck with everything.
Yeah, I was about to say, what brings you to a Monero Twitter space? What's going on there?
Absolutely no idea, to be honest with you. Absolutely no idea. But you're all very nice people, and I apologise for interrupting your talk. But I'm very interested in what you have to say. And I used to work for Apple, but I don't work for them anymore.
All right. Well, you know much about Monero at all, or is this brand new to you?
I don't know too much about it, other than I've got a mate called Donny who told me to put some money into Monero about 3 years ago, and it's done very well since then.
Sounds like a good friend.
He's a good friend.
Could have been a terrible friend though if it did poorly, of course, right?
No, I don't know. I think you're probably a lot more intelligent than what I am, but I think you're nice people, and I have no idea how I've ended up in a Monero chat. I've got no idea how I've ended up here. But I'll let you all speak. Just I'm very interested in what you have to say, and football is coming home to England.
Okay. All right. Was not expecting that, to be honest, in this chat, but it's great to have you here. Monero is for everybody. And I hope that outside of this, you take a second to learn more about why you got a bunch of people here that are joining random talks. In your case, very early in the morning, I assume, if you're actually still in the UK, because 6-hour difference, I think, from where we are. So was it 4-8? It's pretty late over there, or early.
Well, I love you all. I'm going to sleep. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Hey,
Go to bed.
Before you go, mate. Let me just leave you with a little nugget here. You need to get yourself into Monero because football's coming home, and when you place wagers with your mates, you're going to want to get that bet from them in Monero. It's like cash, just like cash. if you're watching the game with a friend and you bet whatever the wager is, right? $5, nothing. Oh, he's gone. F.
Yeah, he ducked out. He ducked out right away, but that was pretty funny. You never know what you're going to get inviting people to stage sometimes.
Definitely wasn't expecting a football enthusiast.
Yeah, I was like, what is going on?
But I do have a question. What would you recommend to someone who's never attended a DevCon and would be their first time going?
I would say it's okay to be weird, right? We're on a bunch of people that are very security minded. I would say be careful with your security. Everyone's going to try and hack into your phones, tape up your USB ports. It's like common things people say. Often bring a burner if you can, right? Expect for the Wi-Fi to not work. Expect for the cell towers to all be broken and or run by some other entities. It's just kind of the way it works. But I would say be ready for a very busy but very fun time. There's a reason it's the largest hacker conference in the world. You got people all over the world going there. They all want to work on puzzles. They all want to break things. It is just shocking how many people want to like just sit down and work on this like cryptography puzzle for like 6 hours, right? They travel like halfway around the world to just sit down at a table and work on this really cool puzzle. Like it's crazy. It really is crazy. So, but I would say ultimately just go with the intent to have fun. Like the Monero party that we have every year, DEF CON is in person, is always phenomenal. Like in 2018, the Monero party literally made the news for how big and how awesome it was. In 2019, we got literally the entire area, like entire club area at Paris to be the location of the Monero party. Like it's exciting. It really is an exciting time. So go be prepared to have fun, let yourself loose. But on the the security side of things on your device, be careful.
You're not the first person that's told me to, bring a burner in terms of cell phones.
Yeah, that's super common advice for going to DEF CON. Yeah.
Hey, so Justin, I wouldn't normally do this, but I'd love for you to invite Joshua Nelson to the stage to speak. He's been creeping, but I'll bet he has something to contribute.
Hey guys, yeah, I saw Seth and Justin on the stage together, so it's a rare treat for everybody. Had to say hello.
Hello.
Hey, Justin. Hey, I don't know if you heard, but football's coming home.
Oh yes. I don't think I'm prepared for that.
Yep, and Josh, welcome to the stage. BT Dubs, football's coming home. Just in case you didn't know.
Love's got the world in motion, my friends. It absolutely is coming home. It's going to be exciting. We'll see if they pull it off. All right, so I did have something I texted Seth about. I'm going to see if I can get this to work in Twitter Spaces. We've been testing this out a little bit in some of our other rooms. So I just tried to send a tweet with an article, and I'm not sure if it's going to come through, but there was some reporting last week about the next round of CBDC tests over in China. And so what was going on is they were testing the programmability. The current test is testing the programmability of the CBDC, limiting where it can be spent. So it can only be spent on transportation and other things, and also testing the expiry of the CBDC. So this yuan, which is still currency, is being programmed to have limited use and limited time, as well as, of course, carrying forward the attributes of being able to track exactly when and where each transaction occurs and between whom, right? And so there's the ability that's being tested to directly influence the day-to-day behavior in a bounded way over a very narrow period of time of the population who is given this token, which I think is a very, very interesting technological development as far as both privacy concerns, which of course we know Monero has very, very, very important things to contribute on, but also just the pull of convenience as well. Right, and so if you guys haven't talked about that, I wanted to raise that and see what other thoughts and comments there might be on the stage.
I mean, personally, I'm just going to laugh about it, right? Like you can try to confide utility of whatever coin you're going to make, but there's no requirement that you require that you force somebody to use this tool, right? So good luck, right? You don't get to control the whole ecosystem anymore. We get to make our own ecosystems that people can use. So that's great.
Yeah, I personally think it's an incredibly interesting thing because of the conversation around hard money and soft money. Like Monero would be like the hardest money, right? Because it's fully private, fully permissionless, limited supply, verifiable caps and all that if you trust the math. And of course, everything about crypto is about trusting the math. And so that would encourage you to want to use it in the situations which were most important. But if you were to put that into a context where there was other types of money, right, like expiring money that could only be used in a specific case, well, you're going to want to get that out of your hands as quickly as possible, right? You want to put that off onto somebody else, let it be their problem, right? And it creates all sorts of really interesting societal and behavioral incentives if you start to see these different types of technology competing within a population, right? You could even think of perhaps worse form of stratification than we have right now, where we have the issues of the 1% aggregating capital and holding so much more of the capital, you know, the top 0.1% holding more capital than the bottom, you know, mass of people, right? You could imagine a world where the people who are in the lower strata of the economy are paid in this expiring money, where they have to get it out of their hands as quickly because that's the money people want to get rid of. Whereas harder money like Monero or money like permanent CBDC is aggregated towards the top. And all sorts of really strange competitive things happening within a population just because of the natural flow for how these technologies will compete, right? I think it's terrifying. Personally, I think we need to have real money like Monero outcompete and be in as many hands as possible so we don't get situations like that, because it's like living in a really, really bad sci-fi movie. But now we're getting to the point where we have the technology to actually live in a really bad sci-fi movie, right? And it's like conversations in rooms like this are what would stop us from getting to a place like that.
You know, my kind of take on confined utility digital money is, you know, go ahead and give out all of the free money that's supposed to be used in certain areas as much as possible, right? Go ahead and give it up. People are gonna, I mean, like, for example, after reading the article showing that like most of that digital yuan can be confined to like public transportation, right? Okay, people are gonna use it for public transportation and then not for anything else, right? So I mean, like, I don't see in a way it's a coupon, right? It's free public transportation coupons. So people are just gonna use that. I always see there to be use for free money.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the idea of calling it coupon is a good analogy for the world that we used to live in, right? The distinction, which makes this potentially terrifying, is suddenly centralized authority having the ability to put this same coupon in everyone's phone all at once as recognized legal tender, right? Where you create this incentive for everyone all at once. Like the few times we've experienced something like that is when the emergency public address system triggers everyone's phone all at once with that emergency tone, right? It doesn't happen very often. Not everyone's experienced that like that. But if you're in a big city, you might have experienced that once or twice in your life, right? Where they know where you are, they know where everyone is, they ping everyone's phone, right? But now you can do that with economic activity at a granular level, right? Where all of a sudden it's like, hey, sure, you can spend real money on the train, but we're going to give you this expiring money for the train too. And of course, everyone wants to get that and either use it or pass it off to someone else. And they're going to behave differently because the incentive is put in place, right? And it's an incentive that directly violates your privacy because it's going to the phone where they know where you are, they know the time frame they've given you, and they see if you actually do it. And if you don't do it, then they might want to put a different incentive, like, well, you didn't spend the other one, so we're not going to give you the next one, right? These are the things that are created. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but you create the possibility for these things when you start to carve away from privacy and when you start to give more specific granular data and then the ability to target and trigger, right? And so it's just like, this is the context, right? That a lot of these conversations about how we protect our privacy are living in, right? It's not the old world where maybe you get mailed a coupon, you miss it in the mail, not everyone gets it, but it's direct and in your face on the device that you have with you at all times, which just creates a whole new way of operating.
No, yeah. I mean, I could see the situation where, let's say you live in Shanghai, right? Everyone at the park in Shanghai is, airdropped $5 to get ice cream, right? Which is essentially creating business for the ice cream guy, right? Bad in terms of, location, but I mean, most people are just giving away their location already.
A real world example of this I know is since the pandemic started, a lot of people are on unemployment. And a lot of people in politics and government in general want to add stipulations on what you can spend those dollars on, because now right at the moment you could just pull the money out of an ATM or transfer it to Cash App, spend it on whatever you want, but they want to try and stipulate, you know, food, like things like so people don't buy drugs or beer or cigarettes, and you get to this point where you lose your ability to choose what you want to spend what your money on when you know those coupons from the government or whatever entity that is giving them to you.
Yeah, but if I understand what Josh is specifically saying the threat is here, it's not that they're giving away money, it's that they're giving away money tied to your location, right? Which changes the kind of threat differently, right? So it's not that, you know, you're getting this stimulus, it's that, you know, everyone at the protest yesterday gets financial incentive to report other people who are at their protest, maybe something like that, maybe.
Yeah, the grassroots efforts that would be required to be able to circumvent the level of surveillance that will accompany this. I mean, I think that we'll be pleasantly surprised. Certainly, if this were happening in Hong Kong, I think that we would see that there would be sort of a freedom orientation at the on the ground. That there would be people who just say like, okay, well, let's try this, let's try that, let's try this. Can I buy, for example, like a prepaid Visa card with whatever this state helicopter money is? It's tracking me up till I get to the convenience store, and I deposit all of it into some kind of a prepaid Visa card, and then play a shell game with all my friends. Right? We mix them into a pot because those are tracked at the point of sale as well, or activated and tracked at the point of sale. It could be that there are little cells, little groups of people who decide like, yeah, we don't like this, so we're going to take some kind of action against it. But hard to predict what that's going to look like on the ground.
I actually do know an example of people getting around those stipulations as well, because food stamps, for example, you can only use them for food, but there are a lot of stores in Philadelphia where I live where you can sell your food stamps for real money, and they claim that you purchase food, but at the same time, you're just circumventing that stipulation, basically. Like you get 50 cents on the dollar or something like that. But yeah, it's not as much related to tracking your location as it is tracking what you purchase, and your like controlling what the freedom you have with your income or money, whatever.
Yeah, looking at the track record of the CCP, I would guess that it's they're trying to kill as many birds as with this one stone as they can. They're trying to not only restrict what these funds can be used on, but also absolutely track as much personally identifying information and purchase history and behavior as they possibly can. They're just they don't seem to ever be satisfied with how much control they get.
Is anybody at all surprised by this? Like anybody at all?
Fascists are going to be fascists.
Yeah.
Like this is when we're talking about like years ago when people were like, oh, well, China's working on digital yuan, right? Was anybody expecting it to be like not highly surveilled? I was ready for it to look basically just like this. So I guess in my mind, I read this article, I'm like, yeah, no shit, I guess. Which is why, like, you know, it's all the more reason to work on a good alternative like Monero, right? But I was very much expecting this to go through.
Yeah,
So
someone help me out here, because maybe I'm not being imaginative enough, right? So let's say I am I'm one of the protesters in Hong Kong, right? There's an airdrop of digital yuan to buy transportation to leave the protest, right? Or to let's say to leave the protest. I use that, and then it associates myself with being at the protest, and then I'm arrested. Sure. But a lot of the protesters are already, getting around that. They've already shut down. I mean, the CCP CCP has already shut down metro and public transportation multiple times to stop protests from getting there. So I'm saying, like, where is this useful in that case?
So can I chime in?
I mean, go
Okay,
ahead,
my
Noah.
bad. I kind of just want to piggyback off of Joshua's main concern because the way I kind of see it a little bit more like him, especially more in the United States. How and I also read an article a couple months ago where the Federal Reserve is actually looking into the development of a centralized digital currency, right? And what worries me about this in the United States is the fact that I think they're gonna basically use the boiled frog syndrome strategy to slowly get people into accepting the centralized digital currency through basically either welfare or some type of universal basic income. And I do feel that the population over here is would be more accepting of that, especially they're just going to receive universal basic income. I'm not against universal basic income if there was a way to implement it without obviously the centralized authority, because there is a lot of people hurting, especially because of the whole pandemic devastation, businesses closing and all that. But I do share that concern, the same concern as Joshua, where I feel over here in the United States, more people would be willing to accept that and not really care too much. Of course, there's going to be a group of us, using Monero, and that's where I think you'll have like a split of economies, maybe, where you'll have, I guess, us outsiders from the centralized economy, and then people that are just opting in to the CBDCs out of necessity. I just wanted to bring that to the floor and see what you guys think. And thanks for letting me speak, by the way, Justin.
I think it's just a numbers game, right? Like at the end of the day, like you don't need to actually. When we talk about privacy, we often think about like, oh, you're one person that's like involved in this really cool protest, and you are taking really cool measures to try and protect your privacy, and you're knowledgeable, and you're actively trying to look how to get beyond that, and you're really really interested in learning. I just don't think that's the vast majority of the space, right? The vast majority of people are just going to kind of follow the crowd largely, and that's not even necessarily direct criticism on them. Like not everybody can always just be the type of person that's always trying to learn and stay on the top of all the privacy stuff. So when you make a system that is easily mass surveilled, I mean, sure, you're going to lose some of the people that know what they're doing and are actively trying to sidestep the surveillance. But by and large, you're going to, by doing, what 95% of people are going to be pretty easily captured just by making the system the way it is. And then you get all that info. And then, it's not like they don't have resources to try and target the other 5 to 10% of people. So they still have, like, ultimately nothing really changes. I mean, you have some people that are certainly putting in the effort, but by and large, this gives them a way to narrow down very significantly where to focus their surveillance. I mean, that's kind of what I see it. And financial surveillance is, of course, one way to help them narrow it down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Justin, I completely agree with that. So I think this is where the two conversations tie together. Well, let's say there's an airdrop at a protest and we turn the trains back on and some people leave, some people don't, right? Well, you can track who received the money, and then you can track who left and who didn't. And you can put a score on people if they were compliant or not, right? Like the social credit scores, I think it's already going on over in China, right? And that's so you can look to see whether behavior happened or whether there was the absence of behavior based on the stimulus. And it's the same thing when it comes to issues of privacy. You can look for the evidence of activity or the absence of evidence of activity, right? So like if you're the only person in an apartment that's using Tor, right, and everyone else isn't, well then you are one out of the whole apartment. So you might not be able to see exactly the data that was being used, but there's still the information that this one person is someone we can identify who was using Tor at this time, because that's where the absence of normal activity was in the sea of regular activity. Right. And so you can start to see that in other ways too, right? And then when you start talking about the intersection of privacy and freedom, right? At that protest that we were talking about, where there's the airdrop, well, someone who has hard money, who's a little bit more wealthy, might get the airdrop. They might leave without spending it because they have some other form of transacting that they can do to try to get some sort of private transportation. But then the other people who have to use the public transportation, right? If it's shut down and all you can use is this airdrop money so that there's the full, complete granular tracking, well, they have no choice but to get out of there with what's available to them, right? So they create this sea of data, right? And you can see the people who aren't compliant with that sea of data. So there's this intersection where you get kind of the economic power to make choices, intersecting with how you express your privacy, intersecting with some ways that you can do data analysis based on either evidence or absence of evidence to still get some meta understanding of what's going on with people, right? And the difference between this all being theory a few years ago and the fact that these technologies are being tested now is that now this is reality, right? It's not like, oh, what if they built it? It's, oh, wow, this is being tested and it could be deployed by people in groups, wherever in the world, right? And so, different cultures and contexts have different norms, right? We have a norm more for privacy in the US. It's been eroded since the Patriot Act and all that, but it's a different norm in other places where there's more of a kind of communal culture and things like that, right? And so the fact that the technology exists, it's kind of like the fact that the airplane exists or the spaceship exists. Once it exists, you start to be able to express behaviors and choices and policies and norms out of your culture and all sorts of things in different ways. And, and a lot of times if people can, they will, right? So I think that's the big difference from before, where we were talking about theory, to today, where we're talking about actual capabilities, is now people are faced with the choice of whether they have to use those capabilities. And then everyone else is faced with the choice of whether they learn about it, what they try to do, and then overcoming challenges. If you're really good and you create an absence of data, you're still maybe a little bit screwed and things like that. It's all very intersecting, which makes for, I think, a very interesting conversation.
No, yeah, Josh, I think you're straight on. But I would say that, we don't even have to look across to China for those of you living in America, right? I mean, if you look at the latest infrastructure plan that the White House put out, it included, like, one of the clauses was to allow, to force your bank to report to the IRS your, statements every year, right? So your full bank statements reported to the IRS, meaning everything deposited, everything withdrawn, every transaction that you spend at, the local bodega, all the way to, your donations to, your local church or whatever, So, I mean, I don't think we have to go all the way down to, the Chinese boogeyman to get there. It's very real, and it's very present. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. There's within the pursuit of OSINT, or open source intelligence, even without having a massive network of spy apparatus, the way that the CCP does, or the way that that the UK does, especially in London, right? There's closed circuit TVs there, or closed circuit cameras, CCTV cameras everywhere, and that's only like that mesh of spying eyes is only going to grow in some of those places. But here, where we maybe don't have as many cameras, we still have traffic cameras. You still have security cameras that are not properly secured, that are not properly locked down, right? So access to them is kind of trivial. And then you also have volunteer eyewitness footage that's sent into authorities that, after the fact, can be used to identify protesters at a rally, for example. I don't care which side of a given debate you're on. If you went there with the purpose of being anonymous to just see what was happening, you could still be identified as somebody who was in attendance and mischaracterized as somebody who was there to cause harm, regardless of your intent. The fact that your likeness showed up, your face was recognizable in a given location at a given time, and it was captured by either security footage from a traffic camera, or from a local building, or from somebody else's cell phone, and then submitted to authorities, already creates that risk here. So as far as your threat model here in the United States, it's not all that dissimilar. The only difference is there's a lack of automation for all of those steps mentioned before, collecting all the footage, sifting through it, correlating data or metadata, and assigning it to a given individual and creating something of a social credit score or a social score for that person. But we're not far away from being able to do it, even just with the open source intelligence. So yeah, you leave the question of helicopter money out. You know, that just complicates it further, right? Because the moment you accept, you opt into the terms. But I don't know. At the risk of sounding like a tinfoil hat wearer, this is why when it comes to in-person events, and when it comes to going certain places, and when it comes to using currency in person, being without a phone and using cash or a digital equivalent, such as a paper wallet with an inherently private currency, already made up in the denomination of what I want to give somebody. You know, so it is blockchain cash, or a blockchain bearer note. I don't care. Call me a tinfoil hat wearer. Call me paranoid. But that's the only way to fully opt out of those systems, is to 100% not wear the wiretap of your iPhone or your Android, and and the homing beacon of your iPhone or your Android, and only use material and currency that is inherently untraceable. And then further, obfuscate your identity, right? Do something to obfuscate your identity, and further still, try not to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's like there's so many little mistakes you can make. It's a game of chess. It's not really about you playing perfectly. It's about you just not making the wrong mistake at the wrong time against the wrong player.
Yeah.
How have you not been to DEF CON before? Honestly, like I'm just laughing. This is the type of conversation that literally everybody has at DEF CON 24/7. So you'd fit right in.
Yeah, I'm becoming convinced, Justin, I gotta go to this one. I really do.
By the end of tonight, I need you to be booking those flights and hotels. Sorry, Marcus, didn't want to interrupt.
No, you're great. I mean, I was going to say, to go in further, if you live in a major city in America, you are in those, camera CCTV circuits, right? So you're getting captured on camera, going to the bank, going to the grocery store, etc. Right? For example, in New York, my friend actually just published a paper about this. If you guys know what Easy Pass is, right? It's a pass you put on your car, and you can go through, you can go through the toll lanes, right? So the cameras at major intersections and some of the, the more used side intersections, they are actually taking they're reading the data off that Easy Pass as you go through them, right? So not for you to pay a toll, just to tag where you're at. So like there's so many ways that you can be tracked, right? And I would say the only difference between the United States and China is that we have a fragmented network of surveillance. China's network is integrated, and the data from Shanghai and the data from Beijing, can all be probably sourced by one, source in wherever they're sifting through data, right? With their AI. But in the United States, New York City is fragmented from Baton Rouge, which is fragmented from Los Angeles, and that's not going to be for long, right? I mean, you only have so long until that does happen.
I just wanted to talk more just generally about the idea of central bank digital currencies, Fed coins, as people call them. I just think even the conversation is antithetical, really, to what cryptocurrency is and where it came from. Bitcoin came literally a year after the housing market crash in 2008. And I think it came purely almost as a result of people realizing that they don't need the government to maintain centralized control over their money anymore. And so really just, especially the digital yuan and the CCP, I think that's just obviously, that's something that obviously is almost in a different category, just in terms of centralization. But even in terms of the United States, I mean, Bitcoin literally was created in complete opposition to all of this. And then, I mean, as we talk about Monero, and compare that to how how involved the government is in surveillance and everything that's opposed to privacy. It's almost a joke, at least to me, when I see the word Fed coin being thrown around and these governments talking about how, I personally don't even know that too much about these central bank digital currencies, but it almost seems joke to me, because really the point is to be decentralized. That is one of the main points of all of these cryptocurrencies, and it's a very interesting topic. It just seems to go really against everything that cryptocurrency stands for and stands for, especially Monero.
I'm going to disagree with you on the point that I do not think that the masses truly care about decentralization. And when I say that, where's my evidence for that? My evidence for that is Binance, right? If you look at Binance Smart Chain, right, they call it CDFI. What the fuck does that mean? Centralized, decentralized finance? What does that mean, right? That's the fourth highest, market cap in cryptocurrency. And I would say the reason why that's happening is because people don't truly care about decentralization. They care about whatever is the easiest use and whatever has the most financial incentive for them to use, at least the masses.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. I'm not gonna like white knight for Mash here, but I don't think he was claiming that the popular opinion was that decentralization was important. I think he was claiming that Satoshi and co thought it was important, and I think they were right.
Yeah, so I'll hop in.
Sorry,
go ahead.
Just to clarify really quick. Yeah, I wasn't saying that people care about this a lot. There are obviously the people that really are just trying to make money. They're speculating. They don't really care if there's KYC, if they give up their social security. They just want to go on Binance and trade and make some money. I think and yes, I do think I'm sorry if I'm forgetting your name. Mind your biz though. Thanks for jumping in there. I do agree with you that it's sort of Satoshi and really the people that are looking at this as utility and for really what it is and where its value is, to totally be kind of in opposition to this. But that's not to say that there's not people that are going to be okay with it. Just to clarify, but thanks for the comment.
Yeah, so I want to try to synthesize a couple of the points that have come up here and see if we can get to a couple of practical things. So the way we talk about these problems, I think, is very, very important. There's this old slogan that Apple used to have way back where like it just works, right? And that worked for them fairly well. They sold a bunch of stuff during the days of that slogan. And I think that in a lot of ways, most people live their life that way because there's too many things to care about, too many things to think about, right? You don't think about identity theft until your identity is stolen, and then all of a sudden you have your credit score frozen, and you're dealing with theft and all of these problems, right? Because suddenly it didn't work anymore, right? Until the moment where your identity was stolen, it just worked, right? But now it doesn't, right? And if you think about really basic things that we accept as normal, right? Like you'll show your driver's license to a person at the grocery store or at a bar if you want to buy alcohol, and your driver's license is overkill for that use case, right? That use case is just show that you can legally buy alcohol. But what you're revealing is your first name, your last name, your date of birth, your address, all the information that's necessary to steal your identity and create this situation where suddenly it doesn't work. But most of the time that doesn't happen, right? Most of the time the checkout person doesn't steal our stuff. And so it just works, which means we don't think about the fact that we are massively oversharing when we do that to solve a really simple problem, which is just, am I of the age to purchase this product so that I'm not killing my brain before it's fully developed, right? And a lot of times, all of the technologies and things that we have get deployed into moments and situations where it works good enough, where it just works, and so people aren't forced to think about what happens when it doesn't work and what the threat model is, right? And so I think that's why it's really important that we think about how we talk about these things, right? Because it's not privacy for privacy's sake or decentralization for decentralization's sake. It's, decentralization because decentralization makes it work better, right? It makes privacy makes it work better, right? It is my freedom, it is my autonomy, it is all those things, just living my life, right? And so it's not that the masses are complacent, it's just that the masses have a situation that it just works for now, right? But if you think about 08, suddenly it didn't work, right? Why didn't it work? Well, there are all these opaque and right, not transparent relationships between really big players who were holding each other's notes and capital, and no one could get any transparency into what happened. So suddenly it stopped working because when people needed to clear the transactions, the house of cards fell apart, right? And so when we talk about decentralization, part of it's transparency. Transparency is what helps make it work so that people can't build these structures which suddenly collapse and surprise everyone, right? When we talk about decentralization, it's kind of like, well, not concentrating authority so one person can be abusive, right? Well, are there ways to do that where we can be transparent and not prevent someone from being abusive, right? Well, until someone's abusive, we don't think about it. But once they're abusive, suddenly it stopped working. And so now we have to think about it, right? And it's that point where we go from it just works to where it doesn't work, that these things become real, that the power of the technology, the opacity, the concentration of authority, all of that stuff goes from idea to reality. And so if we can start to, I think, let's get to the idea of how to make this practical. It starts with things like, how do we show our age so that we can buy alcohol? If we normalize conversation saying, hey, the problem we're solving is to make sure that we're buying, the right people are buying, and we don't want to overshare information, we start to demand from our representatives and things like that, the use of the types of IDs, if it's zero knowledge proof-based ID or something else that just solves the problem so it still works without creating other problems, right? We can say, hey, we care about it continuing to work, and we don't want to use too much power to solve it. Right? If we start to talk about, hey, we have the capability to do the CBDC, well, it's like, great, but what are we really trying to do? If we just want to make sure that we're distributing money to people, let's not do overkill, right? Let's just make sure we do just enough and that we don't create new problems. And if we can normalize, I think, that kind of thought, then you go from this sense of complacency, which again, I think is completely normal. People just want to live their lives and they only respond when they're forced to because something goes wrong, right? But if we can normalize just kind of using the minimal amount of technology and talking about it, right? Like, let's solve ransomware. Let's solve it using best practices, and let's solve it using the simplest technology, and then let's not ban everything else just because it could be related. Let's solve ESG. Why not? Let's solve it using the simplest technology, things like that, so that it just works. And then we're all free to keep being, busy, keep being distracted, keep having too much to do, right? And I think it's how we frame and how we talk, and normalizing this idea of not going too far with the technology by how we engage with the other people that we're around, that can be a good first step, at least in the United States, right? And if we can keep wherever we are personally strong, then perhaps we can start talking about geopolitics and stuff in the future. But I do think that that's a way that this conversation comes together, and that if there's a commitment we can all reflect on as far as how we're talking and framing and inviting others into the conversation, because we're all busy. And at the end of the day, we just want it to work.
Yeah, Joshua, I agree with that. I love your synthesis too. You always do. I love being in conducting rooms and being in spaces with you. As far as the synthesis, some things that I think maybe could use a little bit of my personal flavor. I'll just add a little bit to what you said. I think one of the biggest problems with the way that not only we talk about it, but the culture that we built up here in the United States in particular over time, after having these narratives be so dominant for so long, is that we believe that power corrupts, and we see that manifest here. We believe that absolute power corrupts absolutely, and we see that manifest here. It's like we're speaking it into reality, and creating a culture in which we just sort of take for granted. Oh, this person is in politics. Obviously, they're crooked. Or this person is in a position of authority or power. Obviously, they're going to abuse it and use that position for personal gain. And so what do we see? We see the average wages of even somebody who's a professional, being largely stagnant over decades, and then the average salary of a CEO or a C-level executive, any C-level executive, going up by like a quantum leap. in the same time period. So it is as though, yeah, we've spoken these ideas into reality. As far as there being maybe some new ideas and some new language and framing that we can use, I think that we need to have a fundamental emphasis on advocating for retail, advocating, and not from a Marxist perspective or from the idea that what's mine is yours, but just to say that what's mine is mine, right? Like, and the government doesn't get to just steal from me. They have to give me a compelling reason to work with them, because they actually work for me. Certainly, the way our Constitution is written and the various state constitutions that are supposed to govern the way that we live here, that's what they indicate to me. Maybe I'm reading them wrong, but I think that my public servants are supposed to be serving me as a public person, right? Somebody who's at the front lines and represents retail, right? Not a large institution or an investor group or a would-be booster, right, for their interests. So I think having a fundamental emphasis on advocating for the individual and for the retail investor, if we start with that mindset and we start with that language, we do solve a lot of problems. We really do, including privacy, because we realize, like, no, I don't just want to have abuse committed against me. I don't have the means to defend myself against an entire police department or the FBI, right? Like, I don't have the means to do that. Probably better for me to start with privacy, not because I have something to hide from those individuals, but because I don't want my current activities to be mischaracterized by them and have violence used against me inappropriately. I don't have the means to defend myself as the average retail person, right? So I think when we start with that mindset, and like you said, when we use that as our language, we slowly change culture. The other reality is, though, that in the world that we are in, change doesn't happen without discomfort. I mean, and that's true of any massive sweeping change. It doesn't happen without discomfort. It'd be like, the couch to 5K, right? Or couch to marathon programs. At some point from the couch to the marathon, you're going to sweat, period. Sorry, spoiler alert. It's going to be uncomfortable, just a little bit. Change requires either some sacrifice or drawing some hard lines and boundaries. So how do you advocate for the air quotes little guy or for the frontline retail person? And how do you step up to these really big institutions, including government? And how do you do so peacefully, knowing that at some point in the future, we all want to be friends. We all still want to be neighbors. We may even want some of these elected officials to stay in office. We might want that. There might be some good apples we want to keep in place. So how do you do that? I think part of the way that we do that is, through technology, where we just draw a hard line in the sand and say, look, considering my options, I advocate for myself by creating this ultra strong lock that you can't just break. You either have to ask me very nicely, or you have to give me incentive vis-a-vis the things that government does, serving me first, right? And then proving to me that you are worth my tax dollars, or proving to me that beyond a shadow of my doubt, that there is some appropriately assessed fine or fee or like levy or whatever it is that you have that you think requires value from me. You have to prove that. You have to prove that first. I don't have to prove anything to you. And also on the topic of underage drinking, I just think it was really funny that was the example you used. I really do think that comes down to culture as well, because the other way we can deal with checking IDs is to do like a lot of European countries do, and the moment you reach the bar, just let the person drink and let families do their job and teach kids. So culture.
I'm going to jump in here real quick. Obviously, thank you, Joshua and Seth, for explaining or really showing the idea that privacy really is more of a mainstream conversation now than it was when Monero started back in 2014. I do want to slowly work the conversation back into being a discussion on Monero generally, and I want to start that off by welcoming two people onto the stage. So welcome Stoic, Hodler, and H2O. Do you want to start off by introducing yourself, sort of like what brings you actually here to speakers in this room? Why do you care about Monero? What's going on there?
Basically, this is H2O. I'm just a regular guy that kind of got into the crypto world during the pandemic, and then got a hernia, it slowed me down. Been at home for a couple months, so I just kind of stick with I got some favorites: Cardano, of course, Ethereum, Bitcoin, VeChain. But I've always wanted to know about Monero, and I just kind of wanted to take it back to an analogy that one of you brought up about an ice cream truck. If you were if you were the ice cream truck, how would you sell Monero, the ice cream, to me, the consumer? What would be your pitch?
Hey, can I step in for this one? So
Yeah.
if I were going to sell you Monero for an ice cream truck, I would make sure that the outside of it has the giant M with orange and gray. I wouldn't want you to get confused. And I'd be absolutely sure that you got extra napkins so that you're really excited and start drooling. You'd be fine. I'll take care of you. Really, we go the extra mile.
You would only sell like orange and orange flavored and Oreo flavored ice cream there.
Yeah, it totally wouldn't turn your poop like dark blue the next day. I promise.
Now, do a lot of people I've seen, I don't know how, in mining, do they use Monero? I guess maybe for a privacy thing, or?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
Monero uses RandomX, so it's like a CPU friendly miner. The idea is like a lot of people in the Bitcoin space might say, "Oh, well, you're being naive. Of course, someone's going to make ASICs." The idea isn't trying to prevent someone from making good hardware. The idea is to make the hashing algorithm very, very similar to the type of functions that work well on normal CPU and hardware that everyone already has, right? So yeah, Monero is a proof of work. It uses RandomX. It does. I had a question that came in with the hash. I've been a little slow to check the Monero space, sorry, but someone said, "Is Monero switching to proof of stake?" No, there are no plans in Monero to switch to proof of stake. Monero uses proof of work.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to set up my own. I want to start doing it. Start, just small. I was one of those people that during the pandemic, I wasted about $4,000 on an awesome computer, and I want to put it to work. I want to build like a mining rig, and just for a hobby,
Well, if it has a Ryzen CPU, you should definitely check it out. Even if it's an Intel CPU, you should check it out. But especially
I do
if it's
have that.
Ryzen.
I got a Ryzen.
Well, there you
9
go.
and
Perfect. Get it running. You're
3080.
not going to be a millionaire probably
No,
unless
I know.
Monero explodes, but you might as well, right?
But I follow those guys, like Red Panda. I'm sure you heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah. Best of luck. It's a really good way to get started. Is just check out how to run it on your CPU. Check out XMRig. That's the main software most people use.
So other than that, you do a lot of privacy, correct? I mean, it's mainly a privacy thing, or is that the main course?
Yeah, I mean, Monero doesn't only do privacy stuff, but like for example, the CPU accessible mining. But by all means, yeah, Monero is meant to be private fungible money. Like that's what it's mostly known for. Absolutely, the Monero you mine is private.
So can you buy Monero like you would buy VeChain or whatever?
Yeah, you can buy it on Kraken in the US at least. You can buy it on Kraken.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
great.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
We'll circle back around to this in a second. Sorry to. I just want to make sure Stoic Hodler gets a chance to introduce himself. Hey, Stoic Hodler.
Yeah, hey guys, how you going? Yeah, I at least in sort of the cryptographic side of I suppose cryptos. I'm no expert in that. I've stayed more in the marketing and social media kind of sides. I've worked in there for a couple of years now. I hang out with way too many maxis, like Bitcoin maxis in Twitter Spaces, so it's good to have a little bit of refreshing kind of view from Monero. I have a bit of a question. I have a tons of questions, which I'm sure we'll get to, but one question I do have, is it possible to build on Monero? At least, is it possible to do any updates that make it possible to build on Monero? What's the go there?
Can you be a little bit more specific? What do you mean by build on?
So say you like your layer 2, 3, 4 kind of dApps and whatever, just financial services. I suppose what DeFi is to ETH.
So I'm gonna speak out of turn here a little bit. I'm sure Justin has a different response here. There is a sister project called Tari that is meant to work with Monero, sort of after the fashion of DeFi. It's not exactly intended for DeFi right now, but it will have more of the components that would make it possible to do DeFi-like activities with smart contracts and NFTs and all the things that you have come to expect from smart contract systems like Ethereum.
Okay, cool. Have you guys looked into Fala Network at all? It's like a layer 2 or maybe even layer 3 on, what's it on? It's on ETH, I'm pretty sure. Or no, sorry, it's on Polkadot.
it's likely this isn't the right room to really address that question, to be honest.
No, the reason I ask is because it's sort of a privacy-centric cloud computing service. So it basically enables encrypted, if you will, encrypted zero-knowledge proof smart contracts. That's why I was just curious about how similar to what was it, Tari, that they said was the name of ours? Similar. Sorry, curious how similar it was to that.
TARI. I think the fundamental difference is, and let me just take this one head on really fast, because you brought up the name of a different project that is, you know, let's be very clear about it. Clearly that wasn't a question about Monero. That was you were bringing up some other project, but Tari being a sister project to Monero, actually being part of that ecosystem, it is backed by proof of work. It's merge mined with Monero, so it's a very different ethos. I don't know that anybody, and again, I don't speak for the developer team, but just as an enthusiast and somebody who consults on mid-scale and large-scale mining operations, some of whom have been very focused on Monero in the years past, I can just say that proof of work, entirely different ethos from what you'll see anywhere in the DOT ecosystem. So I don't imagine you're gonna win many hearts and minds talking about it here.
I don't know anything about that specific implementation. The one thing I'd be cautious of is that when you talk about things like, you know, like just the phrase encrypted smart contracts, like I would have to look at that very, very, very carefully before I'd be really comfortable with the specific implementation. And I'm not even talking about like inflation sort of things, but I'm just talking about privacy sort of things. So it's the reason Monero doesn't itself try to take on these sort of layer 2 stuff directly is because Monero's, you know, without compromise, really, it tries to make each transaction look as indistinguishable as any other transaction. That's its main goal, right? That's number 1 on the list. And so when you start to add some additional functionality, you've got to be really careful about what metadata you're introducing. And so it's generally easier on the Monero development side to say, well, we're going to stick to the idea of making transactions as indistinguishable as possible. And then if someone wants to build some layer 2 solution on it, they're going to come up with some way to make it work, right? Thorchain is coming up with a way to make it work. Secret Network is doing a wrapped Monero. They found a way to make it work, right? So it's, I wish I could speak more about your specific situation. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of like circling the question rather than directly addressing it. But
no, you're good. You're good. I just basically saying, because, just so you know, I didn't come here to shill any fucking shit coins or anything like that. I really just I'm curious about the question.
Yeah, I wish I could more address. If someone here is more familiar with that, by all means, like chime in, give a jump in and say hi. But I personally just don't really know.
I mean, just to talk about like Monero, to like Monero and smart contracts.
Sorry,
right?
you go.
Just, I mean, like smart contracts inherently like have to disclose data about who publishes them, right? I mean, would you want to interact with a contract that, you know, you couldn't verify that the creator had some stake in it working?
And this is where I'm no sort of expert about, you know, cryptography and all that kind of stuff. I'm led to believe that, you know, zero knowledge proofs can play a part in that. But yeah, in terms of all that, I really don't know how it all works. So
the only
I'm not
thing,
going to say what I
want
do
to
and
say,
don't want.
which again, sadly, is more circling your question than answering it directly, is just the idea of zero knowledge proof is perhaps unintuitively, the phrase zero knowledge proof has no relation at all to whether or not it provides privacy protections for users. It's effectively the same as saying, hey, this car runs on an internal combustion engine, right? Sure, some race cars use internal combustion engines, but like some race cars use electric engines, right? Some race cars use all sorts of other components that make it all work and go fast. So I would be really, really cautious. It sometimes good, like, you know, well-intentioned projects will use this phrase in a way to try and just kind of cut through the noise and get people's attention. And they are well-intentioned and they actually are a competent implementation. But generally those that are using this phrase are using it because they sort of, they get a bit of a free pass, right? Like you hear this phrase and you think, oh, well, this provides good privacy, right? It must. but in reality, it's just a cryptography term that actually isn't related. Like it could be in, your internal combustion engine that's being, running a car that takes 20 seconds to go to 60, right? Like you never know. So I would just say be cautious. And I wish I could address the question more directly, but it's probably the best you're going to get in this room, sadly.
No, all good, bro. I appreciate it. Just another quick question. I live with a very toxic Bitcoin maxi, and he was saying, we were talking about Monero yesterday, and he was saying that Monero, as sort of an attack vector, if you do want to attack Monero, it hard forks or soft forks every 6 months. What would you say to a maxi like that as to why, whether it be that Monero is not even unsafe or slightly unsafe or safer than Bitcoin, whatever it may be?
Could you explain what they're trying to say is the attack vector, though? Exactly.
So if you hard fork every 6 months, apparently that's it's much easier for people to hack because the chain is less, or sorry, the chain is shorter.
Okay, that's not okay. Well, first let's grab the bull by the horns, Stoic. First off, it is not currently forking every 6 months. That was a proposal to get ahead, to have some degree of distance between the net hash of Monero and the centralizing force of ASICs. And I mean, like Justin mentioned before, it sounds like right now the current mindset is, and the consensus among developers in Monero is, hey, we're doing well enough with RandomX. Let's just check in. Do we need to hard fork right now? No, then we won't. I hope that helps to answer your question, but it hasn't experienced a hard fork in some time. And certainly it hasn't been on a dedicated every 6 months we must hard fork. That's really not like the development imperative. The development imperative is having clean consensus that's reliable and decentralized. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, and that obviously comes down to voting on the nodes, is it?
No, actually, not really. So really, I know that in the Bitcoin space, you kind of think like, okay, it's a big ecosystem. You got to make sure everyone's on the same page. You have this method of signaling. You got the expedited way of signaling for Taproot and the like. Largely, things are just so discussed at length, I would say, before Monero decides to even go forward with any of the proposals, that by the time anything is being proposed for an actual hard fork, like, there are no surprises. So some Bitcoiners will point to the fact that, well, that's a sign of an immature Monero ecosystem. But I would say that, like, largely like, the Monero community cannot allow for, and I know that this is, some people are going to say this is, it's a form of centralization, perhaps. But, like, largely, we can't be like, have this open discussion about whether privacy is important to improve on Monero every time, or if it's worth the cost to try and, like, support the additional incremental costs of privacy on Monero every time. So to some extent, we need to kind of like agree on some basic important principles that Monero is improving, and privacy is obviously one of them, and transaction indistinguishability. So I would say largely, even though there's room for improvement, I would say a lot of discussion happens before any of these proposals are even going through. And certainly, if anything was contentious, Monero's proof of work, so there'd be certainly indicators that, hey, this is not going to be going through or whatever else. But by all, like, Monero hasn't ever had in its whole history like a contentious hard fork. Even RandomX, which Monero contributor Fluffy Pony, for example, he was actually not in favor of RandomX being implemented on Monero, but the rest of the community is like, no, this is actually something we really want, and Monero went with RandomX, for example. But I mean, your friend technically has a point in the sense that, all else equal, it would be good if you never actually had to impose these network upgrades. But Monero's privacy comes from, again, indistinguishability. So you have some people that say, oh, well, soft forks are better because you want backwards compatibility, or you don't want to all get on the same page for this sort of thing because that requires, quote unquote, centralization. But if you're using the Monero network, you do need to care about privacy. That's just kind of like a principle that is just there, right? So we need to actually prevent people from explicitly doing what they perhaps would have been able to do in the past. For example, send pre-ring CT transactions. We need to be able to say, no, you can't do this anymore. You need to send transactions that match everybody else's. So it's definitely a bit of a different situation. I mean, you're going to have some people that say this is worse for what it's worth, and I think we need to be accepting of that. But at the end of the day, I would look very closely at what Monero is proposing and why. And there actually is a lot of internal opposition. For example, Monero is not raising the ring size like Monero is, where we just grow it for the sake of it being fancy and it's a joke to grow. Like there are real reasons why certain decisions are made, and I would look closely at what has happened in the past and why. But like, for example, Monero hasn't had a hard fork in the last 9 months, right? And there is no one planned in the next several, and that's obviously longer than 6 months, right? So
Yeah, and even when you fork a project, right? I mean, you don't actually shorten the chain at all. You keep the everything pre fork, and you have everything post fork. You don't actually shorten anything there.
Okay.
just
Okay,
because
cool. And
Huobi's
so
here, I just want
with
to
the
say,
hard,
I don't know if Huobi's listening or what, but thank you, Huobi, for supporting Monero. You guys are great. Hopefully you'll continue to for a long while. Great to see you here. I assume you don't want to be a speaker, but if you do, you're welcome. Just to ask and continue. So,
Yeah, kind of briefly also, so
yeah,
something that may be helpful in the longest chain. If the, again, since you were asking air quotes for a friend, the longest chain problem comes during the midst of a hard fork, and that's meant to just be a simple heuristic for people who are following on at home to choose which chain they're going to follow, or miners or full nodes, whoever's doing the signaling on that network. They may want to lend their support to the longest chain in the event of a contentious hard fork, not one that's led by the core developer team.
I'm going to interrupt here real quick.
okay, right.
Huobi, welcome to being a speaker. Would you like to say hi? What's going on? What's going on here?
Oh, hey everyone. My name's John. I work for the social media team in Hobie. Just wanted to drop by and tell you thanks for supporting us, and we're supporting you as much as we can. So, and also I wanted to say thanks for hosting these events on Twitter. Everyone wants to get educated within the community, and we're more than happy to support this. So I just wanted to stop by and say hello.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, John. Is this something where you at Huobi and will join a lot of these Twitter spaces? Is it just Twitter? Is it like all sorts of chats like this?
I mean, we obviously want to support the community within education, and anything that's listed on our exchange, we want to support. We want to be a part of the community because we feel like, we want to provide that education to our community. And also we want to provide support to anyone listed on our exchange, anyone in the cryptocurrency industry, anything that has to do with cryptocurrency that's in the development stages or anything. We just want to give support to, because I think it's ideal that we all come together and form a huge community to help develop, the ecosystem together. So this is my second time I've ever joined. But like, I'm really excited about, joining these events with you guys. So.
That's awesome. I mean, I'm glad it seems like you're getting a really warm welcome here. The responses from people seem to be quite positive. So we certainly appreciate that. And obviously we really appreciate Huobi's support of Monero, right? Like that's fantastic. We're glad that you guys are by our side there. How familiar are you personally with Monero? Is this something that you like know of very well, or is this just it's just one of the coins that you've sort of like heard of and you are eager to support, but you're not super familiar with?
Yeah, so actually, like, I've been in the cryptocurrency industry since like 2017. And it's one of the coins that I've always interested in learning more about, because the development's been ongoing. There's a lot of people involved, and it's more decentralized. And it seems like the development's like always upgrading, and a lot of people are talking about it as far as like like this is about privacy and numbers. So I know it has a lot to do with privacy and how it's developed to, give more privacy to transactions. So I mean, I know a lot about it. But the reason I wanted to join this is just mainly just to say hello to everyone. And if you guys ever have any more of these events, we're more than happy to attend. And we wanted to welcome everyone to Hobie. Like, anyone in the Monero community is always welcome. And if you ever have any questions or need education pushed out to our community about Monero, just send us a DM and we're happy to share it. Because this is all about us coming together as a community to develop it and help bring us together to help, move the ecosystem forward. So.
That's fantastic to hear. I do have one offer for you. So Huobi is absolutely invited. If you are interested, you can send me details. Otherwise, don't worry about it. But DEF CON in Vegas in August is one of the largest cybersecurity conferences. And the Monero community is a big part, as you can imagine, the cybersecurity / hacker conference. We are organizing the cryptocurrency village there. So if you are interested in having a space there, it doesn't cost anything. The only thing is, you have to get to Vegas, and I think DEF CON might charge $300 a speaker, but compared to compared to other conference sponsorships and stuff and the like, I just want to say that we're happy to speak with you about getting you guys a space there at a table or whatever to make sure that you're up and spread the word there too among people that are familiar with cryptocurrencies and are very interested in cybersecurity in Vegas. If you are anyone from your team is free this August.
Yeah, sure. I mean, definitely send me more information. Our DM's open. I know we have like people around the globe and we're worldwide, so I know we might have someone in around that area. Obviously I'd have to check their schedule and everything just to make sure, but if there's any online events that we can, support, because I know like traveling right now is very difficult for, everyone. But yeah, like if there's someone in that area, we're more than happy to support it. It's just a matter of getting the associate to be able to be available and attend it. So I'm actually stationed in Southeast Asia. So, like it's a little bit hard for me because it's travel is restricted, but yeah, if you ever do any of these spaces, just send me a DM and we're happy to join. Maybe even eventually, if we can get involved to tell people in our community that you guys are hosting these events, we're happy to maybe support it some way. Everything has to get approved. So I'm not like the CEO or anything, obviously. So I can't really say 100% that we support everything, but I can tell you that if you're on our exchange and you're a great community and you support us, we'll support you just as much. So it's all about that.
Sounds awesome, John. Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. We'll be in touch and see if anything comes of that. But obviously, we really appreciate you being here and being part of this conversation. Seth, I'm going to throw it back to you. Is there any other discussion you want to have that I kind of missed? I feel like once I came in, Huobi came in, I think I dropped the ball on the existing conversation. So if you or Joshua want to pick something up where we left it off, you have the floor.
Sure. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that, Justin. And again, I'll voice for my part. It's I'm flattered and also very pleased to see Rep John from Huobi jumping in on this conversation. We were just having kind of an informal chat about privacy, the need for privacy in general, and I think that's something that affects any cryptocurrency user. But whether people realize it or not, or understand it or not, it especially affects users of less private cryptocurrencies. Or cryptocurrencies that are less private than Monero, being private by default. So having a bit of a privacy mindset. I did a quick call and return activity when I first jumped into the Twitter space earlier on and asked everybody in the room to signal with that hundo, right, that little hundo emoji, whether they were interested in learning more about a privacy mindset, or by signaling with the fist emoji if they just wanted to learn about Monero specifically and being private by default within cryptocurrency. And we got a really big response from the room saying that more people wanted to become at least a little bit more educated on how to have more of a privacy mindset. And I think that's pretty important. So Justin, with my last little speaking time here, I just want to re-emphasize how important that is, that the privacy mindset is what keeps you safe. Monero is just another tool, and it's a very important one. It really is. But like so many other tools, you can use it incorrectly. You can use it at the wrong times. You can have very bad personal OPSEC and talk about it at the wrong times and to the wrong people. And you can engage in problems that require reputation management afterwards if you're not careful with this tool, like so many other tools. So the mindset is the main thing, right? Privacy mindset, and Monero is just a tremendous tool for the individual who's developing that privacy mindset. So those are my closing remarks, and I really appreciate you having me in this Twitter space. I appreciate you conducting them, and these are always great. Just really, thank you so much, Justin.
Yeah, of course. You guys, you're great to have on. You're so good at carrying the conversation. It's fantastic. So thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, so I'll jump in too because I'm going to hop off in a second as well. Yeah, so thank you so much. Yeah, Twitter is definitely a different beast than Clubhouse, but they both have their strengths, and it's a lot of fun to see the community and a lot of the same people in both places. So I wanted to speak really quickly to the conversation that the Stoic Hodler was having about these conversations people will have about this protocol versus that protocol and attacking it, especially Bitcoin maxis and so forth. Right. So John from Hobie said he started in 2017. Right. Like there's actually a cadence to when most people start with quote unquote crypto and then find their tribes. Right. So the very first big move, was, well, it was kind of like small blip kind of in 2011. And then you had the big, Bitcoin over 1200 in 2013. And, Bitcoin talk exploded and there was lots of conversations about what was going to happen with Bitcoin. So it was the only game in town at that time. And so there's a cohort of people who have the experience from that time, who are on the forums at that time, who remember the conversations around whether Bitcoin should be truly private or not, and then the creation of, Monero, and the movement to today, right, where people said, there's a spectrum of privacy that we want to have, and so the folks on Bitcoin picked part of that spectrum, and then the folks who wanted a different part of the spectrum of privacy went to a different part of the spectrum, and they're prioritizing things like Justin was saying, like they're prioritizing very specific privacy-centric, privacy-focused attributes that you want to have as part of your life experience, right? Now, that doesn't mean the spectrum went away, right? So in 2017, you have the ICO boom, you have VCs coming in, you have a lot of people who see this next big wave of activity who start learning, and they didn't live through that earlier contentious time, right? And then there were different, fights at that time, the split between Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, and things like that. You have the rise of Zcash and other things, kind of all throughout this time, rise of Ethereum, right? And so then there's other people who care about privacy, like Seth's talking about, but they don't have that history in crypto. They didn't see the rise of Monero early on. They didn't see these other things happening. And so they just start trying to explore privacy, and there's a part of the privacy spectrum they care about, right? And then there's research done into things, like Justin was talking about with zero knowledge proofs, which can be used to for condensing data, right, to make things more efficient, or they can be used to reveal just the right amount of data, which does have privacy implications, right? You can use the same tool for different things, right? So people just start trying to learn. And now we're at 2021, and there's another class of people who are just getting started now, who aren't familiar with the history from 2013 or 2017, right? But these people also care about privacy, right? And through it all, even though we're years into the life of Monero, years into the life of other crypto projects, the work's not done, right? All of this software really is still kind of beta software in a lot of ways, and it needs to keep growing and changing so that it can really embody the vision of what it's meant to be, where it exists on the spectrum of privacy that it cares about. So Bitcoin's doing Taproot, getting a little more private, right? It's still not targeting the same spectrum that Monero is, right? Early on, Bitcoin had all sorts of errors. There was the bug that Vitalik actually wrote about in Bitcoin Magazine, where someone minted 2 billion Bitcoin, and they had to do a fork of the chain because Bitcoin's not supposed to have 2 billion, right? There's all sorts of different things that have happened because these things are developmental pieces of software that are changing over time. And so depending on when you started, you're going to have kind of a sense of what you care about and a sense of the history. But there's all these people who came before you who are going to have these really strong opinions because they were in the old fights, right? And they're going to have their biases and they're going to have their perspectives too. And so what I would just encourage everyone to take away and to really reflect on, based on when you started and based on how much you care about privacy, right, is to keep an open mind about what you want to learn and where on the spectrum you care about. And if you want some of the best privacy-focused people and workers who have been at it for a long time, Monero might be the place for you. If there's something you're more excited about, you're more excited about smart contracting, you're willing to accept a lesser amount of privacy so that you can have that functionality, there might be other spaces for you. And you just got to do the research to understand where you want to be, because that's how this entire community of people working to make these technology reals has evolved over time. There's no, from on high, as much as people talk about Satoshi, there's no from on high vision that's suddenly formed into the great, crypto reality we have. It's groups of people starting in cohorts at different periods of time who care about a certain amount of privacy, a certain amount of functionality, getting up to speed, finding their tribe, figuring out where they want to put their nose to the grindstone and getting to work, right? And so every single person here has the opportunity to do that. And there's going to be another class in 2024 and another class in 2027 and 2030, groups of people as we get mass adoption with the distribution of these technologies, right? And so the people in the room today will be the people with the history who can help educate those folks too. And that's just how it works, right? There's a history and then there's a spectrum of concern. And so when people are getting into these arguments, trying to be maxis, just try to remember those two things. Try to remember the context. When did they start? What do they care about? Do they care about the same thing I care about? And then we don't have to try to get in fights and convince everyone to be exactly like we are. We can find the people who care about the things we care about, work together, and achieve the reality that we want. You know, and then 7 years from now, maybe we'll be out of beta and things will be finalized and fully usable. You know, and it's going to be an amazing world. So that's just a little bit of a comment on how to tackle some of that contention that you can get with people who are maxi this or maxi that. And I hope that's helpful for you, Hodel, and just helpful for people in the room. And it's just, yeah, great to see everyone here on Twitter, as well as usually on Clubhouse. And I hope everybody has a great night.
Thanks, Joshua. I really appreciate you being here. It means a lot. All right, I'm going to switch the conversation to be a little bit more specifically on Monero's upcoming changes. Just a quick rundown of what's happening in the Monero Research Lab side of things. So Bulletproofs Plus, which is a more efficient way, effectively, of hiding the transaction amount in Monero, that is, you know, it's passed an audit. So, you know, the research has been done, the development has been done in the specific implementation for Monero, and the audit of the implementation and the research, of which actually there were two audits. One was on both the research and the implementation, and the latter was just on the implementation. Both of those by large firms have been completed. You can see the results of those. They're very positive. So that involves only about a 5 to 10% efficiency bump to Monero transactions. So there is no like huge rush to implement that in, you know, Monero's transaction protocol. So it's kind of been relegated to whenever the next update happens, which there is still no like set ETA, which means that it's at least several months away for any update there. Monero Triptych research is still ongoing with Dr. Strang Noether. I really tried to get him on Twitter to do this today with us, although he doesn't have a Twitter account and he doesn't want to download the Twitter app, which is unfortunate. We got HYC to download the Twitter app a few weeks ago in order to jump in, and he was like the last person I would have expected to download the Twitter app. So I'll keep pushing. But of course, he's always available. Sarang Noether is, of course, in Monero Research Lab on Matrix if you're interested in having conversations with him about anything related to Triptych or Lelantis. The main blocker there is still, of course, Monero multi-sig research. And the funny part is, I mean, during a previous Monero Research Lab meeting, he said, "Don't quote me on this, but I found it an efficiency improvement to how transactions are constructed." So, you know, he just keeps stumbling across efficiency improvements as he's going through this stuff. So it's just really speaks to how quickly the cryptography is advancing for a lot of the stuff that Monero is working on, which is really, really cool. Beyond that, the main focus by some contributors, for example, Ko, who's been involved in the Monero Research Lab for quite a few years and published 0 to Monero, which is a leading resource. In that, Ko, he made a GitHub issue, which I recently tweeted about. So if you're interested in finding that one, you can just scroll down through my tweets. But one of the main user experience drawbacks of Monero is that there is a 10-block lock time, so you can't send funds more frequently than 10 blocks since you received them. And as a part of this proposal, in addition to increasing privacy with Triptych, the idea is making Monero transactions very, very slightly less efficient, packing a little bit more information in each output in order to no longer require for them to be waiting for the 10-block lock, which obviously is quite annoying from a user experience perspective. That's one of the main user experience drawbacks of Monero. So obviously we want to address this when we can. So those sort of things are still probably a few months out. So at the moment, when we're talking about things like Monero updates, no updates specifically on the hard fork front for the next few months. Wallet updates obviously will keep coming out every so often, and users are not required to, but are of course recommended to upgrade to those. But yeah, if there's any questions from people on any Monero software, anything that Monero does design decision-wise or the like, make sure you send a tweet with the hashtag Monero space. I'll be going through it. There's actually a few hours at this point of comments that came in with the hashtag Monero, so I think I'm going to go through those. But if you want to be invited to stage, by all means, you can request, and I will invite you on the stage to say hi. You can give your background of the Monero story. We just ask that you don't try to tell people to buy another coin, just because we're not really an investment group. We're here to promote privacy, and we're here to talk about Monero. So let's go through. Let's see real quick what we had that proof of work question a little bit while ago. We had some questions about curious how many people have used Monero for legitimate quote unquote means, and how many people have used it for more quote unquote illegitimate or dark web means. Monero, by and large, is used for speculative purposes, right? Like it's a cryptocurrency. What else would you use it for? Like the vast majority of people just use it to speculate and to arbitrage trade across exchanges. So I know that like single large ransomware payments and the like receive a lot of attention, of course, but at the end of the day, Monero is a cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrencies are pretty largely used for speculation. Monero is certainly no exception there. There was a RAND report a few years ago now, so the numbers have definitely changed. But it was commissioned by the Zcash Foundation. Sorry, the Electric Coin Company. My apologies. And it showed that like for Bitcoin, Zcash, Monero, like illicit activity was by RAND Corporation's estimation a very, very small amount of activity, and of so it's certainly a pretty small. Some people mentioned Haven. So someone said the use of oracles is being fleshed out by Haven with Monero code. Let me see the context of this. Okay, so someone was talking about Haven. I mean, the point of this chat isn't to have a positive or negative view of Haven. It's supposed to be pretty neutral, but they have had a recent security issue. So they had a lot of minted funds created. They have a far more complex Oracle-based trading model, and it was exploited in several ways. So their hands are kind of all on deck addressing that at the moment. But I think in any case, on the Monero side, we can kind of look at what they're doing and see what makes sense. They basically took Monero's CLSAG work, in which the original CLSAG paper basically had like literally one sentence about how you could potentially do colored coins on CLSAG without much further explanation, and they really, really ran with the idea. So sadly, they've come across some significant hurdles and drawbacks there, but they're continuing along. Obviously, I still wish them the best. I do hope that they're able to pull some cool stuff together. In any case, they're getting more and more devs familiar with the Monero code base, but it does seem like they still have a lot of catching up security repair work to do, which is unfortunate, but it's certainly not unusual for the cryptocurrency space. Looks like no one else is inviting themselves on the stage at this point. So I'm going to open the floor. Marcus and Stoic, do you have any questions about Monero? Anything else you want to talk about your like introduction to Monero story? Sorry, before that, Naresh, I don't know how to pronounce this. Would you like to pop in and say hi? Welcome to being a speaker. Nahersh.
Yeah, thank you. My exposure to Monero was like 2017 when I started getting involved in cryptocurrency, buying it on Polynex, I think it was. I was interested in the security aspects of it because I've been in network security for 32 years now. So it's sort of like related somewhat. I had a specific question because I've been mining Ethereum for years using the GPUs, but I heard you say, someone said that you use the CPU for Monero. So I wonder if I couldn't use my 10 mining rigs to mine Monero using the CPU, because they're not doing much sitting there. They're all Pentium 5s or 7s. So that would be one question I have. And I have a couple other questions, but maybe somebody can answer that one.
No, we're definitely happy to roll through those. So yeah, Monero is predominantly CPU mined. It's not the case that you cannot mine it with a GPU, but you're probably better off mining something else. Whatever you're currently mining is probably better. But Pentium isn't like the most competitive thing Monero in like Monero's mining space, but I would definitely look at testing out benchmarks for it. The main open source software that people use is XMRIG, like XMRIG. You can look at just benchmarking that on some of your like Pentium CPUs and seeing what they do. Monero is mostly mined by profit-oriented individuals with AMD Ryzens, but you definitely can eke out a small profit on the Intel CPUs too.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, what I'm using now, I'm not using the CPUs at all. Basically, that's just the GPUs.
Yeah,
And
makes sense.
I've been doing it for over 3 years, so a lot of the GPUs are falling by the wayside over the years, and the cost of them is so high. So I just wondered whether to maybe try. I'll try that. XMREGG. It's the name of the software.
Sorry, not XMR egg, but XMRIG. So like
IG.
XMR, like XM
instant.
rig.
Okay, gotcha. And I heard you guys talking about the idea that when you give your driver's license to someone to buy liquor or something, that you're really giving them a lot more information than they need. And it made me think about the concept of, like a SQL server. If a card only had a chip on it and it had all your data, that when you put it into a chip reader, it was, let's say, encrypted and it was secure, and that the liquor store, let's say, was only authorized to grab your age out of it, not authorized for a name or address or anything else. That might be a solution across the board for a lot of things, like that kind of privacy that you guys are so concerned about. I can hear your concern. I kind of question some of it in the sense of, food stamps was mentioned. It would seem to me, if I was a government and I was giving away food stamps, that I would certainly want to be able to ensure that they weren't buying lottery tickets with it, so forth like that. So I think there's a certain amount of, other side of the view that has to be taken into account when you're looking at privacy. So those are my couple comments that I had, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's interesting. It's the first Monero conference I've listened to. I've been listening to a lot of, Celsius and DeFi and that kind of thing. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, I think predominantly the whole driver's license thing was just an example, right? Like it was just the case, well, if you in theory could just provide something that proved you were 21, for example, in the US, like that would generally be better than the random person knowing your home address, right? But you generally see a lot of that type of thought in the privacy focused space, just not, wherever possible, just as a security practice, just sharing whatever information or whatever least amount of information needed in order to get the point across. And I obviously no one's suggesting replacing like food stamps with like a fully private cryptocurrency or whatever. At that point, like if you wanted to achieve the same thing, the whole reason food stamps exist is because they don't want to hand out cash, right? They could ultimately just hand out cash to people like in unemployment or whatever it would be. But yeah, clearly there are other motives or factors at play that lead to the existence of this in the first place, because we already had cash when these things were invested. So I think it just generally speaks to some people's desire to the main reason that came up, I think, was because we were talking about the Chinese yuan, where they want to do their own cryptocurrency that has specific restrictions on how people use it. And, in theory, you can talk about why, well, yeah, sure, a government would prefer for their money to not be used for illicit purposes. But there's a pretty big baked in surveillance aspect of that, where, ultimately someone's why would someone prefer to use a less useful form of money when other alternatives exist? Now, granted, if you're being handed a coin, for example, like in the case of um, uh, food stamps, for example, like you're being handed subsidies that are supposed to be used for a specific purpose. It's obviously different than, you have wealth that you need to store somewhere. But
yeah, that's definitely a difference. Yeah.
Any other Monero questions? I guess we're down to just 3 of us, so we probably will wrap this up real soon. So this is like the last chance for anyone to pop in and say hi. We've actually been going for 10. We're going on 8 hours. We're almost 8 hours into this Twitter space. So I think this has been pretty productive. But now's everyone's last chance to pop in and say hi and ask any questions.
I've got a super noob question.
Go ahead. We need super
here.
noob questions.
Okay, awesome. So I was curious, with the GUI wallet application on the computer. So I was curious how important it is to actually, because there's 3 options basically. You can do it where I can't remember the actual names of it. But basically, you can do one where you download the blockchain. You do one where you run through someone else's node or whatever it may be. How important is it to have I can't remember the actual name of it, but the most secure option? How important is that, and what are the downfalls of not using that?
Sorry, can you say that one more time? Sorry, I was inviting crypto click up. I was distracted.
All good. So basically, when you're on the Monero app, I think it's called GUI wallet on the computer. So when you're setting that up, basically there's 3 options. I can't remember what the actual name of it. I remember one's bootstrapped, one's simple, one, and I can't remember the other one. But basically, how important is it to use like the fully secure version of that rather than just like the simple version of it, for example?
That's a good question. So I would say if you're creating a new wallet, like doesn't have any history with it, risk is lower than if you're trying to like restore a bunch of history you've transacted over several years. So I would say the reason Bootstrap is the default. So the default for the Monero GUI is that it downloads a whole Monero node in the background, and until the node is fully synced, it bootstraps using some other node. For most people that are creating a new wallet, that's probably a good compromise. I would look, like if you are very, very curious, I would look specifically that this is well documented on Stack Exchange, for example, and other areas of the Monero ecosystem, what information you specifically leak with this remote node. But by and large, this is a good option for most people. If you are sending sensitive transactions, let's say, very shortly after setting up the wallet, and to a lesser extent, if you're receiving sensitive transactions shortly after setting up the wallet, I would say it's best to wait for your own local node to fully sync. But obviously that varies, and the vast majority of people are fine with the default, which is why it's the default.
Okay, and how big are those? Like how much space do you need to run a full node?
Sure. So a full unpruned Monero node is like, I think about 110 gigabytes right now. If it's pruned, it's about 30 gigabytes.
Okay. What are the block sizes again?
So the block size is actually variable. So it's pretty complicated. Monero isn't capped at a very specific block size. It's basically capped at a long-term growth rate with some flexibility for short-term spikes. So in Monero, it's a bit of a complicated question, to be honest, and to answer directly. But it most blocks are still pretty small at the moment.
Okay, no, that's cool. Cool concept anyway.
Yeah, we do take a bit. So this does give some Bitcoin proponents pause. Those are very much in favor of very, very efficient blocks. Monero does take, in my view, certainly not an egregiously aggressive view, but it does take a view that technology will improve and data storage and networking will eventually improve. So we're okay. Like, we don't want runaway growth, but we're okay with allowing for some future growth in the size without a hard fork, let's say. So we do build that in ways that Bitcoin doesn't. And obviously some people are very much against that. They think that is very, very unsafe in cases, but so far we've been okay. And I think that it's not like we're just uncapped, right? We just cap at a growth rate, which we feel is sensible. So it's definitely a different approach, which some people look upon negatively, but depends who you talk to.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. All right, I want to quickly say, Crypto Click 13, welcome. What brings you to the Monero space this evening?
Oh, hi, how you going, guys? I'm another Aussie, the lockdown capital of the world at the moment. Yeah, look, I've been in the crypto space since 2013 myself. Been following Bitcoin, been following Monero especially. You know, the privacy factor on Monero is just excellent as far as I'm concerned. I mine Monero on the CPU at home here. I don't have many mining rigs, but I just let it chug along in the background while I'm doing other cryptocurrency style of stuff. Like Monero is your privacy of the future. You can't argue with the fact that other coins are surveillance coins. They're centralized. It's a no-brainer really to get into Monero. I just want to give you guys a pump because I think Monero is so undervalued at the moment. It's not funny.
All right. Well, we appreciate the vote of confidence there. What woke you up? Was there any event that woke you up to the importance of privacy and why Monero is being useful, or what?
Look, I've always been awake. I've been into P2P since 2001. I was hacking versions of Windows to use them for free back then. It's P2P, blockchain. That technology was the way to go when I was learning IT. And it was only a matter of time before someone decided to put financials on blockchain. And to follow that, since 21 years ago, to be following it and to be involved in it, and I'm a big Monero hodler. I'm waiting for the price to be where it should be. In the tens of thousands. It should be right up there with Bitcoin right now, and it's not. And there's a reason for that, because there's not a lot of exposure for it. That people don't understand that they need this level of privacy. In Australia, we have an 18 plus card. You don't have to show your license at the bottom. You can just show your 18 plus card, and all it's got is 18 plus with your name on it. Now that's privacy to me. As you say, no one's going to try and hack that. The bottle shop attendant's not going to look at your license and try and hack your information. You've only given them a quick flash to show that you're 18. But the 18 plus card is a great idea, and it's the government has too much control over what we do, what we say. In Australia at the moment, they're bringing out a stick. They're saying they're going to bring out the stick, no jab, no pay, they've got complete control of the banking system here. It's, I want control of my money, I want control of my life. I'm like everyone else here. I want to be left alone to just live my life, and it's a travesty of justice, that we can't do that.
Well, we definitely appreciate your
100%, bros.
Yeah, we appreciate your support of the Monero ecosystem. If you want to get more involved, I don't know if you're already in the Reddit ecosystem, if you're already on Matrix, if you are genuinely on the Monero train and you are super interested in contributing more directly, we have a very strong community of several thousand people on the Monero Matrix. That's kind of where people go, Monero-community, Monero-space, in order to work on projects and get the word better out there. That's kind of where we had the discussion to actually host these sort of Twitter things, right? Because we definitely want to help get the word out. So if you are serious about going to the next level, that's kind of the next level. Figure out how to join the Monero Matrix servers and stuff.
I can get onto those forums and that. This is basically not this is just another account that I use.
Perfect. It's very Monero-y.
It's only a new one. I realized that I was getting a few breaches, as I get bigger into the crypto world. I realized that I was starting to attract a bit of attention. So I thought I'd just make a few subtle accounts rather than using my own name and like and stuff like that. So I've been heavily involved pretty much for years now. I follow all the right people when it comes to Monero and privacy coins in general. I know all about the creators and I know who the creators are.
All right. Well, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here, CryptoClick. I also want to introduce the other two people that were brave enough to come on. Crypto Coin Collect. Want to say hi? What brought you to the Monero Twitter space?
Yo, what up, everybody?
Yo.
So yeah, I mean, I'm it's been pretty crazy with the industry, tons of projects releasing all sorts of like news and partnerships. It's like it's so hard to keep up, right? And with the privacy coins, I haven't really kept up as much as I would like, and so I wanted to get some more insight from you, if that's all right.
Sure. In terms of like other priorities in the cryptocurrency space, how important is privacy to you? Is it just kind of like a cool thing on the side that isn't your main focus, or is it one of the core principles you kind of look at when looking at why you even care about crypto?
So to me, I definitely think that for every section in the blockchain, whether it be NFTs, blockchains, gaming, all sorts of things, like I definitely think that privacy is going to have a major project to come out of it. My question is right now, like, it's a race essentially to who's going to get there first, and that's where I have like this kind of hard time seeing who's really winning the race, because when you have somebody like the pirate chain promoting that they are the best of Monero and the best of Zcash, like what do you do to let others know that you guys are the ones that are going to come out on top?
I'll make it simple for you. Ready for a super, super easy to understand statistic that's really, really difficult for people to manipulate?
Yeah, like I said, I haven't really been keeping up with the privacy coins, but
All right.
that's
So
the
this
last
is the easy thing to look at. So Monero has more private transactions that hide the bare minimum, right? The sender, the receiver, and the amount. These are really the three bare minimum things you'd want to hide, right? Monero has more transactions that hide these three things than Bitcoin, Ethereum, and every single other privacy coin combined.
Right. But I mean, in terms of just you and other privacy coins,
Well,
like does
you
it
can
almost,
literally add them all up, and they're probably less than half of all of Monero's transaction volume.
yeah. So does essentially, is it like since you have the most volume, it's like the rest are almost like catching up, you would say, or
I
trying to
mean,
catch up?
you can look at the numbers yourself. Like Monero has more transactions. So, okay, if I had told you to name one cryptocurrency that's probably the closest privacy coin competitor to Monero, what would you say? It's not a trick question. It's not just what is often referred to as like a common alternative to Monero.
Well, what stands out to me is, like I said, when people put in their like, I don't know if it's in the white paper or where I saw it, but that they put that they're the best. They bring the best of Monero and Zcash together. Like, I don't know if that's almost like with the SHIB and the Dogecoin, where SHIB is like, they say like they're the Doge killer, and it's kind of like, you know what I mean, or if it's like if they really do bring the best of Monero and Zcash, I don't know, like that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, that's definitely fair. Like, it's very difficult to actually evaluate these claims. It's easy to say, I'm more private, I'm more this, I'm more that, I'm whatever, right?
Exactly.
And it's not my point. It's not my goal here to try to get you to invest in anything or even push you necessarily in one direction. All I want to say is that when you actually try to figure out what happens in practice, comparing practice with whatever you read in a white paper or reality, do what you can to evaluate there. If you compare Monero and Zcash, for example, Monero this past month had more private transactions than Zcash has had in its entire existence, right? It's an entire existence all added together, right? It's just not even close to the same. So I would be very, very cautious in accepting claims because it's easy for someone to say, hey, I made this super private, cool tool in theory that in my science lab that I am making and evaluate sounds cool. In practice, all sorts of shit's going to happen. And Monero is not the best because it has the most fantastic math. Don't get me wrong. We have incredibly smart researchers that dedicate so much free time and so much paid time to Monero. It's incredible. There's so many people that care so much. But that's not actually what makes Monero on its own the best. The reason why people trust Monero, the reason why, sadly, all the criminals use Monero, the reason why everyone's scared of Monero and not talking about anything else is because in practice, that's what everybody's using, right? Not theory. That is in the status quo, what is happening. And if you try to look at any metric, that's just what's happening. So I do encourage you to look at it yourself. I don't want you to just listen to me, but I do encourage you to look at the numbers and see why that's the case. And if you have any concerns or questions, I mean, obviously you can let me or someone else know. People, there's room to disagree and everyone kind of can choose their own path. It is cryptocurrency after all. But if your intent is to get good privacy, this is where the entire crowd is. So it's easy to make, like I can fork Monero, increase the ring size, and use it exclusively for myself. Is that private? No, because it's just me, right? There's no crowd there. So the way privacy works is you kind of need to follow the crowd that's doing the best thing and you know, make sure it's a sensible crowd though. We'll have time to answer more questions, CryptoCoin Collect. I appreciate that, though. I want to quickly say, Anthony Perlis, hello, welcome to being a speaker. What brings you to Monero space?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, well, I was mining on MinerGate for a long time, and it just stopped like a year or two ago. It just stopped working. So I have it. I have it parked on free. What was it? Free wallet. So that's
Oh,
where
no. Get that off as soon as possible. Get that off as soon as possible.
Oh.
I promise
Yeah,
you. Please, today, literally right now, download anything else. The official wallet, the Cake wallet, the Monero, literally anything else. Get your own keys to your own coins. Even this is controversial, but even put it on an exchange as opposed to this, okay? It's literally that bad, okay?
Oh, is it?
Sadly, yeah. But hopefully you can get the money out.
I think Minergate's still running. I checked it the other day, and I think it's still up and running. Sorry, guys, for butting in like that.
I mean, it looks like it could be running, but it just won't run for me. I don't know why.
Okay,
If you want to still mine, you can use XMR IG. So
Yeah,
XM rig.
I just downloaded it like a minute ago, and yeah, I got my antivirus. And I need to like figure out how to set it up now. So what do I need for XMR rig? Well, I got it downloaded.
Yeah, you got to download it, but it's not super difficult. I mean, it is a command line tool after all, but so it's less easy than using Minergate, but it is better off. You're going to get more hashes. I'm going to quickly welcome. I mean, we're running very close to the end here, but welcome, Ben. Want to say hi? What brought you to Twitter Space? You've been here for a while, I see. Actually, a few hours.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? All of you friends and also all you friends that glow. I'll keep my personal information to myself, but I do have maybe an interesting question that I haven't heard discussed, which is sort of the concept of like quantum computing and the threat that this poses, especially like retroactively. I know like a lot of people sort of make the claim that, you know, quantum computing is several years away and whatnot. And so that therefore we're not, you know, threatened by this now, which is somewhat true. But what about the possibility of sort of all the, you know, the transaction chain in the past sort of becoming exposed and then sort of kind of retroactive retribution? For example, let's say that you made like an illicit transaction on the chain, and then, you know, somewhere down the line it kind of becomes like public.
That's a really good question. So what I encourage you to do, we actually funded a study specifically on this because we're very interested, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, I saw this.
so if you have not already read it a year ago, if you search quantum computing Monero CCS, that's a Charlie, I don't know, Slytherin. I don't know what S stands for. But you can find their findings. I believe they published it on mine. It's 1 second. Let me confirm. 1 second. Oh God, there's some spam actually at the bottom. That's not good. All right, yeah. So at the bottom, there's a GitLab link. The main site is repo.getmonero.org because of course we self-host our own GitLab because of course you should. There's a 9 months ago there was the results were in. They published a non-technical abstract, a semi-technical summary, and a technical note. So 3 different PDFs specifically on this. Start there, and if you have questions, you can ask. You can either DM me or whatever, or you can check in Monero-research-lab, and there'll be plenty of people there to answer your questions. And that's on Matrix or IRC. It's not Freenode anymore. What's the new one that everyone switched from Freenode? Goodness, I don't remember what it is. I'm looking it up. We got off Freenode. It's Libera.chat. That's the new one everyone went to in the Monero community. But I do encourage everyone to use Matrix. Did that answer your question, Ben? Did you read these before or no?
I looked into this a while ago and then kind of got distracted, so I haven't actually read the papers, but I thought that the question was very interesting.
It definitely is. So I would start there.
Certainly,
let me know later, and then we'll point you in the right direction. And I would love to have your insight too.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks.
Perfect. Hey, Solomon. Welcome, Solomon. Do you want to introduce yourself? What brought you to a Monero Twitter space? Looks like they're shy.
I'm gonna drop down to listener, but thanks for answering the question.
Any other questions? Are you good?
No, it's nice, like you said. Like I said, it's hard to keep up with every sector in the space, but yeah, that's a good point that you made. So
I mean, in privacy in particular, like there's 2 different ways you can approach it. One, like the first thing, like anything else in the cryptocurrency space, and I assure you, as a moderator of the cryptocurrency subreddit, I see a ton of people trying to do this. The first thing people try to do is go around and try to find the next big thing, so to speak, some microcap little thing. And there are some people who are very good at that and will make a lot of money doing that, right? But that's mostly profit driven. If your incentive is being mostly privacy driven, you generally need to stay with the big crowd while still looking around to see what's happening, making sure your big crowd is being pushed in the right direction and seeing what other people are coming up with. So you shouldn't be closed-minded, but so you always need to be researching, paying attention, making sure you're in the right place. But it's very unlikely that some like really tiny project is going to come out of nowhere and is going to, at that specific moment, be far better in every way. It's one of those things where you need to have not only just real good technology, but you also need the adoption there because you need the large crowd of people that are all doing the same thing. So I guess for privacy in particular, I'd keep that in mind. Now, obviously for money, I mean, it's off the table. You can do whatever you want, right? It's far more complicated. But in terms of just if your intent is to get good privacy, you can't have this really tiny project in the corner that also has good privacy because in practice, like, you need to follow a crowd. A crowd needs to be there, right? So that might take some of the stress off.
Right. Yeah, I appreciate it. Your point of view is a good one. And have a good day, guys.
Yeah, thanks for joining. All right, literally last call. I'm about to wrap this up. Oh goodness, we just had someone. Let me check. Let me make sure they're not a show for some random thing. We've been going on for more than 8 hours. So, oh, they dropped off. But yeah, Twitter Space, more than 8 hours. Woot woot. Doing something right. Anthony, Ben, Solomon, any final thoughts? You three are the last ones.
I just want to say thanks for kind of keeping this train rolling. It's been a pretty interesting conversation to listen to today. So thanks for all your hard work and everything.
Yeah, I appreciate it. The only reason these are fun to do is because all you show up, ask some great questions. We had some great stories today. Monero Talk was able to capture most of the stream on their YouTube channels. If you want to review an over 8 hour stream, by all means, that's a place to do it. If you missed part of this, which probably most of you did at this point. But I appreciate everyone being here. If you do, the one thing I want to stress before going is, of course, the Monero community is exactly what you make of it. There is no company behind it. I do not work for Monero. I don't work for a foundation for Monero. I don't work for a block reward receiving company of Monero. I'm just a random person who's been around here for some time and decided as a 19-year-old he wanted to talk about Monero, right? And have just continued with since for several years. So really, Monero is what you make out of it. It is a truly open source cryptocurrency. If you are going to DEF CON this August, please let me know. We want to get you in some space and some activities because we have a cryptocurrency village there and a Monero party there. So we want to get you hooked up. But at the end of the day, Monero is what you make out of it. And it's up to you to really make sure that Monero is always ahead of the curve when it comes to protecting your privacy. So if you want to make sure that Monero is the currency that people love and rely upon because it has these privacy guarantees that people need in today's climate, then by all means, we need your help. Join Matrix, join Reddit, pay attention, comment when needed. And not only just comment, but pick even a small project to get started on, something you can accomplish quickly so that you get something out the door. People have done great stuff with stickers. People have done great stuff with organizing. People have done great stuff with little videos. Put something together. I promise you, far more people will notice than you otherwise realize. We've had hundreds of people join here tonight just for some like random casual thing. So it really does mean a lot. And with that, I appreciate everyone being here. Have a great evening, morning, whatever it is, everybody. Take care.